Section 20 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. Again Lincoln was in Vandalia as a lawmaker, and, his term over, again he was back surveying in Sangamon County. On June 13, 1836, he had announced himself as a candidate again, declaring he was for internal improvements, that he would vote for Hugh L. White, the Tennessee Whig, for president in November, and declaring that women ought to have the vote. "I go for admitting all whites to the right of suffrage who pay taxes or bear arms, by no means excluding females." Bob Allen, a Democrat candidate, came through New Salem and sort of allowed he could tell a few things about Abe Lincoln and Ninian W. Edwards, only it wouldn't be fair to tell 'em. Lincoln wrote him, "I'm told that during my absence last week you stated publicly that you were in possession of a fact or facts which, if known to the public, would entirely destroy the prospects of N.W. Edwards and myself at the ensuing election, but that through favor to us you would forbear to divulge them. No one has needed favors more than I, and generally few have been less unwilling to accept them. But in this case, favor to me would be injustice to the public, and therefore I must beg your pardon for declining it. That I once had the confidence of the people of Sangamon County is sufficiently evident, and if I have done anything, either by design or misadventure, which if known would subject me to a forfeiture of that confidence, he that knows of that thing and conceals it is a traitor to his country's interest. I find myself wholly unable to form any conjecture of what fact or facts, real or supposed, you spoke. But my opinion of your veracity will not permit me for a moment to doubt that you at least believed what you said. I am flattered with the personal regard you manifested for me, but I hope that on mature reflection you will view the public interest as a paramount consideration and therefore let the worst come. I assure you that the candid statement of fact on your part, however low it may sink me, shall never break the ties of personal friendship between us. I wish an answer to this, and you are at liberty to publish both if you choose." No reply came from Allen. Lincoln's mention of personal friendship between himself and Allen was sarcasm. His friends alluded to Allen as a bag of wind. On the stump in Springfield, speaking in the courthouse, Lincoln was challenged by George Forquet, a lawyer who had switched from Whig to Democrat and after the switch was named by the Democratic administration at Washington as Register of the Land Office. Forquet had just finished building a frame house, the finest in Springfield, and put up a lightning rod on it. Farmers and their wives hitched the horses at the public square and went to have a look at Forquet's lightning rod before buying calico, sugar and coffee, or harness buckles. It was the first lightning rod in that part of Illinois. Forquet was a prominent citizen. The crowd was starting to leave after a speech by Lincoln. Forquet took the platform and said the young man who had just spoken was sailing too high and would have to be taken down, and he was sorry the task devolved on him. Then he made what Josh Speed called a slasher gaff speech, while Lincoln stood by with folded arms and measuring eyes. When Forquet quit speaking, Lincoln stepped up quietly, apologized, offered his argument, and closed as follows. Mr. Forquet commenced his speech by announcing that the young man would have to be taken down. It is for you, fellow citizens, not for me to say whether I am up or down. The gentleman has seen fit to allude to my being a young man, but he forgets that I am older in years than I am in the tricks and trades of politicians. I desire to live, and I desire place and distinction. But I would rather die now than, like the gentleman, live to see the day that I would change my politics for an office worth $3,000 a year, and then feel compelled to erect a lightning rod to protect a guilty conscience from an offended God. As a speech, it held the audience screwed to the benches, and earned a reputation for Lincoln as a hard man to handle when he was stumping for the legislature. His friends carried him from the courthouse on their shoulders. There was a new feeling for him about being carried on men's shoulders. It was like wrestling, but different. Once he rode to a meeting with a Democratic candidate in a rig that belonged to the Democrat. At the meeting he told the farmers, "I'm too poor to own a carriage, but my friend has generously invited me to ride with him. I want you to vote for me if you will, but if not, then vote for my opponent, for he is a fine man." The Whigs took Sangamon County away from the Democrats by an average majority of 400 votes, Lincoln in the lead. The famous Long Nine went to Vandalia, 9 Whigs averaging 6 feet in height and over 200 pounds weight. They were for big schemes, commensurate with the wants of the people, a railroad from Galena to the mouth of the Ohio River, running the north and south length of the state, a railroad from Alton to Shawneetown, from Alton to Mount Carmel, from Alton to the eastern state line, running the east and west breadth of the state. From Quincy to the Wabash River, from Bloomington to Pekin, from Peoria to Warsaw, in all about 1,350 miles of railroad. They would spend $100,000 to improve the Rock River, $4 million to complete the Illinois and Michigan Canal, $250,000 for the Western Mail route. Altogether, the scheme would cost $12 million. Lincoln was among the leaders arguing for it. They would sell bonds to raise the $12 million. They would raise the money in the same way Lincoln and Berry bought their stores in New Salem, by promises on paper. The bonds would sell like hotcakes. The Rothschilds and the Baring brothers over in London would snap up the bargains. The scheme won out in the legislature, and the legislature was in close touch with the people of the state, who as a mass were silent and had their silence taken for consent. The Black Hawk War had put $4 million in circulation. Land speculators and real estate dealers were busy. On open prairies, many towns and cities were laid out in lots. Men joked each other that soon no land would be left for farming. The governor of the state had officially declared, "Under the blessing of a bountiful providence, Illinois is fast ascending in the scale of importance and will in a short time take her station among the first states in the Union. The steadiness and grandeur of her outward march will, however, in a great degree, depend on her future legislation." A boom was on, overloaded and sure to collapse. It was the pioneer stock taking its chances, believing in the future, and believing that future would come sooner if boomed. That Lincoln, who could not finance himself, should show no ability in financing the state of Illinois in a vast economic project, was to have been expected. And yet he had a vision of himself at this time as a constructive statesman, pushing through plans in Illinois for transportation ways, schools, and education. He told his friend Joshua Speed at Springfield that he aimed at being called the DeWitt Clinton of Illinois, achieving for his state what a constructive Irishman had done for New York in getting the Erie Canal built and in bringing school improvements. Lincoln led the Long Nine in finding the votes in the legislature to pass a bill moving the capital of the state from Vandalia to Springfield. Other counties besides Sangamon were hustling for the location. It went to Springfield mainly because of the patient and skilled manipulation of Lincoln. A few members voted for the bill because they liked Lincoln, but most of the voters came through trades, deals, log rolling. You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. And yet as a manipulator, trading, fixing, coaxing, Lincoln operated by a code of his own. An all-night session was held by the members favoring Springfield for the state capital, and Lincoln was told of a block of votes he could have if he would give his vote for a certain measure that he considered against his principles. The members went home at daybreak without having brought him their way. A second meeting was called. Again they tried to ride down Lincoln's objections. Midnight came. The candles burned low. All were tired. Lincoln began speaking amid silence, seriously and with feeling, telling why he couldn't in such a case trade his vote. As Old Man Henderson remembered the speech, it ended, "You may burn my body to ashes and scatter them to the winds of heaven. you may drag my soul down to the regions of darkness and despair to be tormented forever, but you will never get me to support a measure which I believe to be wrong, although by doing so I may accomplish that which I believe to be right." After the bill passed and Springfield was named as the future capital city of the state, the Democrats charged the Sangamon County Whigs with bargain and corruption. At an extra session, General L.D. Ewing, who favored Vandalia, declared the Springfield crowd had sold out to the internal improvements men. Lincoln then delivered a speech that bristled with keen thrusts. He tore the hide off Ewing. And Ewing, who was an army general and a proud man, was ready for a duel. Friends stepped between and saved bloodshed. With drawling and whimsical good nature, Lincoln opened his discussion of a resolution offered by Linder to investigate the state bank, saying, "It is not without a considerable degree of apprehension that I venture to cross the track of the gentleman from Coles, Mr. Linder. Indeed, I do not believe I could muster a sufficiency of courage to come in contact with that gentleman, were it not for the fact that he, some days since, most graciously condescended to assure us that he would never be found wasting ammunition on small game. Whenever I shall have occasion to allude to that gentleman, I shall endeavor to adopt that kind of court language which I understand to be due to decided superiority. In one faculty at least there can be no dispute of the gentleman's superiority over me, and most other men, and that is, the faculty of entangling a subject so that neither himself nor any other man can find head or tail to it. In the present case, if any gentleman whose money is a burden to them choose to lead off a dance, I am decidedly opposed to the people's money being used to pay the fiddler. No one can doubt that the examination proposed must cost the state some $10,000 or $12,000, and all this to settle a question in which the people have no interest, and about which they care nothing. These capitalists generally act harmoniously and in concert to fleece the people, and now that they have got into a quarrel with themselves, we are called upon to appropriate the people's money to settle the quarrel." Then he filed the declaration, "Mr. Chairman, this work is exclusively the work of politicians, a set of men who have interests aside from the interests of the people, and who, to say the most of them, are, taken as a mass, at least one long step removed from honest men. I say this with the greater freedom because, being a politician myself, none can regard it as personal." He was now meeting men of importance from all parts of Illinois. They came from towns and counties wanting appropriations, from banks, railroads, contractors, seeking legislation for special interests. Lincoln, the storyteller, the whimsical, good-natured philosopher, was asked to their game suppers and banquets. It cost $600 to pay for the supper, wine, cigars, whiskey, and damages at a party given by the newly elected United States Senator, John M. Robinson. Attending the party was a brother of William Cullen Bryant, the New York poet, one John Bryant, sent from Princeton to help legislation for Bureau County. He wrote that after the company had got noisy and mellow on rye and corn juice, Mr. Douglas and General Shields, to the consternation of the host and intense merriment of the guests, climbed up on the table at one end, encircled each other's waists, and, to the tune of a rollicking song, pirouetted down the whole length of the table, shouting, singing, and kicking dishes, glasses, and everything right and left, helter-skelter. The Douglas referred to was a short, thick-set, blue-eyed man whose full name was Stephen Arnold Douglas, a young lawyer from Vermont. Neither he nor Lincoln took any special notice of each other, except that Lincoln remarked to others that Douglas was "the least man I have ever seen." After a day of legislative sessions, committee meetings, conferences, study of bills and measures, and a game supper, Lincoln enjoyed sitting in a hotel room with friendly souls, sitting with his knees up to his chin, drawling out stories, talking about how they were breeding the Democrats, emphasizing a good point by drawing his knees again up to his chin and letting both feet down on the floor with a slam. Newton Walker had brought his fiddle from Lewistown. Lincoln would go over to where Walker was boarding and ask him for a tune. Then Lincoln would tell a story, and it would be a story and a tune till late hours. Walker said, when he grew weary of telling stories, he would ask me to give him a tune, which I never refused to do. Each of several taverns in Vandalia called itself a house of entertainment. Willis and Maddox issued a card to respectfully inform the public. They were located 2 doors from the post office, and they will serve up at any hour of the day or night fried ham, turkeys, grouse, or prairie chicken, partridges, venison, pig's feet, tripe, sausages, oysters, mackerel, herrings, and crackers, coffee, tea, and soups, together with many other knickknacks unmentionable, hot punch, eggnog, etc., at any time, all of which will be afforded with great goodwill and on the most accommodating terms. They have also on hand and for sale best teas, loaf and brown sugars, tobacco, oranges, lemons, figs, lobsters, olives, mushrooms, walnut and tomato pickles, catsups, Rochelle, cherry, champagne, cognac, peach, American and other brandies, claret, Tenerife, sherry, dry brown, port, Malaga and Madeira wines, seedlets and soda powders, firecrackers, etc., etc. There were yarns, true to fact, told among people then to pass the time. One was about Governor Duncan, who had a misunderstanding with the Jackson administration and switched his politics from Democrat to Whig. One plain old henchman came to him and spoke the regrets. "You was young, poor, friendless. We put you into high office and enabled you to make a fortune. You was like a poor colt. We caught you up out of the thicket, fed you on the best, combed the burrs out of your mane and tail, and made a fine horse of you. And now you have strayed away from your owners." Among politicians there was a tradition of legislature which passed a law forbidding small bulls to roam at large. Owners of such small stray bulls would get heavy fines under the law. The small farmers rose in anger, claiming that the law was all in favor of the rich farmers who had only big bulls, and the law let the big bulls roam as they pleased. At the next election the small farmers revolted and threw out of office every politician who had voted against small bulls. Quaint tales out of green, moist solitudes passed around. One was of James Lemon, an old-time Baptist preacher and farmer in Monroe County, who made his own horse collars of straw or corn husks plaited together. While breaking stubble with his wild son helping, he left the harness on the beam of the plow at dinner time. The son hid the horse collar so as to have a longer rest at dinner in the hours his father would plait a new horse collar of corn husks. But when after dinner the old man saw the horse collar gone, he pulled off his leather breeches, stuffed the pants legs with stubble, straddled them across the neck of the horse for a collar, and so plowed the rest of the afternoon, as bare-legged as when he came into the world. There was William Meharry herding cattle in Champaign County. He rode horseback snapping off rattlesnake heads with a long cattle whip, sometimes killing 25 in a day. There was talk of farmers like Andrew McCorkle, not far from Springfield, who was afraid the railroads would scare his cows so they wouldn't give milk. Shooting matches, rifles, and marksmanship commanded attention. In the part of Indiana that Lincoln came from, hunters aimed for the head of the gray squirrel. A shot in the body was wide of the target. Some keen riflemen were known to the coons in the woods. One famous dead shot had a coon up the top of a tree. The coon hesitated and said, "Don't shoot, I'll come down." Friends of a hunter with a big reputation bragged that he could put a panther under one arm, a hedgehog under the other, and climb a thorn tree without a scratch. A topic discussed at many a tavern was whether or not the skin of the Indian chief Tecumseh had been taken off and used for razor strops, whether such material made a good razor strop, and if so, why. There had been weather to talk about one rainy day in December of 1836, when soft mud turned hard in an hour, and Washington Crowder, riding to Springfield, froze to his saddle and had to be carried into a house, saddle and all, to be thawed out. And it was told of various communities that a mob went to the house of a man and took him away and hanged him to a tree. It was a dark night, and when morning came, they saw they had hanged the wrong man. And they went and told the widow, "The laugh is on us." The end of the legislative session at Vandalia came on March 6, 1837, and the Long Nine, with their long legs and 200 pounds weight apiece, started home on their horses, with the exception of Lincoln, whose horse had been stolen, leaving him without cash to buy another. As Lincoln walked, the others pointed to the size of his feet. When he shivered, "Boys, I'm cold," another noticed, "No wonder. There's so much of you on the ground." Arrived at Springfield, the Long Nine sat down to a game supper while spokesmen for Springfield expressed gratitude to those who had arranged to move the state capital from Vandalia to their own city. One toast ran, "Abraham Lincoln, he has filled the expectations of his friends and disappointed the hopes of his enemies." And Lincoln offered the toast, "All our friends, they are too numerous to mention now individually, while there is no one of them who is not too dear to be forgotten or neglected." On the way to New Salem, he stopped at the village of Athens, the home of his colleague, Robert L. Wilson of the Long Nine. At a banquet he was toasted, "Abraham Lincoln, one of nature's noblemen," and Wilson gave people this size-up of Lincoln. He was as much at home in the legislature as at New Salem. He had a quaint and peculiar way all his own of treating a subject, and he frequently startled us. He seemed to be a born politician. We followed his lead, but he followed nobody's lead. It may almost be said that he did our thinking for us. He inspired respect, although he was careless and negligent. We would ride while he would walk, but we recognized him as a master in logic. He was poverty itself, but independent. He seemed to glide along in life without any friction or effort. Wilson had spent many hours with Lincoln during the years they were together in the legislature, and with Athens and Wilson's home so near New Salem, they had seen a good deal of each other in action. When Wilson had occasion to tell later what he knew about Lincoln, he said, "I made a canvass through Sand Ridge. Mr. Lincoln accompanied me, and we called at nearly every house. At that time it was the custom to keep whiskey in the house. The subject was always mentioned, but with the remark to Mr. Lincoln, 'You never drink, but maybe your friend would like to take a little.'" In a conversation about that time, Wilson said, "Lincoln told me that although he appeared to enjoy life rapturously, still he was the victim of terrible melancholy. He sought company and indulged in fun and hilarity without restraint or stint as to time, but when by himself, he told me that he was so overcome by mental depression that he never dared carry a knife in his pocket. And as long as I was intimately acquainted with him, previous to his commencement of the practice of law, he never carried a pocket-knife." When people talked about Lincoln, it was nearly always about one or more of these 5 things. 1. How long, tall, quick, strong, or awkward in looks he was. 2. How he told stories and jokes, how he was comical or pleasant or kindly. 3. How he could be silent, melancholy, sad. 4. How he was ready to learn and looking for chances to learn. 5. How he was ready to help a friend, a stranger, or even a dumb animal in distress. Henry E. Dummer, a lawyer in Springfield, remarked, "Lincoln used to come to our office, Stewart's and mine, in Springfield from New Salem and borrow law books. Sometimes he walked, but generally rode. He was the most uncouth-looking young man I ever saw. He seemed to have but little to say, seemed to feel timid, with a tinge of sadness visible in the countenance. But when he did talk, all this disappeared for the time, and he demonstrated that he was both strong and acute. He surprised us more and more at every visit." Chapter 43. During the winter at Vandalia, Lincoln had written a drawling and half-bashful love letter to the daughter of a rich farmer in Greene County, Kentucky. She was Miss Mary Owens, 1 year older than Lincoln, with a head of dark curly hair, large blue eyes, standing 5 feet 5 inches high, and on her first visit to New Salem 3 years before, weighing about 150 pounds. Her sister, Mrs. Bennet Able, was anxious for the two to get married. But Mary Owens held off. She had been trained in Kentucky schools for refined young ladies. She dressed in what one of the Greens called the finest trimmings I ever saw. And she took note in the case of Lincoln. His training had been different from mine. There was not congeniality. He was deficient in those little links which make up a woman's happiness. Once, when a party were riding to Uncle Billy Green's, they came to a branch of the creek which was a bad crossing. Miss Owens noticed the other men helping their partners, while Lincoln rode ahead of her without looking back. "You're a nice fellow," she remarked when she caught up with him. "I suppose you did not care whether my neck was broken or not." And he had laughed back a defense that was a compliment, telling her he knew she was plenty smart enough to take care of herself. She climbed a steep hill with Lincoln and Mrs. Bowling Green, and Lincoln kept on joking and talking to her, not once offering to help carry the fat baby Mrs. Green had in her arms. It seemed to Miss Owens to be neglect on Lincoln's part. She was puzzled by him. In some things he was so soft-hearted. He told her he saw a hog mired down one day when he was crossing a prairie, and as he had a new suit of blue jeans on and was fixed up in his best clothes, he said to himself he would pass by and pass on without looking again at the struggling shoat in the mud. But after he had passed on, the hog haunted him and seemed to be saying, "There now, my last hope is gone." And he had turned around, gone back, and got the hog loose from the mire. It was puzzling to Miss Owens's ideas about chivalry that a man could be so thoughtful about a hog in that way, and at another time be so abstracted and lost in his own feelings that he couldn't stay alongside his woman partner when riding across a dangerous creek. They had parted without any particular understanding, except that they were good friends. She had gone home to Greene County, Kentucky, and talked with her father, of whom she said, few persons placed a higher estimate on education than he did. And if she told her father about Lincoln's personal speech, she included such information as the fact that Lincoln said ain't as often as isn't, and that sometimes his pronunciation of such sounded like sitch. Lincoln at Vandalia, making laws for the Commonwealth of Illinois, one cold, lonesome winter night, wrote her a letter which he called dry and stupid, which he said he was ashamed to send. The letter read, Vandalia, December 13, 1836. Mary, I have been sick ever since my arrival, or I should have written sooner. It is but little difference, however, as I have very little even yet to write. And more, the longer I can avoid the mortification of looking in the post office for your letter and not finding it, the better. You see, I am mad about that old letter yet. I don't like very well to risk you again. I'll try you once more anyhow. The new State House is not yet finished, and consequently the legislature is doing little or nothing. The governor delivered an inflammatory political message, and it is expected there will be some sparring between the parties about it as soon as the two houses get to business. Taylor delivered up his petition for the new county to one of our members this morning. I am told he despairs of its success on account of all the members from Morgan County opposing it. There are names enough on the petition, I think, to justify the members from our county in going for it. But if the new members from Morgan oppose it, which they say they will, the chances will be bad. Our chance to take the seat of government to Springfield is better than I expected. An internal improvement convention was held here since we met, which recommended a loan of several millions of dollars, on the faith of the state, to construct railroads. Some of the legislature are for it and some against it. Which has the majority, I cannot tell. There is great strife and struggling for the office of the United States Senator here at this time. It is probable we shall ease their pains in a few days. The opposition men have no candidate of their own, and consequently they will smile as complacently at the angry snarls of the contending Van Buren candidates and their respective friends as the Christian does at Satan's rage.
You recollect that I mentioned at the outset of this letter that I had been unwell. That is a fact, though I believe I am about well now. But that, with other things I cannot account for, have conspired and have gotten my spirits so low that I feel I would rather be any place in the world than here. I really cannot endure the thought of staying here 10 weeks. Write back as soon as you get this, and if possible, say something that will please me, for really I have not been pleased since I left you. This letter is so dry and stupid that I'm ashamed to send it, but with my present feelings I cannot do any better. Give my best respects to Mr. and Mrs. Abel and family. Your friend, Lincoln.
End of section 20. Section 21 of Abraham Lincoln The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. One day in March of that year of 1837, Lincoln visited the home of Bowling and Nancy Green at the foot of the bluff with its timber of oak growth climbing. And he and Squire Bowling Green talked about politics, and about Lincoln going to Springfield to be a lawyer, practicing law in the law firm of Stewart and Lincoln. Like all lawyers, he had been certified to the Supreme Court as having good moral character. He was licensed to write his name, Abraham Lincoln, attorney at law. So he was leaving the town of the hilltop at the curve of the Sangamon River, with its memories of the flatboat stuck on the dam, of the trip as pilot on the Talisman, of the Offutt store that petered out, of the Black Hawk War and the boys that stepped to the front and elected him captain, the wrestling match with Jack Armstrong, the horse races and rooster fights of the boys from Clary's Grove and Wolf Creek and Sand Ridge, the mastery of Kirkham's grammar and surveying, the store of Berry and Lincoln that winked out and left him struggling under debts it would take years to pay off, the winning of the girl with the wavy corn silk hair and the folding of her hands, and the taking her away, shadows speaking in thin whispers. Men talked about John McNamar, the first betrothed to Anne Rutledge, coming back, buying more land to raise more corn to feed more hogs, to buy more land. How quick McNamar was at figuring fractions and decimals, how sharp he was at reading mortgages and deeds, and one woman saying he was cold as the multiplication table. James Rutledge had died the same year as his daughter Anne. The new owner of the farm at Sand Ridge was John McNamar, and he told the widow Rutledge she would have to move. He couldn't use promises or hopes and would have to have rent money. And the daughters had told friends, "Mother is having a hard time. We're turned out, moving to Iowa to begin all over again." One morning Lincoln saddled a horse borrowed from Bowling Green, threw across its back saddlebags containing his copies of Blackstone and a change of underwear, and started on the 20-mile ride to Springfield. On this ride his thoughts were different from the time when he moved from Kentucky up into Indiana at 8 years of age, and again when he moved from Indiana to Illinois at 21. Now he was 28 years old. He had talked with men on main travel roads, everlastingly asking questions. He had read newspapers and heard public speakers. He was watching civilization. In the legislature that winter just past, he had done a thing as independent as the way he wore his hat. He had stood almost alone against the whole legislature. He had found only one other man to stand with him. Over the nation the question had come up whether the slavery of the Negro race under the white race was right or wrong, and whether any man or woman believing it wrong should be free to say so. 40 peculiar and solemn men and women meeting in a house in Philadelphia 4 years previous had organized the American Anti-Slavery Society, calling on the free states to remove slavery by moral and political action as prescribed in the Constitution of the United States, and announcing, "With entire confidence in the overruling justice of God, we plant ourselves upon the Declaration of Independence and the truths of divine revelation as upon the everlasting rock. we shall organize anti-slavery societies, if possible, in every city, town, and village in the land. We shall send forth agents to lift up the voice of remonstrance, of warning, of entreaty, and of rebuke. We shall circulate unsparingly and extensively anti-slavery tracts and periodicals. In the Southern states it was no longer lawful to speak against slavery. Any person found guilty of an agitation that might cause an insurrection of slaves would be hanged, in accordance with the statutes. Governor Lumpkin and the legislature of the state of Georgia offered $5,000 for the person of one Boston agitator to be brought to Georgia for trial. The 3 million Negro workers in the Southern states were property, livestock valued by tax assessors at more than $1,000 million. In the Senate at Washington, Henry Clay had named the total slave property value at $1,200 million. The Cotton Belt was spreading westward, adding thousands of acres every month. The Richmond Whig of Virginia urged, "The people of the North must go to hanging these fanatics if they would not lose the benefit of the Southern trade, and they will do it. Depend upon it, the Northern people will never sacrifice their present lucrative trade with the South, so long as the hanging of a few thousand will prevent it." The New York Courier and Enquirer declared, "They, the abolitionists, have no right to demand protection of the people they insult. Ought not, we ask, our city authorities to make them understand this, to tell them that they prosecute their treasonable and beastly designs at their own peril?" President Jackson had told Congress, "I would respectfully suggest the propriety of passing such a law as will prohibit, under severe penalties, the circulation in the Southern states, through the mail, of incendiary publications intended to instigate the slaves to insurrection." The Augusta Chronicle of Georgia offered the prophecy, "We do firmly believe that if the Southern states do not quickly unite and declare to the North, if the question of slavery be longer discussed in any shape, they will instantly secede from the Union, that the question must be settled, and very soon, by the sword, as the only possible means of self-preservation." Riots in Philadelphia lasted 3 nights, ending with 44 houses smashed, a colored Presbyterian church battered, 1 Negro beaten to death, another drowned in the Schuylkill River. In Boston, an agitator who came to a meeting of the Female Anti-Slavery Society had his clothes torn off, was dragged at a rope's end through the streets, and after being rescued by the police, had to borrow coat, hat, and pantaloons to go to jail for further safety from those hunting him, who were respectable, well-to-do citizens of Boston. When Miss Prudence Crandall opened a school for Negro children at Canterbury, Connecticut, she was sent to jail for violation of the state law forbidding the teaching of colored children from other states. At Concord, New Hampshire, an academy was wrecked where colored children were being taught reading and writing. The meek, mild, soft-spoken little Quaker, Benjamin Lundy, editing a paper with the meek, mild, soft-spoken title, "The Genius of Universal Emancipation," was beaten by a Baltimore mob. And James Gillespie Birney, Kentucky-born and raised, a brilliant young lawyer who had been an Alabama planter and had given all his slaves freedom papers, couldn't get a paper printed, nor hire a hall for a speech in Owensville, Kentucky. The Philanthropist, which he was publishing in Cincinnati, was refused delivery by postmasters in the state's South. He had traveled Southwest and met dreams of Southern empire while listening to planters talking about the big land stretches west of the Mississippi River and how to make them slave territory. He wrote, "There will be no cessation of conflict until slavery shall be exterminated or liberty destroyed. Liberty and slavery cannot live in juxtaposition." And while Birney and his group tried to bring gradual emancipation by lawful and constitutional methods, the Garrison group demanded immediate emancipation by moral suasion and Christian wisdom, or somehow otherwise, maintaining that the United States Constitution, in its silent assent to slavery, was a compact with hell. From week to week, the abolitionist papers published articles and items about mobs north and south, about auctioneers of slaves calling for bids near the steps of the Capitol in Washington, the tactics of John Quincy Adams in Congress against the so-called gag rule, a resolution passed by Congress providing that all petitions relating to slavery should be laid on the table without being referred to a committee or printed. Events were splitting the churches into northern and southern divisions. Far down in Texas, men of southern kin were fighting. The Alamo garrison of 187 men dying to the last man and trying to hold out against a Mexican army of 5,000. It was part of the march of the South, or the Southern planters, to wider regions, more cotton-planted land. Sam Houston's men took victory from a Mexican army at San Jacinto and won independence for Texas. Planters had come. Slave ships had arrived at the coastline of Texas direct from Africa. A woman wrote of fresh arrivals shipwrecked near Galveston Bay. As soon as the beeves were skinned, the Negroes acted like dogs. They were so hungry. They laughed and chattered like monkeys. They did not understand a word of English. All the men and boys in the neighborhood came to see the wild Africans. So windy and clamorous forces blew across America. The future held unknown cross paths. While the hot blood of the South tingled to the sneers and curses of the abolitionists, and while the South was now openly phrasing its defense of slavery as an inevitable institution and a necessary practice, there had not yet come a clear vision of a Southern empire. The nearest to that was the attempt of South Carolina to break out of the Union of States in 1832. Medals were struck reading, "John C. Calhoun, first president of the Southern Confederacy." The flag was ready, the palmetto tree coiled with a rattlesnake. "Don't tread on me." Arrangements for troops and defense operations were underway. Governor Hayne proclaimed, "I recognize no allegiance as paramount to that which the citizens of South Carolina owe to the state of their birth or their adoption, if the sacred soil of Carolina should be polluted by the footsteps of an invader, or be stained with the blood of her citizens, shed in her defense, I trust in Almighty God that no son of hers, native or adopted, who has been nourished at her bosom, or been cherished by her bounty, will be found raising a parricidal arm against our common mother." This while President Andrew Jackson publicly appealed, "To say that any state may at pleasure secede from the Union is to say that the United States are not a nation. Fellow citizens of my native state, let me not only admonish you as the first magistrate of our common country, not to incur the penalty of its laws, but use the influence that a father would over his children whom he saw rushing to a certain ruin. In that paternal language, with that paternal feeling, let me tell you, my countrymen, that you are deluded by men who are either deceived themselves or wish to deceive you." And privately Jackson said to a go-between from South Carolina, "Tell them if one South Carolina finger be raised in defiance of this government, that I shall come down there, and once I'm there, I'll hang the first man I lay hands on to the first tree I can reach." As that small yet significant storm died down, Andrew Jackson wrote a letter to his friend, the Reverend A. J. Crawford of Georgia, reading, "Nullification is dead, and its actors and courtiers will only be remembered by the people, to be execrated for their wicked designs, to sever and destroy the only good government on the globe. Hammond's gallows ought to be the fate of all such ambitious men who would involve the country in a civil war, and all the evils in its trains, that they might ride on its whirlwinds and direct the storm. The free people of the United States have spoken, and consigned these demagogues to their proper doom. The tariff, it is now well known, was a mere pretext, and disunion and a Southern Confederacy the real object. The next pretext will be the Negro or slavery question." By the ballots of voters North and South, a New York Tammany Democrat, Martin Van Buren, took office as President of the nation on March 4, 1837, telling the country he was an inflexible and uncompromising opponent of every attempt on the part of Congress to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia against the wishes of the slaveholding states, saying he was determined to resist the slightest interference with it in the states where it exists. And without mentioning abolitionists or mobs, he took notice that a reckless disregard of the consequences of their conduct has exposed individuals to popular indignation. From the government at Washington and the national church organizations on down to business partnerships and families, the slavery question was beginning to split the country in two. At one far end was the abolitionist agitator who wanted to take away $1 billion worth of property from the Southerners, and at the other far end was a Southerner who cried, "The people of the North must go to hanging these fanatics." At two far opposite ends of an issue were passionate, reckless, stubborn men whose grandfathers had fought side by side in open combat to overthrow by violent revolution the government of the British Empire over the American colonies. Aggravations between people south and north were getting worse. Across the northern states had been organized the Underground Railway, a series of routes from the slave states across the free states and over the line into Canada. An anti-slavery man would keep a runaway slave in his house, cellar, or barn, and drive him to the next house or tell him the way. Officers of the law and slave owners came north with warrants hunting their runaway property. Illinois was seeing them often. Also, there were bogus slave hunters scattered through southern Illinois. They kidnapped free Negroes, took them to St. Louis or across the Ohio River into Kentucky, and sold them. Wagons from Tennessee and Kentucky drove across southern Illinois with movers who called out from the wagon seat that they were driving to Missouri, where a man had a right to own a nigger if he wanted to. Hostile feeling developed between Illinois and Missouri people. The Missourians called Illinois land a suckhole and its people suckers, while the Illinoisans let it pass by alluding to Missouri residents as pukes. In St. Louis, a Negro, McIntosh, killed a deputy sheriff, and a large mob took and burned him one night, and the next morning boys threw stones to see who could hit the skull most often. At the trial of the mob leaders before Judge Lawless, he charged the jury, if the destruction of the murderer was the act of congregated thousands, seized upon and impelled by that mysterious, metaphysical, and almost electric frenzy which, in all ages and nations, has hurried on infatuated multitudes to deeds of death and destruction, then I say the case transcends your jurisdiction. It is beyond the reach of human law. A young Presbyterian minister, Elijah P. Lovejoy, a halfway abolitionist editing a paper in St. Louis, had written, "Today a public meeting declares you shall not discuss slavery. Tomorrow another meeting decides it is against the peace of society that property be discussed. The next day a decree is issued speaking against distilleries, dram shops, or drunkenness. And so on. The truth is, if you give ground a single inch, there is no stopping place. I deem it therefore my duty to take my stand upon the Constitution and declare my fixed determination to maintain this ground." The editorial which discussed Judge Lawless was answered by a mob that smashed his press and threw his type out of the window. Lovejoy got the press repaired, decided to move up the river to Alton, Illinois, loaded the press on a boat, and was met at Alton by a mob that threw the press into the river. Events slowly changed Lovejoy to an immediate emancipationist. He wrote, "As well might a lady think to bail out the Atlantic Ocean with her thimble as the Colonization Society to remove slavery by colonizing the slaves in Africa." These drifts were known to Abraham Lincoln as he spent the past winter months in Vandalia. He knew the legislature was mostly of Southern blood and point of view. In the first legislature in which he had served, there were 58 members from Kentucky and Tennessee, or south of the Ohio River, 19 from the Middle Atlantic states, and only 4 from New England. He knew that there was this crimson kinship of like blood between populations in southern Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and in states south of the Ohio River, and that beyond blood kinship there were the closely interlocking interests of the southern planters buying immense quantities of pork, corn, and produce from the northern frontier states, and the New England power loom mills buying increasing millions of bales of cotton each year. Legislators of 4 southern states were asking that states north effectually suppress all associations purporting to be abolition societies. Governors of New York and Massachusetts had asked their legislatures to take such action. A mass meeting of 1,800 of the wealthiest, influential citizens of Boston had declared the abolitionists to be dangerous meddlers. The years were short and few since John Randolph of Virginia had pronounced slavery a volcano in full operation. Amid this welter, Lincoln could understand his fellow members of the legislature when they passed resolutions declaring, "We highly disapprove of the formation of abolition societies. The right of property in slaves is sacred to the slaveholding states by federal constitution, and they cannot be deprived of that right without their consent." Lincoln voted against these resolutions, and was joined by only one other member. Dan Stone and he recorded a protest spread on the Journal of Proceedings as follows: "Resolutions upon the subject of domestic slavery have passed both branches of General Assembly at its present session. The undersigned hereby protest against the passage of the same. They believe that the institution of slavery is founded on both injustice and bad policy, but that the promulgation of abolition doctrines tends rather to increase than abate its evils. They believe that the Congress of the United States has no power under the Constitution to interfere with the institution of slavery in the different states. They believe that the Congress of the United States has the power under the Constitution to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, but that the power ought not to be exercised unless at the request of the people of the district. The difference between these opinions and those contained in the resolutions is their reason for entering this protest." Just 5 weeks before filing this protest, Lincoln had delivered an address before the Young Men's Lyceum at Springfield, taking as his subject the perpetuation of our political institutions. He had spoken windy sentences such as, "Shall we expect some transatlantic military giant to step the ocean and crush us at a blow? Never! All the armies of Europe, Asia, and Africa combined, with all the treasure of the earth, our own excepted, in their military chest, with a Bonaparte for a commander, could not by force take a drink from the Ohio or make a track on the Blue Ridge in a trial of 1,000 years. With this he connected the solemn, quiet murmur, "At what point is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide." He went on, "Accounts of outrages committed by mobs form the everyday news of the times, from New England to Louisiana. In Mississippi they first commenced by hanging the regular gamblers, a set of men certainly not following for a livelihood a very useful or honest occupation, but one which, so far from being forbidden by the laws, was actually licensed by an act of the legislature passed but a single year before. Next, Negroes suspected of conspiring to raise an insurrection were caught up and hanged in all parts of the state. Then, with men supposed to be leagued with the Negroes, and finally strangers from neighboring states going thither on business, were in many instances subjected to the same fate. Thus went on the process of hanging, from gamblers to Negroes, from Negroes to white citizens, and from these to strangers, till dead men were seen literally dangling from the boughs of trees upon every roadside, and in numbers that were almost sufficient to rival the native Spanish moss of the country as the drapery of the forest. When men take it into their heads today to hang gamblers or burn murderers,
They should recollect that in the confusion usually attending such transactions they will be as likely to hang or burn someone who is neither a gambler nor a murderer as one who is, and that, acting upon the example they set, the mob of tomorrow may, and probably will, hang or burn some of them by the very same mistake. And not only so, the innocent, those who have ever set their faces against violations of law in every shape, alike with the guilty fall victims to the ravages of mob law. And thus it goes on, step by step, till all the walls erected for the defense of the persons and property of individuals are trodden down and disregarded. Good men who love tranquility, who desire to abide by the laws and enjoy their benefits, who would gladly spill their blood in the defense of their country, become tired and disgusted with government that offers them no protection. Whenever the vicious portion of the population shall be permitted to gather in bands of hundreds and thousands, and burn churches, ravage and rob provision stores, throw printing presses into rivers, shoot editors, and hang and burn obnoxious persons at pleasure and with impunity, depend on it, this government cannot last. He touched on the topic of human glory, how men of ambition spring up with towering genius. It thirsts and burns for distinction, he said, and if possible, it will have it whether at the expense of emancipating slaves or enslaving freemen. Is it unreasonable, then, to expect that some man possessed of the loftiest genius, coupled with the ambition to push it to its utmost stretch, will at some time spring up among us? And when such a one does, it will require the people to be united with each other, attaching to the government laws, and generally intelligent to successfully frustrate his designs.
Sprinkled through the address were sentences imitating the famous orator Daniel Webster of Massachusetts and the other famous orator Henry Clay of Kentucky, besides still other famous orators of that day. He closed in a manner modeled on Webster, saying, "Upon these let the proud fabric of freedom rest as a rock of its basis, and as truly as has been said of the only greater institution, the gates of hell shall not prevail against it." An honest poetry of his own heart, an inevitable mournful rhythm from the shadows of his own melancholy, stood forth in a passage where he had spoken of the generation just gone to rest, and how near that generation was to the passionate fighting men who accomplished the American Revolution. Each scarred and mutilated form that lived through the Revolution was himself a living history. But those histories are gone. They can be read no more forever. They were a fortress of strength. But what invading foemen could never do, the silent artillery of time has done, the leveling of its walls. They are gone. They were the forest of giant oaks, but the all-restless hurricane has swept over them and left only here and there a lonely trunk, despoiled of its verdure, shorn of its foliage, unshading and unshaded, to murmur in a few more gentle breezes, and to combat with its mutilated limbs a few more ruder storms, than to sink and be no more. He was growing, young Abraham Lincoln. He was a learner, calling himself, and called by others, a learner always. As he rode with his long legs straddling a borrowed horse that day in March 1837 toward Springfield, where his name would be put on a lawyer's shingle, he had $7 in cash in his pockets, and he was more than $1,000 in debt. On certain March days in Illinois, the sky is a rag-bag of whimsies. It may whisper of spring to come with soft slants of sun, while baby pearl-shell clouds dimple and drift, and then let blusters of wind blow up, followed with flurries of snow, a little sleet, a drizzle of rain, then sunshine again, and baby pearl-shell clouds dimpling and drifting. End of section 21. Section 22 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. Springfield, with its 1,500 inhabitants in 1837, was the big town of Sangamon County, selling to the 18,000 people of the county a large part of their supplies, tools, groceries, handling grain, pork, beef, and produce, with stores, churches, schools, banks, newspapers, courts, lawyers, offices of government, taverns, saloons, places of entertainment. It was a city. Its people ready to say there was no more wilderness in that part of the country. The land had been surveyed and allotted. The farm women who came to town wore shoes where they used to go barefooted. The men had changed from moccasins to rawhide boots and shoes. Farmers no longer spent time killing deer, tanning the hide, and making leather breeches to tie at the ankles. It was cheaper and quicker to raise corn and buy pantaloons which had come from Massachusetts over the Ohio or the Mississippi River or the Great Lakes. Stores advertised velvets, silk, satin, and Marseille vestings, fine calf boots, seal and Morocco pumps for gentlemen, and for the ladies, silks, barèges, crepe lace veils, thread lace, Tibet shawls, lace handkerchiefs, fine prunella shoes. Carriages held men riding in top boots and ruffled silk shirts, and women in silk and laces. It was civilization which Abraham Lincoln, 28 years old, saw as he rode into Springfield that March day in 1837, to be a lawyer. Its people were mostly from Kentucky, coming by horse, wagon, and boat across country not yet cleared of wolves, wildcats, and horse thieves. And there were in Sangamon County 78 free Negroes, 20 registered indentured servants, and 6 slaves. The center of the town was a public square, with the courthouse, jail, stores, churches, banks, harness makers, and blacksmiths lined about the square. The streets and sidewalks were plain black Illinois soil underfoot, except for gravel here and there for dry footing in rain or snow, and stones and sticks for street crossings. Lincoln pulled in his horse at the general store of Joshua Speed. He asked the price of bedclothes for a single bedstead, which Speed figured at $17. "Cheap as it is, I have not the money to pay," he told Speed. "But if you will credit me until Christmas, and my experiment as a lawyer here is a success, I will pay you then. If I fail in that, I will probably never pay you at all." Speed said afterward, "The tone in his voice was so melancholy that I felt for him. I looked up at him and thought that I never saw so gloomy and melancholy a face in my life." Speed offered to share his own big double bed upstairs over the store. Lincoln took his saddlebags upstairs, came down with his face lit up, and said, "Well, Speed, I'm moved." His meals he had arranged to take with Bill Butler, one of the Long Nine, who said Lincoln could put his feet under the table at the Butler home as long as he wanted to. They wouldn't worry about the board bill. He joined Stewart, and their professional card read, J.T. Stewart and A. Lincoln, attorneys and counselors at law, will practice conjointly in the courts of this judicial circuit, office number 4, Hoffman's Row, upstairs, Springfield, April 12, 1837. In his new copy of Webster's Dictionary, he wrote to see how it would look, on the flyleaf, A. Lincoln, Esquire, attorney and counselor at law. The county courtroom was on the lower floor of a 2-story building in Hoffman's Row. Upstairs over the courtroom was the law office of the new firm of Stewart and Lincoln, a little room with a few loose boards for bookshelves, an old wood stove, a table, a chair, a bench, a buffalo robe, and a small bed. Stewart was running for Congress, so Lincoln handled all of the law practice in range of his ability. His first case was one he had helped work on during the previous year, defending David Woolridge, in a suit brought by James P. Hawthorne. Hawthorne claimed Woolridge was to furnish him 2 yoke of oxen to break up 20 acres of prairie sod ground. Also, he claimed Woolridge was to allow him to raise a crop of corn or wheat on a certain piece of ground, and Woolridge had failed him in both cases. Furthermore, Hawthorne claimed damages because Woolridge struck, beat, bruised, and knocked him, Hawthorne, down, plucked, pulled, and tore large quantities of hair from his head. Also because with a stick in his fists he struck Hawthorne many violent blows and strokes on or about the face, head, breast, back, shoulders, hips, legs, and divers other parts of the body, and because he had with violence forced, pushed, thrust, and gouged his fingers into Hawthorne's eyes. Such were the allegations on assumpsit and trespass vi et armis, including also replevin action demanding return of a black and white yoke of steers, one black cow and a calf, and one prairie plow. Lincoln's first move was to bring up a board bill for 8 months which Hawthorne owed Woolridge, amounting at $1.50 a week to $45.75. Also, for the same 8 months, he had used a wagon and team for which he should pay $90 besides a cash loan of $100. The case never came to trial. Peacemakers settled it out of court. The plaintiff and defendant divided the court costs. In the record, Lincoln spelled wagon W-A-G-G-O-N and prairie P-R-A-I-R-Y. Between law cases, he kept up his political fences, writing such letters as this to John Bennett at Petersburg. Springfield, August 5, 1837. Dear Sir, Mr. Edwards tells me you wish to know whether the act to which your town corporation provision was attached passed into law. It did. You can organize under the general incorporation law as soon as you choose. I also tacked a provision on a fellow's bill to authorize a relocation of the road from Salem down to your town, but I am not certain whether or not the bill passed. Neither do I suppose I can ascertain before the laws will be published. If it is a law, Bowling Green, Bennett Abel, and yourself are appointed to make the change. No news, no excitement except a little about the election of Monday next. I suppose, of course, our friend, Dr. Henry, stands no chance in your diggings. Your friend and humble servant, A. Lincoln. Mrs. Joseph Anderson, a widow, came into the office of Stewart and Lincoln to ask if they could help her. She had come to Springfield to sell 10 acres of land left by her husband, but she found that General James Adams claimed the 10 acres had been signed over to him by her husband for a debt he owed General Adams as a lawyer. Lincoln worked on the case, searched the records, and then published a handbill opening with the statement, "It is well known to most of you that there is existing at this time considerable excitement in regard to General Adams's title to certain tracts of land, and the manner in which he acquired them." He then went into a tissue of facts to show that Adams had falsified documents in order to swindle a widow woman out of 10 acres of land. General Adams wrote a reply which filled 6 newspaper columns, and Lincoln returned with a 1-column answer analyzing affidavits offered by Adams, saying they were all false as hell, and adding, "In conclusion, I will only say that I have a character to defend as well as General Adams, but I disdain to whine about it as he does." When Adams again filled 6 newspaper columns with his defense, Lincoln commented, "Let it be remembered that when he first came to this country, he attempted to impose himself upon the community as a lawyer, and actually carried the attempt so far as to induce a man who was under a charge of murder to entrust the defense of his life in his hands, and finally took his money and got him hanged. Is this a man that is to raise a breeze in his favor by abusing lawyers? If he is not himself a lawyer, it is for the lack of sense, and not of the inclination. If he is not a lawyer, he is a liar, for he proclaimed himself a lawyer and got a man hanged by depending on him." His scorn of Adams was put into a clear lingo. "It is true I have no children nor kitchen boys, and if I had, I should scorn to lug them in to make affidavits for me." He declared further newspaper argument closed. "Farewell, General. I will see you again at court, if not before, when and where we will settle the question whether you or the widow shall have the land." In the trial he won for Mrs. Anderson her 10 acres of land. shortly after which an editorial supposed to have been written by Lincoln was published in the Sangamo Journal, containing a copy of the indictment found against General Adams in Oswego County, New York, in 1818, the crime charged being forgery of a deed. "A person of evil name and fame and of a wicked disposition," was the journal's allusion to Adams, who at the August election had been chosen probate justice of the peace. The affair with General Adams was taken by some people as a noisy rumpus that could have been conducted more decently by Lincoln, while others held it as a sign that chivalry was alive, even if it came in drab blue jeans with a grin. Veiled accusations were published in the Illinois Republican, a Democratic newspaper, that Lincoln's friend, Dr. A. G. Henry, the acting commissioner in charge of the construction work on the new State House, was hornswoggling the taxpayers. A committee of Whigs marched on the editorial rooms of the newspaper. Warnings and threats were exchanged. It was said that among the Democratic leaders who got their hair mussed was Stephen A. Douglas, reported to be the writer of the unsigned articles attacking Dr. Henry. Lincoln helped organize a mass meeting where he offered a resolution pointing at Dr. Henry as being accused of squandering uselessly and wastefully the public money appropriated for the State House. Therefore, said Lincoln's resolution, a committee of 7 should be appointed to investigate whether the work under Dr. Henry was progressing in the most economical and judicious manner. The committee was appointed and did its duty in a report vindicating the Whig commissioner, Lincoln's friend. It was a year with branches thickening out into the air, struggling for fresh lines for the run of the sap. The young lawyer and politician could look out from the office window on the main street and the public square, with freedom to read that would be read in the passers-by, the forms and faces, the doctor going to a birth, the hearse leading a burial party, children going to school, the town drunkard dragged by the town constable, bankers, landowners, squatters, carpenters, well-diggers, washerwomen, Kentuckians, Virginians, Yankees, French-Canadians, Pennsylvania Dutch, Irish, and Germans. Passers-by. Past the window of the law office of Stewart and Lincoln came farmers hauling corn, wheat, potatoes, and turnips in wagons. The axles creaked. Husky voices bawled at the yokes of steers, while the whip thongs lashed and cracked. Droves of hogs came past, in muddy weather wallowing over their knees, the hair of their flanks spattered, their curls of tails flipping as they grunted onward to sale and slaughter. And there were horses, and men riding and driving who loved horses. It was a horse country. They too were passers-by. Roans, grays, whites, black horses with white stockings, sorrels with a sorrel forelock down a white face, bays with a white star in the forehead. In a letter to Levi Davis, Esquire of Vandalia, Lincoln wrote one April day, "We have generally in this country peace, health, and plenty, and no news." Chapter 46. One day Lincoln had dipped a pen in an ink bottle and written the words, "State of Illinois, Sangamon County and Circuit, of the July term of the Sangamon Circuit Court in the year of our Lord 1839. And he had since dipped his pen and written the same words, changing only the date, dozens of times, and he knew if he lived he would write them thousands of times. He could almost write those words in his sleep. Likewise with the form he scratched off, reading, "I do hereby enter myself as security for costs in this cause, and acknowledge myself bound to pay, or cause to be paid, all costs which may accrue in this action, either to the opposite party or to any of the officers of the court in pursuance with the laws of this state." He could repeat that almost backward. Money came to his hands, fees of which half must go to Stewart. He wrote in memorandum, such as, "I have received $5 from deed of Macon, 5 from Lewis Keeling, 5 from Andrew Finley, 1/2 of which belongs to Stewart and has not been entered in the books." Safety was an anxious keyword in one letter. "I am unwilling to make any conveyance until I see the assignments and original certificate. If Mr. Underhill will bring that certificate, I will do all an honorable man should do. It is not money, but safety I desire." Enclosing the letter, he repeated,
If Mr. Underhill will come and bring the certificate, I will do all in safety I can."
A caller came one day, representing the United States government and its post office department. The caller wanted to ask about a certain number of dollars and cents that had come into the hands of Lincoln as postmaster in New Salem. Lincoln stepped to a corner of the office, dug out a sack, and counted the money in it, the exact amount asked for by the inspector, who took the money, gave a receipt, and went away satisfied. His grocery days were an advantage to Lincoln in the case where the Hickox brothers had sold flour to the defendant as good, merchantable, superfine flour, against which Lincoln pleaded that 20 barrels were not, at the time of sale, good, merchantable, superfine flour, but on the contrary, greatly inferior in quality. In one of his first murder cases, tried in Hancock County, Lincoln failed to save William Frame, who was convicted on April 25, 1839, and by court order hanged by the neck till dead, just 23 days later. Murderers, horse thieves, scandalmongers, and slanderers came at various times and poured out their stories amid the walls of the Stewart and Lincoln law office. There came bothered and puzzled people. George Stockton walked in one day and told how a cooking stove was spoiled, $100 worth, he guessed, and Lincoln brought suit against Tolby for that amount of damages to a cooking stove. But he had many quiet hours when there was little business, because there was little crime. In the office record of expenses he made an entry: Lincoln paid for wood, 50 cents, and Lincoln paid for saw, $2.25. If not busy at law practice, he was sawing wood. A boatload of corn coming down the Sangamon River ran onto a fish trap dam and sprang a leak so that the corn was wet. On being unloaded, the corn got rained on and further damaged. Lincoln brought suit for the owners of the boat and the corn against the fish trappers for obstructing the navigation of the Sangamon River and unlawfully damaging the boat and the corn as property. One hot summer day, Harvey Ross came. In order to prove ownership of his farm at Macomb, he had to have the testimony from a witness near Springfield. Court had closed for 6 months, Lincoln explained, but they would go out to Judge Thomas's farm a mile east and see what he could do. Lincoln took off his coat, laid it on a chair, and with a bundle of papers in one hand and a red handkerchief for wiping sweat off in the other hand, he and the witness walked out to the Thomas farm, asking the way and taking the shortcuts. The judge's wife said the judge had gone to the north part of the farm, where he had a tenant house, to help his men put up a corn crib. If they went the main road, it would be a half-mile, but if they cut across the cornfield, it would be only a quarter-mile, Mrs. Thomas said, and on Lincoln asking her to show them the path, she came out of the house and pointed to where the shortcut led across the cornfield from their barn. They struck out Indian file, Lincoln with a bundle of papers in one hand and a red handkerchief in the other, till they came to where the judge and his men were raising logs to make a corn crib and hog pen. Lincoln put the case to the judge, who looked over the papers, swore in the witness, and, with pen and ink from the tenant house, signed the documents. All were in shirt sleeves, and Lincoln remarked it was a kind of shirt-sleeve court they were holding. "Yes," laughed the judge, "a shirt-sleeve court in a cornfield." The main business being over, Lincoln asked the judge if he didn't want some help in rolling up the logs. The judge guessed 2 of them were pretty heavy and he could stand a little help. So Lincoln and Ross pitched in and helped, and when Ross offered to pay the judge for his services, the judge said he guessed the helping of the logs was pay enough. On the road back to Springfield, Lincoln could have told Ross some of the stories passing among lawyers and judges, of the man, for instance, charged with sheep killing, who was asked by the court, "Are you guilty or not guilty?" And the man wouldn't answer. The court kept at him and at last said, "You must do something. What do you do?" The man answered, "I stands mute," and pushed further, would only answer, "I stands mute." On trial, the case was decided against him, but he was told he could carry it higher up to the Court of Errors. And he murmured, "If this here ain't a court of errors, I'd like to know where you can find one." In the case of a defendant charged with mistreating a livery stable horse, a witness testified, "When his company rides fast, he rides fast, and when his company rides slow, he rides slow." "I want to know," said the important lawyer for the other side, "how he rides when he is alone." "Well," said the witness, a slow talker, "I never was with him when he was alone, so I don't know." And there was a case told among lawyers of a defendant, losing, who stood up and called the court unjust, corrupt, and false. He was fined $10 for contempt of court and handed the clerk a $20 bill. "I can't change this," said the clerk. "Never mind about the other $10, came the hot reply. "I'll take it out in contempt." End of section 22. Section 23 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. One day early in May, when the stir of new grass was green over the prairie, and lazy winds came in the jack oak brush and among the prongs of the oak and the shag bark in their spring coat of leaves, Lincoln took his pen and wrote a quaint letter out of an odd, lonely heart. It was another letter to Miss Mary Owens down in Greene County, Kentucky. She would have to be poor and show her poverty if she married him. He was willing to marry if she so wished. His advice would be not to marry. The letter read, Springfield, May 7, 1837. Miss Mary S. Owens, Friend Mary, I have commenced 2 letters to send you before this, both of which displeased me before I got half done, and so I tore them up. The first I thought was not serious enough, and the second was on the other extreme. I shall send this, turn out as it may. This thing of living in Springfield is rather a dull business after all, at least it is so to me. I'm quite as lonesome here as I ever was anywhere in my life. I have been spoken to by but one woman since I have been here, and should not have been by her if she could have avoided it. I've never been to church yet, and probably shall not be soon. I stay away because I am conscious I should not know how to behave myself. I'm often thinking of what we said about your coming to live at Springfield. I'm afraid you would not be satisfied. There is a great deal of flourishing about in carriages here, which it would be your doom to see without sharing it. You would have to be poor without the means of hiding your poverty. Do you believe you can bear that patiently? Whatever woman may cast her lot with mine, should any ever do so, it is my intention to do all in my power to make her happy and contented, and there is nothing I can imagine that would make me more unhappy than to fail in the effort. I know I should be much happier with you than the way I am, provided I saw no signs of discontent in you. What you have said to me may have been in the way of jest, or I may have misunderstood it. If so, then let it be forgotten. If otherwise, I much wish you would think seriously before you decide. What I have said I will most positively abide by, provided you wish it. My opinion is that you had better not do it. You have not been accustomed to hardship, and it may be more severe than you now imagine. I know you are capable of thinking correctly on any subject, and if you deliberate maturely upon this before you decide, then I am willing to abide your decision. You must write me a good long letter after you get this. You have nothing else to do, and though it might not seem interesting to you after you had written it, it will be a good deal of company to me in this busy wilderness. Tell your sister I don't want to hear any more about selling out and moving. That gives me the hypo whenever I think of it. Yours, etc., Lincoln. Mary Owens came on a visit to her sister near New Salem that summer. She and Lincoln saw each other and talked and came to no understanding. After they parted, and on the day they parted, Lincoln wrote her another letter. It read, Springfield, August 16, 1837. Friend Mary,
You will no doubt think it rather strange that I should write you a letter on the same day on which we parted, and I can only account for it by supposing that seeing you lately makes me think of you more than usual. While at our late meeting we had but few expressions of thoughts. You must know that I cannot see you or think of you with entire indifference, and yet it may be that you are mistaken in regard to what my real feelings toward you are. If I knew you were not, I should not trouble you with this letter. Perhaps any other man would know enough without further information, but I consider it my peculiar right to plead ignorance, and your bounden duty to allow the plea. I want in all cases to do right, and most particularly so in all cases with women. I want at this particular time more than anything else to do right with you, and if I knew it would be doing right, as I rather suspect it would, to let you alone, I would do it. And for the purpose of making the matter as plain as possible, I now say that you can now drop the subject, dismiss your thoughts, if you ever had any, from me forever, and leave this letter unanswered without calling forth one accusing murmur from me. And I will even go further and say that if it will add anything to your comfort or peace of mind to do so, it is my sincere wish that you should. Do not understand by this that I wish to cut your acquaintance. I mean no such thing. What I do wish is that our further acquaintance shall depend upon yourself. If such further acquaintance would contribute nothing to your happiness, I am sure it would not to mine. If you feel yourself in any degree bound to me, I am now willing to release you, provided you wish it. While on the other hand, I am willing and even anxious to bind you faster, if I can be convinced that it will, in any considerable degree, add to your happiness. This indeed is the whole question with me. Nothing would make me more miserable than to believe you miserable, nothing more happy than to know you were so. In what I have now said, I think I cannot be misunderstood, and to make myself understood is the only object of this letter. If it suits you best to not answer this, farewell. A long life and a merry one attend you. But if you conclude to write back, speak as plainly as I do, there can be neither harm nor danger in saying to me anything you think, just in the manner you think it. My respects to your sister. Your friend, Lincoln. And the months passed by till the first day of April came in the next year, and the comedy of man, woman, and destiny, the fact that marriages are often incidents, was lighting up his brain as his imagination reviewed events. He wrote a letter filled with the chuckles and oddities of a storyteller telling a story with the laugh on himself. Among his men acquaintances and friends there was not one he could pour out the story to. He chose a woman, Mrs. O.H. Browning, the wife of a fellow member of the legislature, to hear his confessions that he had vanity, that he had stupidity, that he had made a fool of himself, that he believed he had had a narrow escape from a marriage that would have been comic. The letter. Springfield, April 1, 1838. Dear Madam, without apologizing for being egotistical, I shall make the history of so much of my life as has elapsed since I saw you the subject of this letter. And by the way, I now discover that, in order to give a full and intelligible account of the things I have done and suffered since I saw you, I shall necessarily have to relate some that happened before. It was then, in the autumn of 1836, that a married lady of my acquaintance, and who was a great friend of mine, being about to pay a visit to her father and other relatives residing in Kentucky, proposed to me that on her return she would bring a sister of hers with her on condition that I would engage to become her brother-in-law with all convenient despatch. I of course accepted the proposal, for you know I could not have done otherwise had I really been averse to it. But privately, between you and me, I was most confoundedly well pleased with the project. I had seen the said sister some 3 years before, thought her intelligent and agreeable, and saw no good objection to plodding life through hand in hand with her. Time passed on. The lady took her journey sure enough. This stomached me a little, for it appeared to me that her coming so readily showed that she was a trifle too willing. But on reflection, it occurred to me that she might have been prevailed on by her married sister to come, without anything concerning me ever having been mentioned to her, and so I concluded that, if no other objection presented itself, I would consent to waive this. All this occurred to me on hearing of her arrival in the neighborhood, for be it remembered I had not yet seen her, except about 3 years previous, as above mentioned. In a few days we had an interview, and although I had seen her before, she did not look as my imagination had pictured her. I knew she was oversized, but she now appeared a fair match for Falstaff. I knew she was called an old maid, and I felt no doubt of the truth of at least half of the appellation, but now when I beheld her, I could not for my life avoid thinking of my mother, and this not from withered features, for her skin was too full of fat to permit it of contracting into wrinkles, but from her want of teeth, weather-beaten appearance in general, and from a kind of notion that ran in my head that nothing could have commenced at the size of infancy and reached her present bulk in less than 35 or 40 years. And in short, I was not at all pleased with her. But what could I do? I had told her sister I would take her for better or for worse, and I made a point of honor and conscience in all things to stick to my word, especially if others had been induced to act on it, which in this case I had no doubt they had, for I was now fairly convinced that no other man on earth would have her, and hence the conclusion that they were bent on holding me to my bargain. Well, thought I have said it, and be the consequences what they may, it shall not be my fault if I fail to do it. At once I determined to consider her my wife, and this done, all my powers of discovery were put to work in search of perfections in her which might be fairly set off against her defects. I tried to imagine her handsome, which, but for her unfortunate corpulency, was actually true. Exclusive of this, no woman that I have ever seen has a finer face. I also tried to convince myself that the mind was much more to be valued than the person, and in this she was not inferior, as I could discover, to any with whom I had been acquainted. Shortly after this, without coming to any positive understanding with her, I set out for Vandalia when and where you first saw me. During my stay there I had letters from her which did not change my opinion of either her intellect or intention, but on the contrary confirmed it in both. All this while, although I was fixed, firm as the surge-repelling rock, in my resolution, I found I was continually repenting the rashness which had led me to make it. Through life I have been in no bondage, either real or imaginary, from the thraldom of which I so much desired to be free. After my return home I saw nothing to change my opinions of her in any particular. She was the same, and so was I. I now spent my time in planning how I might get along through life after my contemplated change of circumstances should have taken place, and how I might procrastinate the evil day for a time, which I really dreaded as much, perhaps more, than the Irishman does the halter. After all my suffering upon this deeply interesting subject, here I am, wholly unexpectedly, completely out of the scrape, and now I want to know if you can guess how I got out of it. Out clear in every sense of the term, no violation of word, honor, or conscience. I don't believe you can guess, and so I might as well tell you at once. As the lawyer says, it was done in the manner following, to wit. After I had delayed the matter as long as I thought I could in honor do, which by the way had brought me round into last fall, I concluded I might as well bring it to a consummation without further delay. And so I mustered my resolution and made the proposal to her direct. But shocking to relate, she answered, no. At first I suppose she did it through an affectation of modesty, which I thought but ill became her under the peculiar circumstances of her case. But on my renewal of the charge, I found she repelled it with greater firmness than before. I tried it again and again, but with the same success, or rather, with the same want of success. I finally was forced to give it up, at which I very unexpectedly found myself mortified almost beyond endurance. I was mortified, it seemed to me, in 100 different ways. My vanity was deeply wounded by the reflection that I had been too stupid to discover her intentions, and at the same time never doubting that I understood them perfectly, and also that she, whom I had taught myself to believe nobody else would have, had actually rejected me with all my fancied greatness. And to cap the whole, I then for the first time began to suspect that I was really a little in love with her. But let it all go. I'll try and outlive it. Others have been made fools of by the girls, but this can never with truth be said of me. I almost emphatically, in this instance, made a fool of myself. I have now come to the conclusion never again of thinking of marrying, and for this reason. I can never be satisfied with anyone who would be blockhead enough to have me. When you receive this, write me a long yarn about something to amuse me. Give my respects to Mr. Browning. Your sincere friend, A. Lincoln. And a few months later, when Mrs. Bennett Abel of New Salem, Illinois, visited her sister Mary Owens in Greene County, Kentucky, Miss Owens told neighbors that Abe Lincoln said to Mrs. Abel in Springfield, "Tell your sister that I think she was a great fool, because she did not stay here and marry me." And when one of the Greenes at New Salem was asked later to write a letter telling what he knew about Miss Owens and especially her looks, he wrote, "Bill, I'm getting old. I have seen too much trouble to give a lifelike picture of this woman. I won't try it. None of the poets or romance writers has ever given to us a picture of a heroine so beautiful as a good description of Miss Owens in 1836 would be." Chapter 48. A school for young ladies in Springfield was announcing that besides ordinary branches of education and training in intellectual and moral science, it would conduct a class in mezzotint painting. A store was offering on sale cloth, comb, tooth, hair, and nail brushes. Civilization and culture were stirring in Illinois. The Alton Literary Society met in the courthouse in that city and debated the question, was Brutus justified in killing Caesar? Lincoln read newspapers, skirmished through exchanges in the Sangamo Journal office. He could read there in the year 1839 that the Northern Cross Railroad would pay cash for timber to make the grade from Springfield to Meredosia. Shipments of rifles had arrived in Illinois, all lengths and sizes, mounted with brass, silver, and gold, single and double barrel, with shotguns to fit the same stock, some very fine in mahogany and leather cases. Orchards were being planted with new kinds of apple trees, winter sweets, red streaks, red russets, yellow hearts, rainbows. One January day, the journal announced, "Our farmers can now be supplied with rutabaga seed at Mr. Kennedy's drug store. Now is the time to sow it. Select a piece of clean land, harrow in the seed well, keep the land clear of weeds, and thin the plants to 6 inches apart. The drill culture is better, but is more troublesome." One, and often two, columns in a newspaper had the heading "Estrays," and told of lost horses, sorrels, bays, dapple bays, some blaze-faced, some with saddle marks or spots and scars, or bit in the ear, or long-tailed or switch-tailed, or with a snip on the nose. Lincoln, on losing his horse, advertised, "Strayed or stolen. From a stable in Springfield on Wednesday 18th, a large bay horse, star on his forehead, plainly marked with harness, supposed to be 8 years old, had been shod all around, but is believed to have lost some of his shoes, and trots and paces. Any person who will take up said horse and leave information at the Journal office or with the subscriber shall be liberally paid for their trouble. A. Lincoln." One week of November of 1839, Lincoln saw 2 editorials which he read carefully more than once or twice in the Illinois State Register, the Democratic newspaper of Springfield. The articles were about him, aimed straight at him.
It was the first time any attempt had been made through the public prints to improve his manners. His personal behavior was publicly discussed, and he was advised how he should so act that he would appear to better advantage and win more general approval. He looked on the public platform like a clown, but in so looking he was a good deal of an actor, a sort of comedian, not a real clown, but one playing a part. Thus the State Register pictured him. Lincoln had spoken in the courthouse as a candidate for presidential elector on a Tuesday evening in reply to Stephen A. Douglas, and the State Register commented, "Mr. Lincoln's argument was truly ingenious. He has, however, a sort of assumed clownishness in his manner which does not become him, and which does not truly belong to him. It is assumed for effect. Mr. Lincoln will sometimes make his language correspond with his clownish manner, and he can thus frequently raise a loud laugh among his Whig hearers. But this entire game of buffoonery convinces the mind of no man, and is utterly lost on the majority of his audience. We seriously advise Mr. Lincoln to correct this clownish fault before it grows upon him." In Tuesday's debating, Douglas was the loser, the Register acknowledged. The main object of calling in Mr. Lincoln was to raise up Cyrus Walker, a Whig, who had been actually demolished by Mr. Douglas in the afternoon. Lincoln made out to get Walker rather unsteadily on his legs again, and between the two Whig speakers, our Democratic little giant, as Walker called him, had a rough time of it. Lincoln misrepresented Douglas, as was apparent to every man present. This brought a warm rejoinder from Mr. Douglas. Mr. Walker then rose, complained of Mr. D. for his warmth, and went on for an hour, starting new points. Thus a concerted plot of 2+1 began to show itself. On the Wednesday night following, Douglas argued against the United States Bank, and it seemed to the State Register. There was a profound silence upon his conclusion, and a settled gloom covered the Whigs. They saw how utterly hopeless must be the attempt to answer. Mr. Lincoln was, however, again put forward, but he commenced with embarrassment and continued without making the slightest impression. The Mr. Lincoln of Wednesday night was not the Mr. Lincoln of Tuesday. He could only meet the arguments of Mr. Douglas by relating stale anecdotes and old stories, and left the stump literally whipped off of it, even in the estimation of his own friends. Then, after declaring Lincoln and Walker were without measures or principles to advocate, the editorial closed. The men are smart enough, but the cause they have espoused is rotten to the core. The second editorial had the heading, "Mr. Lincoln and the Register," and opened, "On last Wednesday night, Mr. Lincoln, in the course of his reply to Mr. Douglas, traveled out of his way to attack the veracity of the editors of this paper. Under the rule agreed upon by a committee governing the discussion, Mr. Lincoln could not be replied to by either of the editors of this paper. This Mr. Lincoln knew, and he has lowered himself in our estimation by his conduct on that occasion. He asserted that he did not advise the running of John Bennett for the legislature, but was in favor of Bowling Green, and that the editors of the Register had lied in making such a statement. Mr. Lincoln said further that we had no authority for making the statement, and that having no authority, even had we published the truth, we were still liars. Such was the language of the man selected by the Whig party to be an elector to the high office of President of the United States. To the indecorous language of Mr. Lincoln we make no reply." Then followed the publication of an anonymous letter, which the Register said was written by a highly respectable citizen of Petersburg. The letter set forth that two good candidates had been turned down by Lincoln and two other Whig bosses, who had handed the nomination to John Bennett, a nullifier, also a thorough aristocrat, an advocate for taking the election of justices and constables from the people. The same letter had been published 2 weeks previous in the Register, and neither Lincoln nor any other Whigs replying to it, the Register assumed it was true. Before and since we have heard several of the friends of Mr. Lincoln admit on the streets and undertake to justify this party arrangement. Mr. Lincoln's allowing 2 weeks to pass by with the accusation resting on him and making no effort to relieve himself from it, gave the public the right to look upon the accusation as true. Also in the same issue of the Register, Lincoln could turn a page and read an advertisement of a sort common in all newspapers then. Usually such advertisements were scattered among the lost horses and stray cattle notices. One read, $50 reward, ran away from subscriber, living in Lewis County, Missouri, 4 miles from Tully, a slave named Charles, about 20 years of age, 5 feet 6 or 7 inches high, well made, free spoken among whites, and pleasant in conversation, had a white speck in the ball of eye, a scar at extremity of the left eyebrow, also a scar on the right wrist, and one between the neck and the collarbone, and also scars on his back. Then followed particulars about the payment of the reward for the delivery of the property. End of section 23. Section 24 of Abraham Lincoln the Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. Looking out through the little window panes of the law office overlooking the main street and the public square where the new Capitol building was to stand, listening at the street corners in summer and at the circles around wood stoves in the grocery stores in winter, Lincoln came to know the haunts and tabernacles of politics, their passions and hatreds, their stormy laughter. It was precisely this period and these people that the young French philosopher de Tocqueville, traveling north, south, and west over America, had in mind when he sharpened a pencil and wrote, "Almost the only pleasure of which any American has any idea is to take part in the government, and to discuss the part he has taken. An American cannot converse, but he can discuss. He speaks to you as if he were addressing a meeting, and if he should chance to warm in the course of the discussion, he will infallibly say, 'Gentlemen,' to the person with whom he is conversing. If an American were condemned to confine his activity to his own affairs, he would be robbed of 1/2 of his existence." And the shrewd Frenchman held a balance by also noting, "It is difficult to imagine the rapidity with which public opinion circulates in the midst of these deserts. I do not think that so much intellectual discourse takes place in the most enlightened and populous districts of France." So far as Sangamon County and Illinois were concerned, he sketched it. Once more Lincoln carried an election to the legislature, also stumping for his law partner John T. Stuart, who was elected to Congress. 2 years later, in 1840, he and Stuart were again elected to the same offices. Talk ran that he deserved a nomination to Congress for his efforts in behalf of the Whig party. He was pushed by his party for Speaker of the House in the legislature. Besides wit and personality, a man had to have bulldog courage and a constitution like a horse to stand up in the game. When Stuart was running against Steve Douglas for Congress in 1838, the two struck, grappled, and fought like wildcats back and forth over the floor of Herndon's grocery till each was too tired to hit another blow. When Stuart came to, he ordered a barrel of whiskey for the crowd. Lincoln, a while later, sending news to Stuart in Washington, wrote, "Yesterday, Douglas, having chosen to consider himself insulted by something in the Journal, undertook to cane Francis, the editor, in the street. Francis caught him by the hair and jammed him back against a market cart, where the matter ended by Francis being pulled away from him. The whole affair was so ludicrous that Francis and everybody else, Douglas excepted, have been laughing about it ever since." The Whigs rented the courthouse for a campaign meeting one day, and Edward D. Baker, speaking on the issues of the day, led up to the point where he declared that wherever there was a land office, there was a Democratic newspaper to defend its corruption. Democrats in the audience yelled, "Pull him down!" A riot was starting when Lincoln, who had been listening to the speech through a trap door looking from his office down into the courtroom, came dangling down with his long legs through the hole in the ceiling. He helped bring order by saying, "Hold on, gentlemen. This is a land of free speech. Baker has a right to speak, and if you take him off the stand, you'll have to take me, too." When a railroad contractor, Reuben Radford, brought in a construction gang to man the polls for the Democratic ticket one election day, Lincoln heard about it and went to the polling place in a slow trot. In warning Radford, he remarked, "Radford, you'll spoil and blow if you live much longer." He told Speed in the evening that he wanted to hit Radford but couldn't get a chance.
I intended to just knock him down and leave him kicking.
At a political meeting in Springfield, he replied to an attack on The Long Nine by Jesse B. Thomas. It was a furious and directly personal handling he gave Thomas, with jabs of sarcasm and a mimicking of Thomas. Springfield called it a terrible skinning, and it was alluded to as the skinning of Thomas. The crowd had egged him on with yells and cheers so that Lincoln gave Thomas a worse skinning than he intended. He went to Thomas's office and said he was sorry. He told friends he wasn't proud of the performance. James Matheny joined Lincoln, Evan Butler, and Noah Rickard one evening in dragging a man to the courthouse pump where they stripped him of his shirt, tied him to the pump, and gave the man's wife a switch and told her, "Light in." The man was a shoemaker who had been getting drunk regularly and always when drunk, brutally beating his wife. Lincoln had warned him that if he beat his wife again, he would have to take a beating himself. Matheny said the wife had to be encouraged to lay on with the switch, and after that night he and Lincoln didn't hear anything more about the shoemaker beating his wife. When Colonel Dick Taylor, known also as Ruffled Shirt Taylor, on account of his wearing ruffled silk shirts, got sarcastic about the Whigs being elegant and wearing fine clothes while pleading for the plain people, Lincoln, who was debating with Taylor, listened coolly, but after a while slipped to the side of Taylor and tore open a coat buttoned up close. A bulge of ruffled silk flew out, and there came to sight a colored velvet vest and a watch chain with gold seals. The audience roared, heard Taylor through, and then later heard Lincoln say, as Ninian Edwards recalled it, "While Colonel Taylor was making these charges against the Whigs over the country, riding in fine carriages, wearing ruffled shirts, kid gloves, massive gold chains with large gold seals, and flourishing a heavy gold-headed cane, I was a poor boy, hired on a flatboat at $8 a month, and had only one pair of breeches to my back, and they were buckskin. Now, if you know the nature of buckskin when wet and dried by the sun, it will shrink. And my breeches kept shrinking until they left several inches of my legs bare between the tops of my socks and the lower part of my breeches. And whilst I was growing taller, they were becoming shorter, and so much tighter that they left a blue streak around my legs that can be seen to this day. If you call this aristocracy, I plead guilty to the charge." While Stuart was in Washington, Lincoln handled the law practice and kept track of politics. Out of the silences of the little law office, he sent letters to Stuart about the many errands he was running from day to day, and the items of news, the twists of life he and his eyes and ears bent toward. Two of the letters to Stuart read, Springfield, November 14, 1839. Dear Stuart, I've been to the Secretary's office within the last hour and find things precisely as you left them. No new arrivals of returns on either side. Douglas has not been here since you left. A report is in circulation that he has abandoned the idea of going to Washington, though the report does not come in a very authentic form, so far as I can learn. Though, by the way, speaking of authenticity, you know that if we had heard Douglas say that he had abandoned the contest, it would not be very authentic. There is no news here. Noah, I still think, will be elected very easily. I am afraid of our race for representative. Dr. Knapp has become a candidate, and I fear the few votes he will get will be taken from us. Also, someone has been tampering with old Esquire Wyckoff and induced him to send in his name to be announced as a candidate. Francis refused to announce him without seeing him, and now I suppose there is going to be a fuss about it. I have been so busy that I have not seen Mrs. Stewart since you left, though I understand she wrote you by today's mail, which will inform you more about her than I could. The very moment a speaker is elected, write to me who he is. Your friend as ever, A. Lincoln. Springfield, December 23, 1839. Dear Stuart,
Dr. Henry will write you all the political news. I write this about some little matters of business. You recollect you told me you had drawn the Chicago massacre money and sent it to the claimants. A damned hawk-billed Yankee is here besetting me at every turn I take, saying that Robert Kinsey never received the $80 to which he was entitled. Can you tell me anything about the matter? Again, old Mr. Wright, who lives up South Fork somewhere, is teasing me continually about some deeds which he says he left with you, but which I can find nothing of. Can you tell me where they are? The legislature is in session and has suffered the bank to forfeit its charter without benefit of clergy. There seems to be little disposition to resuscitate it. Whenever a letter comes from you to Mrs. Stewart, I carry it to her, and then I see Betty. She is a tolerable nice fellow now. Maybe I will write again when I get more time. Your friend, as ever, A. Lincoln. P.S. The Democratic giant is here, but he is not now worth talking about. He closed one letter to Stewart with a reference to Ruffled Shirt Taylor delivering a speech which William May answered. The way May let the wind out of him was a perfect wonder. Neither you nor I ever saw a crowd in this country so near all on one side, and all feeling good. To this letter was the postscript, Jeff Bell has come out for Harrison. Ain't that a caution? His first published speech and pamphlet was coming off the printing presses early in 1840, and he wrote Stewart, Well, I made a big speech which is in progress of printing in pamphlet form. To enlighten you and the rest of the world, I shall send you a copy when it is finished. The speech was one of a series of discussions of issues of the day, each speaker taking an entire evening, the general public invited to attend, in the hall of the House of Representatives in Springfield. The smallest audience of the season came to hear Lincoln, and he alluded to that fact and let it stand in the published pamphlet, which opened, Fellow citizens, it is peculiarly embarrassing for me to attempt a continuance of the discussion on this evening, which has been conducted in this hall on several previous ones. It is so because on each of those evenings there was a much fuller attendance than now, without any reason for it being so, except the greater interest the community feel in the speakers who address them then than they do in him who is to do so now. I am indeed apprehensive that the few who have attended have done so more to spare me mortification than in the hope of being interested in anything I may be able to say. This circumstance casts a damp upon my spirits, which I am sure I shall be unable to overcome during the evening. From this mournful beginning, the 30-year-old orator swept out into a speech that ranged across many fierce issues of the hour. Not only was he the strong young man who could take an axe handle and go to the polls and alone open a way through a gang blocking passage to the voting place. Not only was he the athlete they had seen take two fighting men and throw them apart as though they were two kittens. He was impressionable, with soft spots, with tremulous pools of changing lights. Though he stood up loose-jointed and comic with appeals in street-corner slang and dialect from the public square hitching-posts, yet at moments he was as strange and far off as the last dark sands of a red sunset, solemn as naked facts of death or hunger. He declared 10 years of Democratic administration had cost more money than the first 27 years of the country's government, including the cost of the War of 1812. The large sums foolishly, not to say corruptly, thrown away constitute one of the just causes of complaint against the administration. The agents of the government in connection with the Florida Indian War needed a certain steamboat. The owner proposed to sell it for $10,000. The agents refused to give that sum, but hired the boat at $100 per day and kept it at that hire till it amounted to $92,000. The contract for carrying the mail upon a certain route had expired, and of course was to be let again. The old contractor offered to take it for $300 a year. One James Reside bid $99 and received the contract. On examination, it was discovered that Reside had received for the service on this route, which he had contracted to render for less than $100, the enormous sum of $1,999. This is but a single case. Many similar ones covering some 10 or 20 pages of a large volume are given. He took up discussion of the sub-treasury plan proposed by the Democrats, declaring it less safe than the national bank plan of the Whigs. By the sub-treasury scheme, the public money is to be kept between the times of its disbursement by treasurers of the mint, custom house officers, land officers, and some new officers to be appointed. Has a year passed since the organization of the government that numerous defalcations have not occurred among this class of officers? Look at Swartout with his $1,200,000, Price with his $75,000, Harris with his $109,000, Lynn with his $55,000, together with some 2,500 lesser lights. With however much care selections of bank officers might be made, there would be some unfaithful and dishonest. The experience of the whole world in all bygone times proves this true. The Savior of the world chose 12 disciples, and even one of that small number, selected by superhuman wisdom, turned out to be a traitor and a devil. And it may not be improper here to add that Judas carried the bag, was the sub-treasurer of the Savior and his disciples. He took the instance of a sub-treasurer having in his hands $100,000 of public money. His duty says, you ought to pay this money over, but his interest says, you ought to run away with this sum and be a nabob the balance of your life. And who that knows anything of human nature doubts that in many instances interest will prevail over duty, and that the sub-treasurer will prefer opulent knavery in a foreign land to honest poverty at home. He inquired whether a penitentiary department annexed to the sub-treasury was not itself an admission that they expected public money to be stolen. Why build the cage if they expect to catch no birds? But as to the question how effectual the penitentiary will be in preventing defalcations, how effectual have penitentiaries heretofore been in preventing the crimes they were established to suppress? Has not confinement in them long been the legal penalty of larceny, forgery, robbery, and many other crimes in almost all the states? And yet are not those same crimes committed weekly, daily, nay, and even hourly, in every one of those states? Again, the gallows has long been the penalty of murder, and yet we scarcely open a newspaper that does not relate a new case of that crime. If then the penitentiary has ever heretofore failed to prevent larceny, forgery, and robbery, and the gallows and halter have likewise failed to prevent murder, by what process of reasoning, I ask, is it that we are to conclude the penitentiary will hereafter prevent the stealing of public money? But our opponents seem to think they answer the charge that the money will be stolen fully if they can show that they will bring offenders to punishment. Not so. Will the punishment of the thief bring back the stolen money? No more so than the hanging of a murderer restores his victim to life. What is the object desired? Certainly not the greatest number of thieves we can catch, but that the money may not be stolen. If then any plan can be devised for depositing the public treasure where it will never be stolen, never embezzled, is not that the plan to be adopted? Turn then to a national bank. Toward the end of his speech, 30-year-old Abraham Lincoln spoke like a man watching a crazy and cruel horizon. Many free countries have lost their liberty, and ours may lose hers, but if she shall, be it my proudest plume, not that I was the last to desert, but that I never deserted her. I know that the great volcano in Washington, aroused and directed by the evil spirit that reigns there, is belching forth the lava of political corruption in a current broad and deep, which is sweeping with frightful velocity over the whole length and breadth of the land, bidding fair to leave unscathed no green spot nor living thing, while on its bosom are riding, like demons on the waves of hell, the imps of that evil spirit, and fiendishly taunting all those who dare to resist its destroying course with the hopelessness of their effort. And knowing this, I cannot deny that all may be swept away. Broken by it, I too may be. Bow to it, I never will. The allusions to imps, lava, waves of hell, and fiendish taunts concerned a town 70 miles from Springfield, where a wild drama had been acted out 2 years before. A young man in the town of Alton told men he must speak what he believed ought to be spoken. And the men to whom he so spoke answered that if he did speak what he believed ought to be spoken, they would kill him. He had brought a printing press up from St. Louis, intending through the columns of his weekly newspaper to speak what he believed ought to be spoken. They threw his printing press into the Mississippi River. He brought another printing press to Alton. They wrecked it. And a third time he brought a printing press to Alton, and they circled by night with torches and guns around the warehouse where he had the printing press, and they set the warehouse on fire, and they shot him and killed him. And over the Illinois prairies and from the frontier to the eastern coast of America, there was discussion about whether this young man, Elijah P. Lovejoy, was right or wrong in saying, against repeated warnings, that he must speak what he believed ought to be spoken. Discussion flared up, sank down, flared up again about gag rule and gag government. In Springfield, as Abraham Lincoln read the newspapers, the picture of what happened at Alton shocked him. That was his own word for it. He was shocked. Feet on the office table, gazing across the public square, he sat huddled with his thoughts. When a bill came up in the legislature to throw off the territory of Wisconsin, the 14 northern counties of the state of Illinois, he fought to defeat it. He wanted Illinois to have Chicago, a port on one of the Great Lakes within its borders, connecting the West with the East. If the measure had won, it would have left Illinois depending on the Ohio and Mississippi rivers for water transportation, with its main economic outlets toward the South, with its future tied closer to the South. The bill was beaten by 70 votes to 11. At Page Eaton's carpenter shop one afternoon, he stopped and talked. Page Eaton allowed that everybody said Lincoln would never make a good lawyer because he was too honest. And as Eaton told it, Lincoln said he had a notion to quit studying law and learn carpentering. He thought there was more need of carpenters out here than lawyers. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Abraham Lincoln the Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50. Among the men with whom Lincoln was mixing in company day by day in his Springfield life as he passed 30 years of age, there were future congressmen, governors, senators, judges. He was watching masters in the game of politics and law. He saw the young Stephen A. Douglas move from job to job. Douglas had been state's attorney, member of the Illinois legislature, had become register of the land office at Springfield, and was always mentioned for congressman. Watching the operations of some of his fellow citizens, he learned more ways and habits of politics than are told of in the books. After trying a case in the courthouse, gossiping on street corners a few minutes, and stopping in at 2 or 3 stores, and then going to his office and reading the latest newspapers, he could put his feet on the office table, tilt back his chair, and look out over the moving shadows of the public square with enough history and philosophy to supply him for hours of thought, surmise, deduction, suspicion, mystery. The spinning of weaves and webs was going on, schemers winding back and forth trying to piece together their schemes. In order to live and stand up to be one of the men among men in that frontier town and state in the years around 1840, a man had to know schemers, had to know how to spot a scheme when he saw one coming, and how to meet scheme with scheme. It was not only Abe Lincoln's honesty that had put him in the front among leaders of the Whig Party, nor only that he had personality and was a vote-getter on the stump and at electioneering. It was also that he was a schemer. He had a long head and could gun for game far off. He was peering at Stephen A. Douglas, the Register of the Land Office, just as he had peered at unknown lights moving in shallows of the Mississippi River as he drew near in a flatboat. A young man lit up with wild human enthusiasms had begun clerking in the Speed store and sleeping upstairs in the big room with Speed and Lincoln. He was William H. Herndon, whose father had taken him out of Illinois College at Jacksonville when the killing of Lovejoy started abolition bonfires among its professors and students. He had been with Lincoln on one or two stumping trips and had first seen Lincoln as he was riding horseback along the Sangamon River at the time Lincoln piloted the Talisman over the broken dam at New Salem. Young Herndon was thinking of studying law. Between these two men, Lincoln 9 years the older, there was a trust and understanding not common among men. They belonged with Speed to a club of young men who met and read their writings to each other. Lincoln once entertained them with rhymes about the mistakes of men and women toward each other, one reading, "Whatever spiteful fools may say, each jealous ranting yelper, no woman ever went astray without a man to help her." Interest in politics, the science of government, and the destiny of the human race was so keen at this time that the young Democrats and Whigs had a debating tournament that ran 8 days straight, Sunday excepted, 4 speakers to a side, each speaker taking an evening. Lincoln's night to speak came last, and as the listeners to politics and the science of government had their ears full of discussions by that time, Lincoln had the smallest audience of all. The future held the thoughts of the young men. What with railroads coming west, the border would move, the Great Plains fill up with settlers, the frontier would shift from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, and after that to the Pacific coast. Peoria ran stages daily to Springfield, 3 times a week to Galena, Ottawa, and Rushville, and twice a week to Oquawka. The name Oquawka was mentioned by people as a place where white men had a town. It was not an Indian tribe nor a bird or rabbit. 7 steamers made trips between Peoria, St. Louis, and Pittsburgh. Another ran between St. Louis and the Rock River. History and destiny were in the air. The name of Stone's Landing was changed to Napoleon, the name of Goose Run to Columbus River. The land was now all surveyed. Fences were coming. If timber for rail fencing was not handy, there was the Osage orange hedge, which, with a few hours' growth, would keep cows in a pasture and out of a cornfield in the prairie farms. Land speculators now held the larger part of the land in Illinois. By 1837, there had been issued 17,075 patents for 2,831,840 acres of land. In 1839 were recorded 1,132,872 land sales. The wilderness was passing into the hands of landlords and speculators. Romulus Riggs, who lived in Philadelphia and gave his daughter the name of Illinois, offered 226 quarter sections of land for sale at prices from $5 to $40 an acre. Of his total holdings, he wished to sell 42,560 acres. In state and national politics, the Western public lands became an issue. Martin Van Buren, the New York Tammany Democrat, who was picked by Andrew Jackson to follow him in the White House, was beaten in the wild campaign of 1840, partly because of his record of having voted against Western internal improvements, against the Cumberland Road, the Illinois and Michigan Canal grant, and the reduction of the price of public lands. William Henry Harrison, the first Whig and the first Northern man from west of the Allegheny Mountains, entered the White House. The campaign and the election filled the Illinois Whigs with enthusiasm and faith. Some predicted their party had come to stay. that the Democratic Party was hitting a slump that would mean its death. The Democrats had charged that Harrison was kept in a cage in a little Ohio town where a committee of Whigs spoke and thought for him. Also, they peddled a story that the women of Chillicothe, Ohio, had formerly presented him with a petticoat. The Whigs, however, set forth Harrison as another game fighter like Andrew Jackson, but without Jackson's faults. Certain Democrats, having scornfully referred to Harrison as a drinker of hard cider who lived in a log cabin, the slogans hard cider and log cabin were taken up by the Whigs. When Maine went heavy for Harrison at its early state election, the Whig songbooks came out with a rhyme, "Oh, have you heard how Maine went? She went hell-bent for Governor Kent, and Tippecanoe and Tyler too." One of Lincoln's early speeches in the campaign was in Alton, where it was announced by large handbills declaring, "Attention, the people! A. Lincoln, Esquire, of Sangamon County, one of the electoral candidates, will address the people this evening at early candle lighting at the old courtroom, Riley's Building, by request of many citizens, Thursday, April 9th, 1840. In this campaign, Lincoln did more stumping than in any previous campaign. He was matched against Douglas in many debates. He took up the nickname by which Whigs referred to all Democrats, Locofocos, or Locos. At a meeting of New York Democrats, two factions were trying to control the meeting. One gang turned off the gas lights, and in the darkness the other gang, who had come prepared, took the new friction matches, called Locofoco, from their pockets, struck their matches, and lighted the room and ran the meeting. Lincoln spoke from a wagon at a big conclave of Whigs in Springfield in June, which was attended by 15,000 people, some from as far as Chicago. They came in carriages and wagons, on horseback and on foot. They came with log cabins drawn on wheels by oxen, and with coonskins, and hard cider. They came with music and banners, thousands from long distances. Among the Whig orators were Fletcher Webster, a son of Daniel Webster, E.D. Baker, John J. Hardin, the Reverend John Hogan, and Ben Bond, a son of Shadrach Bond. One man who heard Lincoln make his wagon speech at the big Springfield powwow wrote about it afterward. The questions involved were not such as enlisted and engaged Lincoln's best thoughts. At times he discussed the questions in a logical way, but much time was devoted to telling stories to illustrate some phase of his argument, though more often the telling of these stories was resorted to for the purpose of rendering his opponents ridiculous. In that kind of oratory he had no equal in the state. One story he told on that occasion was full of salient points and well illustrated the arguments he was making. It was not an impure story, yet it was not one it would be seemly to publish. But rendered as it was in his inimitable way, it contained nothing that was offensive to a refined taste. In the audience that Lincoln spoke to were delegates from Chicago. They had been hauled by 14 teams. It took them 3 weeks to make the trip. One log cabin on wheels had been hauled by 30 yoke of oxen. It had a hickory tree growing by a cabin, with live coons in the tree, and a barrel of hard cider on tap by the cabin door. The Chicago delegates were flying a petticoat, a Democratic symbol of Harrison as a warrior. They had torn it away from Democrats on the way from Chicago. There was singing, "Without a why or a wherefore, we'll go to Harrison therefore." A large handbill got out by the Whigs, with Lincoln's name printed among other Whig electors, was headed, "To the Friends of the National Road." The slogan, "Freemen, strike home," stood in large type. The smaller type were such accusations as "the scows, pile drivers, hammers, etc., used in constructing the harbor at Chicago, and which is now unfinished, have been sold by order of government for $201, having cost more than $6,000. Van Buren and the Democrats were blamed for the failure to build the Cumberland Road on through the West, while the pledge was offered, "Elect Harrison and the National Road is saved." Banker, merchant, mechanic, and farmer toasted Harrison in mugs of hard cider. A Galena rally had 2,846 men and 340 women. At Carlinville were 3,000. Illinois voted for Harrison. A. Lincoln, as one of the Electoral College, cast his vote for the first Northern and Western man to be sent to the White House. It was a famous campaign. The only one like it before was the one in which Andrew Jackson and his Democratic organization overwhelmingly defeated John Quincy Adams. In both campaigns, the winner was a fighting man who could ride, shoot, and look danger in the eye. Also in both campaigns, the winner was close to the people of the soil, a plain man among the toilers. Also, the tactics of the Harrison men consisted chiefly of personal attacks on Martin Van Buren, the president, just as in the case of Jackson in 1826, the tactics consisted chiefly of attacks on John Quincy Adams, the president. Each retiring president was accused of living in too high-toned a fashion in the White House. And finally, with Harrison as with Jackson, on his entrance into the White House, there was a feeling in many quarters that some great change, perhaps a revolution, had been accomplished. But people couldn't tell just what it was about. The significant big point in each campaign was the proof it gave that sometimes the American democracy goes on a rampage and shows that it has swift and terrific power, even though it is not sure what to do with that power. As between Jackson and Harrison, there was the tragic difference that while each of them was stormed by office hunters, Jackson was strong and cool enough to live and satisfy thousands of them, while they killed Harrison. And the White House was left in control of the halfway Whig John Tyler, who was far from the figure, voice, and hope the people had voted for. Among Illinois Whigs there were regrets. They carried their national ticket but lost the state to the Democrats. This put a new color on a case they were interested in. Months earlier they had charged the Democrats with fraud in voting. Thousands of Irish workmen in the Canal Zone had started a test action before a circuit judge who ruled that foreign-born inhabitants must be naturalized before they could vote. The Democrats took the case to the Supreme Court, knowing that if they lost the case, they would lose thousands of votes. Then came the newly elected legislature into session, with a Democratic majority holding power through the ballots of the Canal Zone workers. This was the hour Stephen Douglas, Register of the Land Office, seized. He wrote a draft of a bill. He made a speech in the rotunda of the Capitol asking the legislature to pass the bill. The bill passed and became law. It threw out of office 4 circuit court judges, set up 5 new Supreme Court judgeships, and arranged for the legislature to appoint 9 new judges who would be the Supreme Court of the state besides doing the work of the circuit court judges who were thrown out. The bill passed the Senate by a vote of 22 to 17, and the House by a vote of 45 to 40. By this move, the Democrats saved the Canal Zone vote for their party, appointed Democrats as clerks in half the counties of the state as provided in the bill, and placed Stephen A. Douglas, who could no longer be Register of the Land Office under a Whig national administration, on the bench as a Supreme Court judge. The reply of the Whig Party to this reform of the judiciary was a calm address issued by a committee of which Lincoln was a member, entitled Appeal to the People of the State of Illinois, declaring that the independence of the judiciary has been destroyed, that hereafter our courts will be independent of the people and entirely dependent on the legislature, that our rights of property and liberty of conscience can no longer be regarded as safe from the encroachments of the unconstitutional legislation. During this session of the legislature, there were bitter feelings between the Whigs and Democrats. The voting was often close. Once when the Democrats wanted a quorum and the Whigs didn't, the Democrats locked the door of the House so as to keep the quorum in. Lincoln, Joe Gillespie, and another Whig raised a window and jumped out and hid. It was a time in which the Democrats had many sneering and furious ways of saying that the Whigs were too respectable, while the Whigs, on the other hand, had many proud, cool ways of saying that the Democrats were not respectable enough. Chapter 51. In the early days of Illinois, there was a man named Ninian Edwards who stood foremost among politicians, land speculators, and citizens of wealth and influence. He had been born in Maryland in the opening year of the American Revolution and was taken as a child along the Wilderness Road through Cumberland Gap to Lexington, Kentucky, where he grew up and became a lawyer, a circuit judge, and a judge of the Court of Appeals. He left his bench as Chief Justice of the Courts of Kentucky to take a commission from President Madison and to journey west and north into Illinois, of which newly carved territory he was the newly appointed governor. As Shadrach Bond took the office of governor of Illinois, just admitted to the Union of States, Ninian Edwards was sworn in as the first United States Senator, chosen to speak for the new state in Congress at Washington in 1818. He resigned as senator and was starting for Mexico City to act as United States ambassador to Mexico when charges were filed by William H. Crawford, Secretary of the Treasury at Washington, that Edwards had helped get monies deposited in a defaulting bank at Shawneetown, Illinois. He resigned as ambassador to Mexico, and for years then Illinois politics was torn with war on Ninian Edwards. He fought through scandalous campaigns when personal and political enemies charged him with embezzlement. He was master of connecting webs between banking, land speculation, and politics. Elected governor of the state in 1826, he lived as one of its powerful and substantial citizens, holding land in blocks of thousands of acres and snapping up many tracts of land delinquent in tax payments. He died in 1833, with reminiscences of years when his wife helped him tie their horses close to the house at night because so many horse thieves prowled the country. Years when he was organizing companies of riflemen and building stockade forts from the Missouri to the Wabash River. Ninian W. Edwards, the son of Ninian Edwards, lived in Springfield, was one of the Long Nine, was of the same age as Abraham Lincoln, and the two had campaigned and electioneered together over Sangamon County. The Edwards house stood 2 stories high and was big enough to hold within its walls a dozen prairie farmer cabins. Its walls and chimneys were of brick, with porches running the lengths of 2 sides of the house. A large 1-story kitchen stretched flat to the rear of the house. Its tall windows went higher than a tall man's arms would reach. Green blinds opened out from the 2nd-story windows. Brocades of wooden scrollwork embellished the eaves. An ornamented railing guarded the margins of the 2nd-story portico. Solid and aristocratic sash, door, and blind wooden work performed offices of use and decoration. A roadway shaped in the outline of a broad banjo permitted carriages to enter, deposit guests on the front veranda, and half-circle out to the street with convenience and facility. Along with the Forquet house, which had a lightning rod, it was in a class with the handsome and distinguished houses of Springfield. At its north end was a parlor where parties, teas, dances, soirees were held. Lincoln was a signer of one printed invitation to a cotillion ball at the Edwards house. He joined 3 other Springfield men in a written request sent to the wife of a Quincy member of the legislature, Lincoln writing, "To the Honorable Mrs. Browning, we, the undersigned, respectfully represent to your Honoress that we are in great need of your society in the town of Springfield, and therefore humbly pray that your Honoress will repair forthwith to the seat of government, bringing in your train all ladies in general who may be at your command, and all Mrs. Browning's sisters in particular." This was the same Mrs. Browning to whom he had written the long letter about his love affair with Miss Mary Owens. And Mrs. Browning, when she met Lincoln in Springfield, spoke to him as though the letter was one of his jokes, just a prank of his strange, whimsical mind, as though in a gay storytelling mood he had invented, made up out of his head, an adventure to have a laugh over. He had played Muggins, sitting opposite a young woman, looking her in the eye, touching the plate in his lap when she touched hers, and finally winning the game by not once taking his eyes from hers, and by always repeating each motion she made in touching her face with her fingers or thumbs. But when they led him to a mirror, he saw his face streaked black. The plate put in his lap for the game had been sooted over a candle flame. It seemed as though Lincoln at this time was looking for a woman, and yet there were things operating against him in the getting of a woman from among those who had come his way and met his fancy. He was backward, perhaps bashful, about telling any one woman truly how he felt about all women, that they had a harder path in life than men, that he felt sacred and mysterious urges living in the bodies of women, which he didn't feel about men, that there were soft mystic confusions about the behavior of women that upset him, and without showing that he was upset, he would talk politics or science or the latest news, whatever it might be, or drift into droll and dry humors that would puzzle women. In the matter of compliments, for instance, he was not at home with women. Among men he could find compliments to speak. Picking a man's point of pride or interest and then saying something that was true and that pleased the man in connection with that pride or interest was an act of his every day. With women, however, he did not have this gift of finding a high pride or interest about which he could make a winning and honest compliment. Lincoln goes out when they take him, but he isn't much for society, one Springfield woman noticed. I don't think he can be called bashful. He is never embarrassed, that I see, and he seems to enjoy the ladies' company, but he does not go much, as some of the young men do. There was Miss Sarah Rickard, 16 years old, staying at Bill Butler's house where Lincoln took his meals. He gave her presents, was her escort at parties, lectures, entertainments. They saw a home talent dramatization of The Babes in the Wood, and attended together the first theater performance with regulation stage and curtain in Springfield. To her he pointed out that, her name being Sarah, and the Sarah of Bible times having become the wife of Abraham, it was written that she, Sarah Rickard, was foreordained to marry him, Abraham Lincoln. Then came an older sister, telling Sarah she was too young to think about marrying. And at the time Lincoln's interest in her was growing keener, she sent him away, remarking afterward, "I found I was beginning to like him, but you know, his peculiar manner and general deportment would not be likely to fascinate a young lady entering the society world." He was odd. He did have a peculiar manner. He was homely, ironical, kindly, simple, whimsical, adroit, with a lean and fierce physical strength kept under fine control. And yet it was never said of him by those close to him, as was said of his father before him. He had a way with women. It seemed as though Miss Mary Owens and Miss Sarah Rickard both spoke of him as rather a strange apparition, an aloof and removed creature who mounted barriers or slipped through fine meshes where they can neither see nor feel barriers or meshes, while, on the other hand, he might drawl a slow, earthy mother wit about cheap common things, of all doorsteps and kitchens, somewhat like a farmer or a carpenter, too common and familiar for the women in quest of romance with roses, moonlight, and compliments. He was a paradox, so easy to see through with his funny street-corner stories, and so baffling when his face settled into granitic calm, and there came into the depths of his eyes the shadows of a burning he had been through, and he was a changed man keeping to himself the gray mystery of the change. It was this Lincoln who was going to parties at the two-story brick house of the Edwards across the street from the new state capitol. It was this Lincoln who seemed to be looking for a woman. His name had been on the printed invitations to a cotillion ball at the Edwards mansion. End of section 25. Section 26 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52. And now there came to the house of Ninian W. Edwards in 1840 a young woman from Lexington, Kentucky. This was her second visit. She had been there 3 years before on a short visit. Now she had come to stay. She was Miss Mary Todd, and was a younger sister of the wife of Ninian W. Edwards, Elizabeth. They were the granddaughters of Todds, who had fought with Washington through the American Revolution, and with Daniel Boone in Kentucky at the time Boone was saying he was an instrument ordained by God to settle the wilderness. Their father, Robert Smith Todd, had been a captain in the War of 1812, had served in both houses of the legislature in Kentucky, and was president of the Bank of Kentucky in Lexington. Miss Mary Todd was 22 years old, plump, swift, beaming, with ready answers slipping from a sharp tongue, in the year that Springfield and Abraham Lincoln became acquainted with her. She had her gifts: a smooth, soft skin, soft brown hair, and flashing clear blue eyes. With her somewhat short figure, sheathed in a gown of white with black stripes, cut low at the neck and giving free play to her swift neck muscles, her skirt fluffed out in a slightly balloonish hoop, shod in modish ballroom slippers, she was a center of likes and dislikes among those who came to the house where her sister was mistress. Though her tongue and its sarcasm that came so quickly and so often brought dislikes and hates, there was a shine and a bubbling, a foaming over of vitality that won friends. For Lincoln, as he came to know her, she was lighted with sprays of magnets. If only as a decorative outline, she struck him as paramount and incomparable. She was the first aggressively brilliant feminine creature his friends ever knew of who crossed his path and waylaid him with resources known to an accomplished and vital woman. She haunted him and held his attentions by the use of age-old fascinations, difficult of analysis by man because they move in a world of intuitive half-lights, swift gestures, and shaded intonations, lies, white lies, and lies shifting a medium course between lies and white lies. He could keep his head and outguess lights, shoals, and sandbars of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, and take a flatboat through. With Mary Todd, he lost his head. His experience was rich with rivers, starved with women. As one woman remarked, he didn't go as much as other young men for ladies' company. Besides the charm that attached to Mary Todd in her smooth, soft skin, soft brown hair, swift movement of neck muscles, flying glimpses of slippers, she was a triumph of cultivation. She had what were known as accomplishments. She had gone to the schools where the accomplishments were taught, and she had all that the most aristocratic schools of Kentucky could implant. She spoke and read the French language, had partaken often of dinners in which only talk in French was permitted, had read French classics of literature in the original. Conversation, manners, belles lettres, the piano, and approved classical music were taught in the schools she attended. How to be polite and suave while not stiff or garrulous, how to mingle the sprightly and the reserved, how to conform in the stiff points of etiquette while maintaining a superior ease in the precise and the punctilious. These were subjects of instruction in which she had been tempered and drilled, coaxed, reminded, and told from the time she wore bibs till she first stepped into a low-cut ballroom gown. The one word nice and the two words nice people were words almost born to her with her tongue. She had kept a native and bottom fiber of strength and will. She had left her home in Kentucky and taken up a new home in Illinois because of a dispute with her stepmother. She was impetuous, picked the ridiculous angle, the weak point of anyone she disliked, and spoke it with thrust of phrase. In her first Springfield days, Bill Herndon danced a waltz with her, and finding her the most amazingly smooth and easy waltzer he had ever danced with, he told her she seemed to glide through the waltz with the ease of a serpent. She drew back, flashed her eyes, retorted, "Mr. Herndon, compared to a serpent, is rather a severe irony, especially to a newcomer," bowed with accomplished dignity, and was gone. She could be hurt just like that when no one wanted to hurt her. Far from ordinary was Miss Mary Todd. She was vivid, perhaps too vivid, ebullient, combative, too quick to fly off the handle. She was in her element, moving in a swirl, delirious and inevitable when hot. Stinging words were flying off her tongue, out of her lips. It connected directly with the fear and trembling that took her when a thunderstorm with zigzags of lightning came over the sky. Her temper colored her. She could shine with radiance at a gift, a word, an arrival, a surprise, an achievement of a little cherished design, at winning a withheld consent. A shaft of wanted happiness could strike deep in her. The modish woman at the levee in Springfield then often wore 8 or 12 starched petticoats with an overskirt of changeable silk. There might be several illusion skirts worn over white satin. Mary Todd was read, informed, and versed in apparel and appearance. She hummed gay little ditties, putting on a flowered bonnet and tying a double bow knot under her chin. A satisfying rose or ostrich plume in her hair was a psalm. She embodied 1,000 cunning contradictory proverbs men have spoken about woman as a wildcat and as a sweet angel. She was vivid, perhaps too vivid. From far back in her forerunners of proud, passionate people had come this drag and lift that mixed in her personality, this paradoxical burden and balloon of personality. Her mother had died when she was a child. Visiting at Walnut Hills near Lexington, she was with a party of girls in a room when an alarm came that Indians were near. The other girls scampered under beds, into closets, but Mary Todd, finding no place to hide, stood in the center of the room crying, "Hide me, oh my Savior, hide!" Style was instructive with her. Fashion was of her desires. When she was a girl and hoop skirts were worn by women, she toiled by candlelight till late in the night basting a hoop skirt with weeping willow twigs, starting for Sunday school the next day with a girl chum, both wearing white dresses stretched tight over silly homemade hoops. Their aunt saw them and called, "What frights you are! Take those things off and then go to Sunday school." While offhand observers spoke of her as having bounce and spunk, it was an understanding among her friends that she had what they chose to call ambition, and was an ambitious woman. She was intense with the quality Kentuckians refer to in their horses as high-strung. Mary Todd was decisive. She and Mercy Levering once went out in muddy weather, taking along an armful of shingles. On 5th Street, they laid shingles ahead to step on while crossing. When they came back, they saw the shingles wouldn't hold them up out of the mud. Hart, the drayman, came along with his 2-wheeled sloping dray. Mary Todd called to him to give them a lift. He gee-hawed over next to the sidewalk and backed up. Mary Todd climbed on. But Mercy Levering didn't. She was afraid of how she would look and still more of what people would say. And as Mary Todd was driven to the Edwards' house, windows flew up and heads popped out to see, as Dr. E.H. Merriman put it in verses later. "This lady gay in silken coat and feathers white, a-riding on a dray." There was go to her, an urge sending her toward place, power, station, high degree. She cared deeply for all objects representative of class, the acclaim of prizes, blue ribbons, distinction. Again, like certain fast horses of the bluegrass country, she chafed at the bit if the restraints of life, the leashes put on the frail mortal limbs and hours of woman, were too much and too many. Or again, she was full of the lust of being vividly and proudly alive for the gaze of others. Her stride and attitude was that of the horse champing, the hoofs wanting to go, to be a winner known to grandstands, vast amphitheaters of spectators. She was a crucible of forces, of a blood with flame in its currents. A brain with far contrasts, with explosions, sometimes that shook the entire physical framework, the entire retort that held the pathos of her fate. Her tears could flow from sacks that had containers of the strength of salt tears. Her laughter could dimple in wreaths running to the core of her. She was born to impulse that rode her before she could ride them. And yet, after excesses of temper had worn her to a babbling and moaning exhaustion, she could rise and stand up to battle again for a purpose definitely formed. The Todds traced back to Scottish Covenanters who fought the King and the Established Church of England. Among Covenanters sentenced to transportation to the American colonies were 2 Todds. Their vital and stubborn blood ran in Mary Todd. She was of a Presbyterian line crossed with Episcopalian. Her telling a Kentucky friend, before leaving for Illinois, that she was going to be the wife of some future president of the United States may have been a piece of idle gossip or the evidence of a hope for distinction. Society life, the social drama and its gleaming mirrors and garnished promenades called to her. Life should be a series of ceremonial occasions, interspersed with sleep, forethought, and preparations for ceremonial occasions. In the phrasing of a breakfast greeting, in the tuck of a napkin corner, and the disposition of its folded triangles as related to knife, fork, plate, in the employment of a spoon for the conveyance of hot soup, or the negotiation of a fork of green peas, in the buckling of a slipper, or the knotting of a satin sash, there was a correct style. And superior persons were known by their use of the correct style. Beyond their portals was the human rabble shading off into the incorrect, the common, the ignorant, the vulgar, the dirty, the indecent, and the perfectly disgusting. During her first year in Springfield, both Abraham Lincoln and Stephen A. Douglas took their turns at being entertained by Mary Todd in the big parlor of the Edwards house, took their turns at escorting her to parties and balls. She was asked which of the 2 she intended to have for her husband, and answered, "The one that has the best chance of being president." In the Edwards circle, they believed there were clues to her character in a remark she passed at a party around a fireside one evening. A young woman married to a rich man far along in years was asked, "Why did you marry such a dried-up husband, such a withered-up old buck?" Her answer was, "He had lots of horses and gold." And the quick-tongued Mary Todd said in surprise, "Is that true? I would rather marry a good man, a man of mind, with bright prospects for fame and power, than to marry all the horses, gold, and bones in the world." Chapter 53. Along in the year 1840, Lincoln and Mary Todd plighted their troth and were engaged to be married. Ninian W. Edwards and his wife had argued she was throwing herself away. It wasn't a match. She and Lincoln came from different classes in society. And her stubborn Covenanter blood rose. She knew her own mind and spoke it. Lincoln had a future. He was her man more than any other she had met. The months passed. Lincoln, the solitary, the melancholy, was busy, lost, abstracted. He couldn't go to all the parties, dances, concerts Mary Todd was going to. She flared with jealousy and went with other men. She accused him. Tears, misunderstandings. They made up, fell out, made up again. The wedding was set for New Year's Day, 1841. In the kitchen of the Edwards house, the wedding cakes were put in the oven. And then something happened. The bride was ready. The groom didn't come. It was a phantom wedding, mentioned in hushes. There was gossip and dispute about whether the wedding had been set for that date at all. On the day set for the wedding, Lincoln took his seat and answered roll call in the legislature, and during 2 months was absent from his seat only 7 days. He toiled with the Whigs on an appeal to the people of the state of Illinois, on circulars and protests trying to rouse public opinion against the Democrats. He wrote letters, tried law cases. And yet, as he walked the streets of Springfield, he was a haunted man. He had torn himself away from a woman. She had stood ready and waiting. His word had been pledged. He had failed to meet her. He had sent word he didn't love her, and there could only be pain and misery in a marriage where the man knew he didn't love her. And was he sure he didn't love her? If he did love her, it was a terrible wrong to leave her with arms open, waiting for him. And even if he could be sure he didn't love her, the tears and the storms of her heart came because he had been blind and foolish and gone farther than he should have in telling her he loved her. Once he had written it all out in a letter, how he had made a mistake in telling her he loved her, and Speed had read the letter and thrown it into the fire, saying words may be forgotten, but letters are a permanent record. And Speed had told him, "If you have the courage of manhood, go see Mary yourself. Tell her if you do not love her, tell her so. Tell her you will not marry her." And he had gone from the Speed store, saying he would be careful not to say much and would leave Mary as soon as he had told her. And he was gone an hour, 2 hours. It was past 11 o'clock that night when he came back and said to Speed, "When I told Mary I did not love her, she burst into tears and, almost springing from her chair and wringing her hands as if in agony, said something about the deceiver being himself deceived. It was too much for me. I found the tears trickling down my own cheeks. I caught her in my arms and kissed her." Speed told him he was a fool. He had renewed the engagement, and he said, "Well, if I'm in it again, so be it. It's done, and I shall abide by it." Then the wedding date had been set, the wedding cakes baked, and he couldn't go. So now he walked the streets of Springfield. He brooded, looking out of the windows of the second-story law office. He went to Dr. Henry's office. He took Dr. Henry's advice and wrote a long statement of his case for a doctor in Cincinnati. And the doctor answered that in this kind of case, he could do nothing without first a personal interview. He wrote his partner, Stewart, "I'm now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would not be one cheerful face on the earth." He was seeing Dr. Henry often, and wrote Stewart, "Whether I shall ever be better, I cannot tell. I awfully forebode I shall not. To remain as I am is impossible. I must die or be better, it appears to me. The matter you speak of on my account you may attend to as you say, unless you shall hear of my condition forbidding it. I say this because I fear I shall be unable to attend to any business here, and a change of scene might help me. If I could be myself, I would rather remain at home with Judge Logan. I can write no more." He wrote to the Sangamo Journal meditations entitled "Suicide." He begged Stewart to go to the limit in Washington toward the appointment of Dr. Henry as postmaster at Springfield. "You know I desired Dr. Henry to have that place when you left. I now desire it more than ever. I have within the last few days been making a most discreditable exhibition of myself in the way of hypochondriacism, and thereby got an impression that Dr. Henry is necessary to my existence. Unless he gets that place, he leaves Springfield." He further urged the merits of Dr. Henry, added that nearly all the Whig members of the legislature besides other Whigs favored the doctor for postmaster. He declared, "My heart is very much set upon it," and ended the painful letter, "Pardon me for not writing more. I have not sufficient composure to write a long letter." The legislature adjourned. Josh Speed was selling his store and going back to his folks in Kentucky. Lincoln went with him. As the redbud, the honeysuckle, and the clamoring springtime roses of Kentucky came out, the lost Lincoln struggled to come back. He told Speed one day that he had done nothing to make any human being remember that he had lived, that what he wished to live for was to connect his name with the events of his day and generation, and to link his name to something that would be the interest of his fellow men. Slowly he came back. A sweet and serene old woman, Joshua Speed's mother, talked with him, gave him a mother's care, and made him a present of an Oxford Bible. In June he was in Springfield, handling the cases of 2 clients accused of murder, Excitement ran high, and hangings were expected. But the man supposed to have been killed turned up alive, and Lincoln ended a long letter to Speed with the remark, "Hart, the little drayman that hauled Molly, Mary Todd, home once, said it was too damned bad to have so much trouble and no hanging after all." Writing to Speed's sister 3 months later from Bloomington on the court circuit, he informed her, "Do you remember my going to the city while I was in Kentucky to have a tooth extracted and make a failure of it? Well, that same old tooth got the pain of me so much that about a week since I had it torn out, bringing with it a bit of the jawbone, the consequence of which is that I can neither talk nor eat. I am literally subsisting on savory remembrances. That is, being unable to eat, I'm living upon the remembrance of the delicious dishes of peaches and cream we used to have at your house. When we left, Miss Fanny Henning was owing you a visit, as I understand it. Has she paid it yet? If she has, are you not convinced that she is one of the sweetest girls in the world? There is but one thing about her, so far as I could perceive, that I would have otherwise than it is. That is, something of a tendency to melancholy. This is a misfortune, not a fault. Is little sis Eliza Davis at your house yet? If she is, kiss her o'er and o'er again for me. Tell your mother that I have not got her present, an Oxford Bible, with me, but I intend to read it regularly when I return home. I doubt not that it is really, as she says, the best cure for the blues. One could but take it according to the truth." A child was a natural belonging in the big arms of Lincoln. He could be free and familiar, lavish with compliments, mockery, and cajolery when among children or with any child. The kiss of a snuggling child for him, and his kiss for a snuggling child, this was homelike. The likes of little sis Eliza Davis did him good. Anything walking on 2 legs or 4 could have a corner in his lonesome heart. In his letter to Miss Speed, he sketched a steamboat scene that met his eyes traveling from Louisville to St. Louis. A fine example was presented on board the boat for contemplating the effect of condition upon human happiness. A gentleman had purchased 12 Negroes in different parts of Kentucky and was taking them to a farm in the South. They were chained 6 and 6 together. A small iron clevis was around the left wrist of each, and this fastened to the main chain by a shorter one, at the convenient distance from the others, so that the Negroes were strung together precisely like so many fish upon a trot line. In this condition they were being separated forever from the scenes of their childhood, their friends, their fathers and mothers, and brothers and sisters, and going into perpetual slavery, where the lash of the master is proverbially more ruthless and unrelenting than any other where. And yet, amid all these distressing circumstances, as we would think them, they were the most cheerful and apparently happy creatures on board. One, whose offense for which he had been sold was an over-fondness for his wife, played the fiddle almost continually, and the others danced, sang, cracked jokes, and played various games with cards from day to day. How true it is that God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb, or in other words, that he renders the worst of human conditions tolerable, while he permits the best to be nothing better than tolerable. End of section 26. Section 27 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 54. Joshua Speed was a deep-chested man of large sockets, with broad measurement between the ears. A streak of lavender ran through him. He had spots soft as May violets. And he and Abraham Lincoln told each other their secrets about women. Lincoln, too, had tough physical shanks and large sockets, also a streak of lavender, and spots soft as May violets. "I do not feel my own sorrows more keenly than I do yours," Lincoln wrote Speed in one letter. And again, "You know my desire to befriend you is everlasting." The wedding day of Speed and Fanny Henning had been set, and he was afraid he didn't love her. It was wearing him down. The date of the wedding loomed ahead of him as the hour for a sickly affair. He wrote Lincoln he was sick. And Lincoln wrote a letter analyzing Speed, telling him what was wrong with his physical and mental system. It was a letter as tender as loving hands swathing a feverish forehead, yet direct and logical in its facing of immediate practical facts. It was a letter showing that the misery of Abraham Lincoln in the unlucky endings of his love affairs with Anne Rutledge and with Mary Todd must have been a deep-rooted, tangled, and baffling misery. "You are naturally a nervous temperament," he told Speed, "and this I say from what I have seen of you personally, and what you have told me concerning your mother at various times, and concerning your brother William at the time his wife died." Besides this general cause, he gave 3 special reasons for Speed's condition. "The first special cause is your exposure to bad weather on your journey, which my experience clearly proves to be very severe on defective nerves. The second is the absence of all business and conversation of friends, which might divert your mind, give it occasional rest from the intensity of thought, which will sometimes wear the sweetest idea threadbare and turn it to the bitterness of death. The third is the rapid and near approach of that crisis on which all your thoughts and feelings concentrate." Lincoln's broodings over the mysteries of personality and the connections of a man's behavior with the juices and currents of his body, his ideas about his own shattered physical system at the time he had wandered mumbling and friends had taken care of him, were indicated in his telling Speed, "If, as I expect, you will at some time be agonized and distressed, let me, who have reason to speak with judgment on such a subject, beseech you to ascribe it to the causes I have mentioned, and not to some false and ruinous suggestion of the devil. The general cause, nervous debility, which is the key and conductor of all the particular ones, and without which they would be utterly harmless. Though it does pertain to you, does not pertain to 1 in 1,000. It is out of this that the painful difference between you and the mass of the world springs." That is, Lincoln believed that he and his friend had exceptional and sensitive personalities. "Though it does pertain to you, it does not pertain to 1 in 1,000. Their births, the loins and tissues of their fathers and mothers, accident, fate, providence, had given these 2 men streaks of lavender, spots soft as May violets. It is out of this that the painful difference between you and the mass of the world springs." And Lincoln was writing in part a personal confession in telling Speed, "I know what the painful point with you is at all times when you are unhappy. It is an apprehension that you do not love her as you should. What nonsense! How came you to court her? Was it because you thought she deserved it, and that you had given her reason to expect it? If it was for that, why did not the same reason make you court at least 20 others of whom you can think, and to whom it would apply with greater force than to her? Did you court her for her wealth? Why, you know she had none. But you say you reasoned yourself into it. What do you mean by that? Was it not that you found yourself unable to reason yourself out of it? Did you not think, and partly from the purpose of courting her, the first time you ever saw her or heard of her?" Reason had little to do with it at that early stage. "There was nothing at that time for reason to work upon. Whether she was moral, amiable, sensible, or even of good character, you did not nor could then know, except perhaps you might infer the last from the company you found her in.
All you then did or could know of her was her personal appearance and deportment, and these, if they impress at all, impress the heart and not the head. Say candidly, were not those heavenly black eyes the whole basis of your early reasoning on the subject? Did you not go and take me all the way to Lexington and back, for no other purpose but to get to see her again? What earthly consideration would you take to find her scouting and despising you and giving herself up to another? But of this you have no apprehension, and therefore you cannot bring it home to your feelings. I shall be so anxious about you that I shall want you to write by every mail. Thus ended a letter which had begun, "My dear Speed, feeling as you know I do the deepest solicitude for the success of the enterprise you are engaged in, I adopt this as the last method I can adopt to aid you in case, which God forbid, you shall need any aid." A few days before Speed's wedding, Lincoln wrote a letter to the bridegroom. "I assure you I was not much hurt by what you wrote me of your excessively bad feeling at the time you wrote. Not that I am less capable of sympathizing with you now than ever, but because I hope and believe that your present anxiety and distress about her health and her life must and will forever banish those horrid doubts which I know you sometimes felt as to the truth of your affection for her. If they can once and forever be removed, and I almost feel a presentiment that the Almighty has sent your present affliction expressly for that object, surely nothing can come in their stead to fill their immeasurable measure of misery. The death scenes of those we love are surely painful enough, but these we are prepared for and expect to see. They happen to all, and all know they must happen. Should she, as you fear, be destined to an early grave, it is indeed a great consolation to know that she is so well prepared to meet it. Her religion, which you once disliked so much, I will venture you now prize most highly." Lincoln hoped Speed's melancholy forebodings as to Fanny's early death were not well founded. "I even hope that ere this reaches you she will have returned with improved and still improving health, and that you will have met her and forgotten the sorrows of the past in the enjoyment of the present. I would say more if I could, but it seems to me that I have said enough. It really appears to me that you yourself ought to rejoice, and not sorrow, at this indubitable evidence of your undying affection for her. Why, Speed, if you did not love her, although you might not wish her death, you would most certainly be resigned to it. Perhaps this point is no longer a question with you, and my pertinacious dwelling on it is a rude intrusion upon your feelings. You know the hell I have suffered on that point, and how tender I am upon it. You know I do not mean wrong. I have been quite clear of hypochondria, since you left, even better than I was along in the fall. I have seen Sarah Rickard but once. She seemed very cheerful, and so I said nothing to her about what we spoke of. Old Uncle Billy Herndon is dead, and it is said this evening that Uncle Ben Ferguson will not live. This, I believe, is all the news, and enough at that, unless it were better. Write me immediately on the receipt of this." Speed's wedding day came. The knot was tied, and in a few days he read lines from Lincoln at Springfield. "When this shall reach you, you will have been Fanny's husband several days. You will hereafter be on ground that I have never occupied, and consequently, if advice were needed, I might advise wrong. I do fondly hope, however, that you will never again need any comfort from abroad. But should I be mistaken in this, should excessive pleasure still be accompanied with a painful counterpart at times, still let me urge you, as I have ever done, to remember, in the depth and every agony of despondency, that very shortly you are to feel well again. I am now fully convinced that you love her as ardently as you are capable of loving. Your ever being happy in her presence and your intense anxiety about her health would place this beyond dispute in my mind. I incline to think it probable that your nerves will fail you occasionally for a while, but once you get them firmly guarded now, that trouble is over forever. I think if I were you, in case my mind were not exactly right, I would avoid being idle. I would immediately engage in some business or go to making preparations for it, which would be the same thing. If you went through the ceremony calmly, or even with sufficient composure not to excite alarm in any present, you are safe beyond question, and in 2 or 3 months, to say the most, will be the happiest of men. Thus messages went back and forth. If I were you, in case my mind were not exactly right, I would avoid being idle, wrote Lincoln. One had undertaken to marry a woman, and was smitten with such fear that he didn't love her, that on the fixed wedding day he wandered alone and there was no wedding. And he was writing from Illinois to a cherished friend down across the Wabash and Ohio rivers, how to take care of himself so that he would be on hand when the wedding bells rang. I know the painful point with you is an apprehension that you do not love her as you should. You know the hell I have suffered on that point, and how tender I am upon it. A postscript to one letter read, I have been quite a man since you left. And when the single man received a letter from his just married friend, he wrote, Yours of the 16th instant, announcing that Miss Fanny and you are no more twain, but one flesh, reached me this morning. I have no way of telling you how much happiness I wish you both, though I believe you can conceive it. I feel somewhat jealous of both of you now. You will be so exclusively concerned for one another that I shall be forgotten entirely. I regret to learn that you have resolved not to return to Illinois. I shall be very lonesome without you. How miserable things seem to be arranged in this world. If we have no friends, we have no pleasure, and if we have them, we are sure to lose them and be doubly pained by the loss. I did hope she and you would make your home here, but I own I have no right to insist. You owe obligations to her 10,000 times more sacred than you can owe to others, and in that light let them be respected and observed. It is natural that she should desire to remain with her relatives and friends. As to friends, however, she could not need them anywhere. She would have them in abundance here. In closing, he asked his friend to write often, and added the postscript. Poor Easthouse is gone at last. He died a while before day this morning. They say he was very loath to die. A few dots indicated an unfinished thought at the end of the sentence. They say he was very loath to die. End of section 27. Section 28 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 55. By wagon and river routes, breweries in St. Louis and Chicago were sending to towns in southern and central Illinois stocks of ale, pale ale, extra pale ale, lager beer, porter, and brown stout. Kentucky distilleries were shipping many grades of rye and corn whiskey. Up the Mississippi River from New Orleans came cargoes of liquors and liqueurs, wet goods as varied as Scotch whiskey, Holland gin, French brandy and rum, Madeira wine, port, Tenerife, dry and sweet wines, Malaga, claret, and other light and heavy alcoholics. A crusade against heavy drinking was carried on by the Washington Society, thus named in the belief that General George Washington was a drinking man but knew when to stop. In fact, was a temperance man. In districts of other states than Illinois, sensational campaigns had been carried on against strong drink.
The Springfield Journal reported in 1841, "Whiskey is quoted at Dayton, Ohio at 12 cents a gallon. The Washingtonian cause is flourishing there. 8,000 have signed the temperance pledge in Cincinnati, a fact which has had some effect in lowering the price of whiskey." Among the leading advocates of temperance in Springfield was Abraham Lincoln. So far in the forefront was he at this time as an enemy of strong drink that he was chosen as the orator of the day at a large important gathering of Washington societies. The Springfield Journal on February 14 announced the celebration to be held on the 22nd of the month as follows: "The Washington Society of Springfield and other invited societies will meet at the Methodist Church at 10 o'clock a.m. The procession will be formed by Colonel B.S. Clement, Chief Marshal, between 11 and 12 o'clock, and will proceed through several of the principal streets of the city to the Second Presbyterian Church, where an address will be delivered by A. Lincoln, Esquire, and several appropriate airs prepared for the occasion will be sung by the choir, and such other services as are proper for the occasion. The order of the procession will be as follows: First, Chief Marshal; second, Sangamon Guards; third, Committee of Arrangements; fourth, President and Orator; fifth, Vice President, Secretary, and Treasurer; sixth, Invited Societies; seventh, Springfield Society. Seats will be reserved for the ladies at the second church. By order, etc., William Porter, Secretary, Committee of Arrangements." Under such auspices, and after riding around the public square in a carriage as the orator of the day, Lincoln faced his audience with an address on charity and temperance reform. He took notice of the new and splendid success of the temperance cause, and then went on to analyze some points in temperance reform that didn't quite satisfy him. "The warfare hitherto waged against the demon temperance has somehow or other been erroneous. Either the champions engaged or the tactics they have adopted have not been the most proper. These champions, for the most part, have been preachers, lawyers, and hired agents. They are supposed to have no sympathy of feeling or interest with those very persons whom it is their object to convince and persuade." Then he pictured the reformed drunkard as the best of all temperance crusaders. "When one who has long been known as a victim of intemperance appears before his neighbors clothed in his right mind, a redeemed specimen of long-lost humanity, and stands up, with tears of joy trembling in his eyes, to tell of the miseries once endured, now to be endured no more forever, of his once naked and starving children, now clad and fed comfortably, of a wife long weighted down with woe, weeping and a broken heart, now restored to health. And how easily it is all done, once it is resolved to be done. How simple his language. There is a logic and an eloquence in it that few with human feelings can resist. They cannot say he is vain of hearing himself speak, for his whole demeanor shows he would gladly avoid speaking at all. They cannot say he speaks for pay, for he received none and asked for none. In my judgment, it is to the battles of this new class of champions that our late success is greatly, perhaps chiefly, owing." Men selling liquor and men drinking it were blamed too much. Denunciation of dram sellers and dram drinkers was both impolitic and unjust. And why? "Because it is not much in the nature of man to be driven to anything, still less to be driven about that which is exclusively his own business, and least of all where such driving is to be submitted to the expense of pecuniary interest or burning appetite. When the dram seller and drinker were incessantly told, not in accents of entreaty and persuasion, diffidently addressed by erring man to an erring brother, but in the thundering tones of anathema and denunciation with which the lordly judge often groups together all the crimes of the felon's life, and thrusts them in his face just ere he passes sentence of death, that they were the authors of all the vice and misery and crime in the land, and that they were the manufacturers and material of all the thieves and robbers and murderers that infest the earth,
that their houses were the workshops of the devil, and that their persons should be shunned by all the good and virtuous as moral pestilences. I say, when they were told all this, and in this way, it is not wonderful that they were slow, very slow, to acknowledge the truth of such denunciations. He quoted the maxim, "A drop of honey catches more flies than a gallon of gall," and urged, "If you would win a man to your cause, first convince him that you are his sincere friend. Assume to dictate to his judgment, or to command his action, or to mark him as one to be shunned and despised, and he will retreat within himself, close all the avenues to his head and his heart. And through your cause be naked truth itself, transformed to the heaviest lance, harder than steel. You shall no more be able to pierce him than to penetrate the hard shell of a tortoise with a rye straw." He sketched the history of liquor making and liquor drinking. "The practice of drinking is just as old as the world itself. When all of us of maturity first opened our eyes upon the stage of existence, we found intoxicating liquor recognized by everybody, used by everybody, repudiated by nobody. It commonly entered into the first draft of the infant and the last draft of the dying man." The sideboard of the parson and the ragged pocket of the houseless loafer both held whiskey. "Physicians prescribed it in this, that, and the other disease. Government provided it for soldiers and sailors. And to have a rolling or raising, a husking or hoe down anywhere about without it was positively insufferable." Everywhere it was a respectable article of manufacture and merchandise. The making of it was regarded as honorable. He who would make most was the most enterprising and respectable. Large and small manufactories of it were everywhere erected, in which all the earthly good of their owners were invested. Wagons drew it from town to town, boats bore it from clime to clime, and the winds wafted it from nation to nation, and merchants bought and sold it by wholesale and retail, with precisely the same feelings on the part of the seller, buyer, and bystander as are felt at the selling and buying of plows, beef, bacon, or any other of the real necessaries of life. Even then it was known and acknowledged that many were greatly injured by it, Lincoln declared. But none seemed to think the injury rose from the use of a bad thing, but from the abuse of a very good thing. The victims of it were to be pitied and compassionated, just as are the heirs of consumption and other hereditary diseases. Their failing was treated as a misfortune and not as a crime, or even as a disgrace. If then what I have been saying is true, is it wonderful that some should think and act now as all thought and acted 20 years ago? And is it just to assail, condemn, or despise them for doing so? The universal sense of mankind on any subject is an argument, or at least an influence, not easily overcome. It was as though he had been speaking with the voice of the Tom Lincoln who hauled 400 gallons of whiskey from the Knob Creek farm in Kentucky up to the Pigeon Creek farm in Indiana. He spoke next with the voice of Abe Lincoln, who on a freezing night near Gentryville had lugged on his shoulders the snoring drunkard picked from a ditch alongside the road. Another error, as it seems to me, into which the old reformers fell, was the position that all habitual drunkards were utterly incorrigible, and therefore must be turned adrift and damned without remedy. There is in this something so uncharitable, so cold-blooded and feelingless, that it never did nor ever can enlist the enthusiasm of a popular cause. We could not love the man who taught it. We could not hear him with patience. The heart could not throw open its portals to it. The generous man could not adopt it. It could not mix with his blood. It looked like throwing fathers and brothers overboard to lighten the boat for our security.
Were the benefits of temperance to be only for the next generation, for posterity?
Posterity has done nothing for us. We shall do very little for it unless we are made to think we are at the same time doing something for ourselves. There is something ludicrous in promises of good or threats of evil a great way off. Better lay down that spade you are stealing, Patty. If you don't, you'll pay for it at the day of judgment. Be the powers, if you'll credit me so long, I'll take another gist.
Out in the audience, Lincoln could see his law partner, Bill Herndon, a hard drinker when he drank, and Lincoln offered the opinion,
if we take habitual drunkards as a class, their heads and their hearts will bear an advantageous comparison with those of any other class. There seems ever to have been a proneness in the brilliant and warm-blooded to fall into this vice. The demon of intemperance ever seems to have delighted in sucking the blood of genius and of generosity.
At the close of the address, he showed he was not yet free from the influence of the famous orator Daniel Webster, and other famous orators who furnished the examples for the rising young orators.
Happy day when, all appetites controlled, all poisons subdued, all matter subjected, mind, all conquering mind, shall live and move, the monarch of the world. Glorious consummation. Hail, fall of fury. Reign of reason, all hail.
That he ranged far in his guesses and his hopes was seen in his declaration.
Whether or not the world would be vastly benefited by a total and final banishment from it of all intoxicating drinks seems to be, not now, an open question. 3/4 of mankind confess the affirmative with their tongues, and I believe all the rest acknowledge it with their hearts. When there shall be neither a slave nor a drunkard on earth, how proud the title of that land, which may truly claim to be the birthplace and the cradle of those revolutions that shall have ended in that victory. How nobly distinguished that people who shall have planted and nurtured to maturity both the political and moral freedom of their species.
In the audience to which Lincoln spoke, there were many reformed drunkards, many who had been familiar figures in the doorways of the town's dram shops. The tone of Lincoln's address was keyed to these men. He didn't drink, but he did wish to say,
in my judgment, such of us as have never fallen victims have been spared more from the absence of appetite than from any mental or moral superiority over those who have.
And young Bill Herndon, standing at the door of the Presbyterian church as the people passed out, said he heard remarks showing there were people not at all pleased with the address. Herndon said he caught one remark.
"It's a shame that he should be permitted to abuse us so in the house of the Lord."
Writing to Speed about the address, Lincoln said,
"You will see by the last Sangamo Journal that I made a temperance speech which I claim that you and Fanny shall read as an act of charity to me, for I cannot learn that anybody else has read it or is likely to. Fortunately, it is not very long, and I shall deem it a sufficient compliance with my request if one of you listens while the other reads it."
On the same Washington's birthday anniversary on which he made his speech, he gave advice to George E. Pickett, who was starting east to be a West Point cadet.
"Deceit and falsehood, especially if you've got a bad memory, is the worst enemy a fellow can have. Now, boy, on your march, don't you go and forget the old maxim that one drop of honey catches more flies than a half-gallon of gall. Load your musket with this maxim and smoke it in your pipe."
Chapter 56. A week or so after Joshua Speed's wedding day, he wrote to Lincoln saying that something indescribably horrible and alarming haunted him. And Lincoln, in answering Speed's letter, said he was ready to swear it was not the fault of the woman Speed had married. He went further and ventured the guess that both he and Speed had been dreaming dreams.
I now have no doubt that it is the peculiar misfortune of both you and me to dream dreams of Elysium far exceeding all that anything earthly can realize. And Lincoln recalled an old saying of his father, "If you make a bad bargain, hug it all the tighter." The single man wrote to his married friend this letter, Springfield, February 25, 1842. Dear Speed, I received yours of the 12th, written the day you went down to William's place some days since, but delayed answering it till I should receive the promised one of the 16th, which came last night. I opened the letter with intense anxiety and trepidation, so much so that, although it turned out better than I expected, I have hardly yet, at a distance of 10 hours, become calm. I tell you, Speed, our forebodings, for which you and I are peculiar, are all the worst sort of nonsense. I fancied from the time I received your letter Saturday that one of Wednesday was never to come, and yet it did come, and what is more, it is perfectly clear, both from its tone and handwriting, that you were much happier, or if you think the term preferable, less miserable, when you wrote it than when you wrote the last one before. You had so obviously improved at the very time I so much fancied you would have grown worse. You say that something indescribably horrible and alarming still haunts you. You will not say that 3 months from now, I will venture. When your nerves once get steady now, the whole trouble will be over forever. Nor should you become impatient at their being even very slow in becoming steady. Again, you say, you much fear that Elysium of which you have dreamed so much is never to be realized. Well, if it shall not, I dare swear it will not be the fault of her who is now your wife. I now have no doubt that it is the peculiar misfortune of both you and me to dream dreams of Elysium far exceeding all that anything earthly can realize. Far short of your dreams as you may be, no woman could do more to realize them than that same black-eyed Fanny. If you could but contemplate her through my imagination, it would appear ridiculous to you that anyone should for a moment think of being unhappy with her. My old father used to have a saying, "If you make a bad bargain, hug it all the tighter." And it occurs to me that if the bargain you have just closed can possibly be called a bad one, it is certainly the most pleasant one for applying that maxim to which my fancy can by any effort picture. I write another letter enclosing this, which you can show her if she desires it. I do this because she would think strangely, perhaps, should you tell her that you receive no letters from me, or telling her you do, refuse to let her see them. I close this entertaining the confident hope that every successive letter I shall have from you, which I here pray may not be few nor far between, may show you possessing a more steady hand and cheerful heart than the last preceding it. As ever, your friend, Lincoln. A month passed, and Lincoln had news from Speed that the marriage bells rang merrily. Speed wrote that he was far happier than he ever expected to be, to which Lincoln replied, "I know you too well to suppose your expectations were not, at least sometimes, extravagant, and if the reality exceeds them all, I say, enough, dear Lord. I am not going beyond the truth when I tell you that the short space it took me to read your last letter gave me more pleasure than the total sum of all I have enjoyed since the fatal 1st of January, 1841. Then he referred to Mary Todd for the first time in his letters to Speed, explaining why a piece of gladness could not live long with him. Since then, the fatal 1st of January, 1841, it seems to me I should have been entirely happy, but for the never-absent idea that there is one still unhappy whom I have contributed to make so. That still kills my soul. I cannot but reproach myself for even wishing to be happy while she is otherwise. She accompanied a large party on the railroad cars to Jacksonville last Monday, and on her return spoke, so that I heard of having enjoyed the trip exceedingly. God be praised for that."
As far as 17-year-old Sarah Rickard was concerned, his mind was easy. From her came no reproaches nor news of unhappiness. He wrote Speed, "One thing I can tell you which I know you will be glad to hear, and that is that I have seen Sarah Rickard and scrutinized her feelings as well as I could, and am fully convinced she is far happier now than she has been for the past 15 months. A flower had come with the Speed letter. "The sweet violet you enclosed came safely to hand, but it was so dry and mashed so flat that it crumbled to dust the first attempt to handle it. The juice that mashed out of it stained a place in the letter, which I mean to preserve and cherish for the sake of her who procured it to be sent. My renewed good wishes to her in particular, and generally to all such of your relations who know me." 3 months later, there came to Lincoln thanks and thanks from Speed, from what he had done to bring and to keep them together. He wrote to Speed, "You make a kind acknowledgment of your obligations to me for your present happiness. I am pleased with that acknowledgment, but 1,000 times more I am pleased to know that you enjoy a degree of happiness worthy of an acknowledgment. The truth is, I am not sure there was any merit with me in the part I took in your difficulty. I was drawn into it by fate. If I would, I could not have done less than I did. I always was superstitious. I believe God made me one of the instruments of bringing your Fanny and you together, which union I have no doubt he had foreordained. Whatever he designs he will do for me yet. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord is my text just now. If, as you say, you have told Fanny all, I should have no objection to her seeing this letter. But for its reference to our friend here, let her seeing it depend upon whether she has ever known anything of my affairs, and if she has not, do not let her." His reference to "our friend here" meant Mary Todd. Lincoln was now sure he had made a mistake first of all in not taking Speed's advice to break off his engagement with Mary Todd, and his second mistake was not going through and keeping his resolve to marry her. "As to my having been displeased with your advice, surely you know better than that. I know you do, and therefore will not labor to convince you. True, that subject is painful to me, but it is not your silence, or the silence of all the world, that can make me forget it. I acknowledge the correctness of your advice, too, but before I resolve to do the one thing or the other, I must gain my confidence in my own ability to keep my resolves when they are made. In that ability you know I once prided myself as the only or chief gem of my character. That gem I lost. How and where you know too well. I have not yet regained it, and until I do, I cannot trust myself in any matter of much importance. I believe now that had you understood my case at the time as well as I understood yours afterward, by the aid you would have given me I should have sailed through clear. But that does not now afford me sufficient confidence to begin that or the like of that again." Such was the frank and pitiless self-revelation he did not wish Fanny Hennings Speed to see, unless she knew everything else along with it. He closed his letter. "My respect and esteem to all your friends there, and by your permission, my love to your Fanny." And in one sentence he had sketched himself. "I am so poor and make so little headway in the world that I drop back in a month of idleness as much as I gain in a year's sowing." One June evening he ended a letter to Speed. "Nothing new here. I have not seen Sarah since my last trip, and I am going out there as soon as I mail this letter." End of section 28. Section 29 of Abraham Lincoln The Prairie Years, Volume 1 by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 57. Mrs. Simeon Francis, wife of the editor of the Sangamon Journal, often invited a list of guests and entertained them in the parlor of the Francis house. She believed with her husband that Abraham Lincoln had a famous career ahead of him. Also, she believed her friend Mary Todd to be a rare, accomplished, brilliant woman. In her eyes, Lincoln and Miss Todd were a match. She would play her part as a matchmaker. She invited Lincoln to a party in her parlor, brought the two of them together, and said, "Be friends again." It was said that she told neither of the couple beforehand about her plan to have them meet again. It was said the meeting came to each of them as a surprise, and that neither Lincoln nor Miss Todd had any suspicions or advance information of the plan to bring them together to be told, "Be friends again." Whatever a fate of woman wit was at work, it did happen that they were friends again. But they didn't tell the world so. They had done that before. For a while, their quiet meetings in the parlor of the Francis house were known only to Mrs. Francis. Not even Mrs. Ninian Edwards knew what was going on till weeks had passed. Mrs. Edwards said later, "I asked Mary why she was so secretive about it. She said evasively that after all that had occurred, it was best to keep the courtship from all eyes and ears. Men and women and the whole world were uncertain and slippery." Julia Jane, a friend of Mary Todd, joined the quiet little parties in the Francis house. One day they read together in an article written to be printed in the Sangamon Journal. It was a Whig attack on the state auditor of accounts, James Shields, who had issued an order that certain paper money, of which the people had more than they had of silver or gold money, would not be taken by the state government for taxes. Besides being a political attack on Shields as an official, it was a personal lampoon hitting at Shields's manners and clothes and struts in Springfield society. Miss Todd and Miss Jane told Lincoln to go ahead and have the article printed. It was written in the talk of backwoods farmers, alluded to the state officials as high-combed cocks, asked whether Shields's $2,400 a year would be paid in paper money or silver, mentioned the penitentiary, and declared, "Shields is a fool as well as a liar. With him truth is out of the question, and as for getting a good, bright, passable lie out of him, you might as well try to strike fire from a cake of tallow." This, however, was only a beginning. There was this swift, marvelous cartoon. "If I was deaf and blind, I could tell him, Shields, by the smell. I seed him when I was down in Springfield last winter. They had a sort of gathering there one night among the grandees they called a fair. All the gals about town was there, and all the handsome widows and married women, finicking about, trying to look like gals, tied as tight in the middle and puffed out at both ends, like bundles of fodder that hadn't been stacked yet, but wanted stacking pretty bad. And then they had tables all around the house, kivered over with caps and pincushions and 10,000 such little knickknacks, trying to sell 'em to the fellows that were bowing and scraping and conjeering about 'em. They wouldn't let no Democrats in for fear they'd disgust the ladies, or scare the little gals, or dirty the floor. I looked in at the window, and there was this same fella Shields floating about on the air, without heft or earthly substances, just like a lock of cat fur where cats had been fighting. He was paying his money to this one and that one and t'other one, and suffering great loss because it wasn't silver instead of state paper, in the sweet distress he seemed to be in. His very features, in the ecstatic agony of his soul, spoke audibly and distinctly. Dear girls, it is distressing, but I cannot marry you all. Too well I know how much you suffer, but do remember, it is not my fault that I am so handsome and so interesting. As this last was expressed by a most exquisite contortion of his face, he seized hold of one of their hands and squeezed, and held on to it about a quarter of an hour. Oh, my good fellow, says I to myself, if that was one of our Democratic gals in the Lost Townships,
The way you get a brass pin let into you would be about up to the head." The article ended with declaring that if some change for the better did not come in state government, the taxpayers would not have a cow left to milk, or a calf's tail to wring. The name Rebecca was signed. It was followed by a second article also signed Rebecca, this written by Miss Todd and Miss Jane. Parts of it read, "Now I want you to tell Mr. S. that, rather than fight, I'll make any apology, and if he wants personal satisfaction, let him only come here, and he may squeeze my hand. Jeff tells me the way these fire-eaters do is to give the challenged party choice of weapons, etc., which being the case, I'll tell you in confidence that I never fights with anything but broomsticks or hot water or a shivel full of coals or some such things, the former of which, being somewhat like a shillelagh, may not be very objectionable to him. I will give him choice, however, in one thing, and that is, whether, when we fight, I shall wear breeches or he petticoats, for I presume that change is sufficient to place us on an equality." Shields was a bachelor, 32 years old, had been a lawyer 10 years, and was born in Dungannon County of Tyrone, Ireland. As a boy of 15 in Ireland, he had challenged a veteran of Napoleonic Wars to a duel. But when it came to the shooting, the pistols wouldn't go off. The deadly enemies shook hands, and the veteran had taught Shields the French language, as Shields later taught it when a schoolteacher in Kaskaskia, Illinois. He asked the Sangamo Journal editor who wrote the articles and was told Lincoln took all the responsibility for them. Then Shields wrote Lincoln, "Whilst abstaining from giving provocation, I have become the object of slander, vituperation, and personal abuse. I will take the liberty of requiring a full, positive, and absolute retraction of all offensive allusions used by you in these offensive communications, in relation to my private character and standing as a man, as an apology for the insults conveyed in them. This may prevent consequences which no one will regret more than myself. Your obedient servant." Lincoln's seconds notified Shields' seconds that the duel would be fought with cavalry broadswords, across a plank 10 feet long and 9 to 12 inches broad, within 3 miles of Alton on the Missouri side of the Mississippi River. By horse and buggy and by an old horse ferry, the two parties traveled on September 22 to a sandbar in the Mississippi River, located in the state of Missouri and beyond the reach of the Illinois laws against dueling. Riding in a rowboat to the sandbar, Lincoln said he was reminded of the time a Kentuckian enlisted for the War of 1812. The sweetheart of the soldier told him she was embroidering a bullet pouch and belt for him to wear in battle, and she would stitch in the words, "Victory or Death." He asked her, "Ain't that rather too strong? Suppose you put victory or be crippled." Lincoln took a seat on a log and practiced swings and swishes in the air with his cavalry broadsword, while friends, lawyers, seconds on both sides held a long confab. After the main long confabs, there were other shorter confabs with Lincoln and with Shields. Then a statement was issued declaring that although Mr. Lincoln was the writer of the article signed Rebecca in the Sangamo Journal of September 2, yet he had no intention of injuring the personal or private character or standing of Mr. Shields as a gentleman or a man, and that Mr. Lincoln did not think, nor does now think, that said article could produce such an effect. And had Mr. Lincoln anticipated such an effect, he would have forborne to write it. Said article was written solely for political effect, and not to gratify any personal pique against Mr. Shields, for he had none, and knew of no cause for any. A crowd waiting on the Alton levee saw the ferryboat come near the shore with what seemed to be a man in blood-soaked clothes in the bottom of the boat. As the boat tied up, they saw it was a log covered with a red shirt. The duel had become a joke. Lincoln and Shields came off the boat together in easy and pleasant chat. The weapon with which Lincoln was to have fought Shields was a good deal like the axe he had handled so many years as a boy and young man. He told Bill Herndon, I did not intend to hurt Shields unless I did so clearly in self-defense. If it had been necessary, I could have split him from the crown of his head to the end of his backbone." One man who made the trip to the sandbar was asked how Lincoln behaved. He said, "I watched Lincoln closely while he sat on his log, waiting the signal to fight. His face was serious. I never knew him to go so long without making a joke. He reached over and picked up one of the swords which he drew from its scabbard. Then he felt along the edge of the weapon with his thumb, like a barber feels the edge of his razor, raised himself to his full height, stretched out his long arms, and clipped off a twig from above his head with the sword. There wasn't another man of us who could have reached anywhere near that twig, and the absurdity of that long-reaching fellow fighting with cavalry sabers with shields, who could walk under his arm, came pretty near making me howl with laughter. After Lincoln had cut off the twig, he returned the sword to the scabbard with a sigh and sat down. But I detected the gleam in his eye, which was always the forerunner of one of his yarns, and fully expected him to tell a side-splitter there in the shadow of the grave. Shields' grave. The Alton Telegraph and Democratic Review, in an editorial, said of the two chief figures, "Both of them are lawyers. Both have been to the legislature of this state and aided in the construction of laws for the protection of society. Why, therefore, they should be permitted to escape punishment, we are at a loss to conjecture. We are astonished to hear that large numbers of our citizens crossed the river to witness a scene of cold-blooded assassination between two of their fellow beings. It was no less disgraceful than the conduct of those who were to have been actors in the drama. Hereafter we hope the citizens of Springfield will select some other point than Alton." Lincoln wrote to Josh Speed, "You've heard of my duel with Shields, and I have now to inform you that the dueling business still rages in this city. Day before yesterday, Shields challenged Butler, who accepted, and proposed fighting next morning at sunrise in Bob Allen's meadow, 100 yards distance, with rifles. To this Whitesides, Shields' second said no, because of the law. Thus ended duel number 2. Yesterday, Whitesides chose to consider himself insulted by Dr. Merriman, so sent him a kind of quasi-challenge, inviting him to meet him at the planter's house in St. Louis on the next Friday to settle their difficulty. Merriman made me his friend, and sent Whitesides a note, inquiring to know if he meant his note as a challenge, and if so, that he would, according to the law in such case made and provided, prescribe the terms of the meeting. Whitesides returned for answer that if Merriman would meet him at the planter's house as desired, he would challenge him. Merriman replied in a note that he denied Whitesides' right to dictate time and place, but that he, Merriman, would waive the question of time and meet him at Louisiana, Missouri. Upon my presenting this note to Whitesides and stating verbally its contents, he declined receiving it, saying he had business in St. Louis, and it was as near as Louisiana. Merriman then directed me to notify Whitesides that he should publish the correspondence between them with such comments as he thought fit. This I did. Thus it stood at bedtime last night. This morning Whitesides, by his friend Shields, is praying for a new trial, on the ground that he was mistaken in Merriman's proposition to meet him in Louisiana, Missouri, thinking it was the state of Louisiana. This Merriman hoots at and is preparing his publication, while the town is in a ferment and a street fight somewhat anticipated. And a story arose and was told as true to fact by many friends of Lincoln, that a pompous and punctilious challenger had come to him from Shields and told him that honor would have to be satisfied by mortal and bloody combat in the medieval manner, saying, "As the challenge party you will have the choice of weapons. What will your weapon be?" Lincoln's reply was, "How about cow dung at 5 paces?" Chapter 58
The year after Lincoln's broken engagement with Mary Todd and the months in which he was writing letters to nerve speed up to get married in the year 1842 were times filled with a good deal of action for Lincoln. It was said of him in this time, he went crazy as a loon. Yet there were friends of his who knew that at this very time he was plunged deep into stretches of work that made him forget his troubles. The same medicine that he prescribed for the nervous stability of Joshua Speed and the melancholy of Fanny Henning, he was giving himself in big doses. Activity, occupation were good for whatever ailed them, he had said, and he kept his grip on himself by doses of activity, occupation. In the summer of 1841, he went into law partnership with Stephen T. Logan, and he learned law from Logan. Though Logan had frowsy hair, wore cotton shirts and heavy shoes, and never put on a necktie, he was one of the most neat, scrupulous, particular, and exact lawyers in Illinois when it came to preparing cases, writing letters, and filing documents. In law practice, Logan knew how to be thorough, how to make results come from being thorough. From him, Lincoln learned. The word thorough became important among his words. He argued before the Supreme Court in the widely known case of Bailey versus Cromwell. Cromwell had sold Bailey a Negro girl, saying the girl was a slave. Bailey had given a note promising to pay cash for the slave. Lincoln argued, in part, that the girl was a free person until she was proven to be a slave, and if she was not proven a slave, then she could not be sold nor bought, and no cash could be exchanged between two men buying and selling her. The Supreme Court took practically the same view, and Lincoln won his case. He did law work for Rock Creek quarryman Isaac Cogdell, and meeting Cogdell a few weeks afterward on the State House steps, he saw the quarryman had one arm off. Besides losing his arm, he was losing his business, Cogdell said. Lincoln took out his pocketbook and handed Cogdell the note Cogdell had signed promising to pay a fee for law work Lincoln had done. It didn't look just right for him to take the note, Cogdell was trying to say. "If you had the money, I wouldn't take it," blurted Lincoln, hurrying away. Over in Tazewell County, he met a crooked lawyer. An old farmer named Case sold a breaking plow and 3 yoke of oxen. 2 boys named Snow signed the notes promising to pay for the plow and oxen. But since signing the notes, they had come of age. They admitted on the witness stand they were using the plow and oxen to break Prairie, and that they had signed the notes. Their lawyer pleaded they were infants or minors when the notes were signed, and therefore they could not be held to pay. Lincoln's speech to the jury stripped the other lawyer of his pretensions. "Gentlemen," he said, "these boys never would have tried to cheat old Farmer Case out of these oxen and that plow, but for the advice of counsel. It was bad advice, bad in morals and bad in law. The law never sanctions cheating, and a lawyer must be very smart to twist it so that it will seem to do so. The judge will tell you what your own sense of justice has already told you, that these Snow boys, if they were mean enough to plead the Baby Act, when they came to be men should have taken the oxen and plow back. They cannot go back on their contract, and also keep what the note was given for." The jury, without leaving their seats, gave a verdict for old Farmer Case. Between law cases, he could think about newspaper items such as one in 1842, reading, "Mr. Adams presents to the Senate January 24 a petition signed by citizens of Haverhill, Massachusetts, for the adoption of measures peaceably to dissolve the Union, and moves its reference to a select committee with instructions to report the reasons why the prayer should not be granted. Mr. Gilmore offers a resolution of censure upon Mr. Adams for presenting such a petition. Mr. Marshall offers a substitute declaring Mr. Adams' action the deepest indignity to the House and the people. Violent debate ensues 10 days. The resolution is laid on the table. Reception of the petition is refused." When Martin Van Buren stopped overnight in the town of Rochester, Illinois, a Springfield party took along Lincoln to help in a night of entertainment for the former president. The two main tavern performers that evening were Lincoln and Van Buren. Lincoln opened his big rag bag of memories of life in Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky, while Van Buren told about New York ways and New York lawyers as far back as Hamilton and Burr. Lincoln, of course, had 1,000 funny, pointed anecdotes, such as the one of the farmer who moved so often that when he was going to move again, the chickens could tell it and walked up and lay down to have their feet tied. His father's story of the man who was asked for a warranty bill of a horse he was selling, and he guaranteed him sound of skin and skeleton, and free from faults and faculties, and so on. Van Buren said his sides were sore from laughing. Lincoln might have told of a judge who, trying to be kindly, asked a convicted murderer, politically allied to him, "When would you like to be hung?" Or of the lawyer jabbing at a hostile witness who had one large ear, with the remark, "If he bit off the other ear, he would look more like a man than a jackass." Or of the old man with whiskers so long it was said of him when he traveled, "His whiskers arrive a day in advance." Or of Abraham Bale, the tall and powerful-voiced preacher from Kentucky, who was baptizing new converts in the Sangamon River just below Salem Hill. As Bale was leading a sister out into the water, her husband, watching the ceremony from the bank, called out, "Hold on, Bale! Hold on, Bale! Don't you drown her! I wouldn't take the best cow and calf in Maynard County for her." He could have told Van Buren how Bill Engel, the Campbellite preacher from Sugar Grove, and Fogg Atchison of Petersburg took a jolly bragging about which raised the fatter sheep, and Engel got the laugh on Atchison by saying, "I tell you, Mr. Atchison, I have the fattest sheep. An ox hooked one the other day, and we rendered it up. It was all tallow, and its tail made a tallow candle." But one day there came news that hurt Lincoln. Bowling Green was dead. In the house over at New Salem, at the foot of the bluff with the timber of oak growth climbing up, lay the body of his friend, teacher, companion, with the life gone. This was the place where Nancy and Bowling Green had nursed him back to health, coaxed his mind to come back and live and be strong. There Nancy had prepared for him hot biscuits smothered in honey, and he had lain on their cellar door in the sunshine of cool autumn days, reading Blackstone's commentaries. He rode out to the Green home. He stayed till the day of the funeral. Though he was not a Freemason, word came to him that the Masons, who were to conduct the funeral, wished him to make some remarks on the character and life of Bowling Green. On the day of the burial, the Masons in white aprons gathered in the Green cabin, the chaplain carrying the open Bible, the Tyler his drawn sword and other regalia of the Masonic Brotherhood. The master of ceremonies finally called Lincoln to the head of the coffin. For a few moments Lincoln stood looking down at the still, white, round face of Bowling Green. He began to tremble, and there were struggles the length of his long, bony frame. He slowly turned and looked around. The room was filled with faces. In the doorways and at the windows were living faces looking at him, the faces of old New Salem and Clary's Grove and Sand Ridge and Wolf Creek friends. A few words came off his lips, broken and choked words. Tears filled his eyes and ran down his cheeks. He gripped his hat, slowly lifted a handkerchief to his face, and smothered his face in the handkerchief. Then he turned to Nancy Green, who stood up from her chair and took the arm he offered her. He stood with the widow, and slowly the tears came to an end, and the struggles in the length of his long, bony frame came to an end. He looked toward the pallbearers. His hands calmly motioned them to take charge. The lid was screwed on the coffin, and Lincoln, with Nancy Green on his right arm, and his left hand in the hand of her granddaughter, followed the burial party to a corner of the farm where Bowling Green was laid away near the cabin he had built. End of section 29. Section 30 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 59. At the meetings of Lincoln and Mary Todd in the Francis home, Miss Todd made it clear to him that if another date should be fixed for a wedding, it should not be set so far in the future as it was the time before. Lincoln agreed with her. Early in October he wrote to his friend Speed as a single man to a trusted married friend, asking for information.
You now have been the husband of a lovely woman nearly 8 months. You are happier now than the day you married her. Returning elasticity of spirits is manifested in your letters. But I want to ask you a close question. Are you in feeling as well as judgment glad that you were married as you are? From anybody but me this will be an impudent question, not to be tolerated, but I know you will pardon it in me. Please answer it quickly, as I'm impatient to know.
A few weeks later, on the morning of November 4, 1842, Lincoln came to the room of his friend James Matheny before Matheny was out of bed, and to Matheny under the quilts he said,
I'm going to be married today.
On the street that day he met Ninian W. Edwards and told Edwards that he and Mary were going to be married that evening. And Edwards gave notice. Mary is my ward, and she must be married at my house. And when Edwards asked Mary Todd if what he had heard was true, and she told him it was true, they all started to make the big Edwards house ready, as best they could on such short notice, for a wedding of one of the Edwardses. Mrs. Edwards sent for her sister Frances to bake a cake. The big house was swept and garnished, as well as possible on such short notice. Lincoln watched carefully a plain gold ring he carried, on the inside band of which the jeweler Chatterton had engraved the words, "Love is eternal." And he had a fleeting thought or two of his old, honest, tried, rugged friend John Hanks of cornfield and flatboat days. He had written Hanks a week or so before.
Dear John, I'm to be married on the 4th of next month to Miss Todd. I hope you will come over. Be sure to be on deck by early candlelight. Yours, A. Lincoln.
At the Edwards house that evening, the Reverend Charles Dresser, in canonical robes, performed the ring ceremony of the Episcopal Church for the groom, 33 years old, and the bride, 23 years old. Behind Lincoln stood a Supreme Court judge, Thomas C. Brown, fat, bluff, blunt, and an able lawyer not accustomed to weddings. As Lincoln placed the ring on the bride's finger and repeated the form,
"With this ring I thee endow with all my goods, chattels, lands, and tenements,"
the Supreme Court judge blurted out in a suppressed tone that everybody heard, "God Almighty, Lincoln, the statute fixes all that." The minister kept a straight face, became serious, and then pronounced Abraham Lincoln and Mary Todd man and wife in the sight of God and man. Afterward came talk about the wedding, the bride, the groom. Jim Matheny said Lincoln had looked as if he was going to slaughter. It was told at the Butler house where Lincoln roomed that, as he was dressing, Bill Butler's boy came in and wanted to know, "Where are you going?" Lincoln's answer being, "To hell, I suppose." Mrs. Edwards said, "I'm sure there had been no time fixed for any wedding. No preparations had ever been made until the day that Mr. Lincoln met Mr. Edwards on the street and told him that he and Mary were going to be married that evening. The wedding guests were few. It was not much more than a family gathering. The entertainment was simple but in beautiful taste. The bride had neither veil nor flowers in her hair. There had been no elaborate trousseau for the bride, nor even a handsome wedding gown, nor was it a gay wedding." The bride's sister, Mrs. Frances Wallace, said, "The same morning they told Mrs. Edwards they were going to be married that night, she was terribly disappointed, for she could not get up at dinner in that short time. They asked me if I would help, so I worked all day. I never worked harder in my life, and in the evening we had a very nice little supper, but not what we would have had if they had given Mrs. Edwards time. Mr. Lincoln and Mary may have had a lover's quarrel for all I know, but I saw him the night he was married, and he was not distracted with grief or anything else. He was cheerful as he ever had been, for all we could see. He acted just as he always had in company. No one stood up for him. Just he and Mary stood up alone, and Mr. Dresser married them. Mr. Herndon says that Mrs. Lincoln wore a white silk dress, but I know she never had a white silk dress. After I was married, I gave her my white satin dress and told her to wear it till it got soiled, but then to give it back to me, for I wanted to keep all things like that. My wedding dress, you know. She was not married in the white satin. It was too soiled. She may have been married in a white Swiss muslin, but I think it was not a white dress at all. I think it was delaine or something of that kind. The Springfield Journal, in a corner of its third page on November 11, 1842, had the item, "Married, in this city on the 4th instant, at the residence of N.W. Edwards, Esquire, by Reverend C. Dresser, Abraham Lincoln, Esquire, to Miss Mary Todd, daughter of Robert Todd, Esquire, of Lexington, Kentucky." And Lincoln, in his law office 5 days after the wedding, sent a letter to Marshall at Shawneetown. He began the letter, "Dear Sam, yours of the 10th October, enclosing $5, was taken from the office in my absence by Judge Logan, who neglected to hand it to me till about a week ago, and just an hour before I took a wife. Your other of the 3rd instant is also received." Then he discussed 2 law cases and ended the letter, "Nothing new here, except my marrying, which to me is a matter of profound wonder." In January, the new husband wrote Speed, "Mary is very well, and continues her old sentiments of friendship for you. How the marriage life goes with us, I will tell you when I see you here." And in July, "We shall look with impatience for your visit this fall. Your Fanny cannot be more anxious to see my Molly, Mrs. Lincoln, than the latter is to see her, nor so much as I am. Don't fail to come. We are but 2 as yet." Chapter 60. More than 4 years had gone by since William Traylor was in jail in Springfield, charged with murder, and men around the public square were growling about the rope for Traylor. Then Lincoln had helped turn up, alive and healthy, the man who was supposed to have been killed, having stood by his client during false accusations and threats of lynching. And the years passed, and Traylor couldn't or wouldn't pay the fee of his lawyer and best friend in the hours a noose was knotted for his neck. And Traylor died a peaceable, homelike death, without having paid his lawyer, his valued counsel, and Lincoln sued the estate of William Traylor and collected $100. Cash of many kinds came into his hands. He wrote one client, "Walters has paid me $703.25 in gold for you." Or again, "We send you enclosed 2 $100 Missouri bills." Or, "He paid me $74 State Bank paper, $42 Shawneetown paper, and $2.59 silver. We foreclosed on Walter's house and lots and sold them and bought them in your name," he wrote Joshua Speed. Then, among involved angles of the transaction for Speed, which included a secret contract, "It was sold for about $1,200, the amount of Van's debt, but although you are the ostensible purchaser, we have a secret contract with Van that he is the purchaser for so much of the purchase money as is over and above what you will pay." Law practice, however, didn't have the charm for Lincoln in 1844 that he found in politics. He spent days studying the tariff issue, delivered hour-and-a-half speeches, and took such a leadership as a protective tariff advocate in Springfield that the state register referred to him as the great Goliath of the junto. So earnestly did he consider himself the mouthpiece and exponent of the protective tariff that he kept up a running combat of argument against the opposition, took on all comers as he did in wrestling days. The State Register, a Democratic organ, told its readers on March 22 that a free trade speech by Judge Caverly, a Democratic presidential elector, so disturbed Mr. Lincoln that he promised to forfeit his ears and his legs if he did not demonstrate that Protected articles have been cheaper since the 1842 tariff than before. The ways of Lincoln as a mixer in politics were in a letter he wrote Alden Hall of Pekin. Springfield, February 14, 1843. Friend Hall, your county and ours are almost sure to be placed in the same congressional district. I would like to be its representative. Still, circumstances may happen to prevent my even being a candidate. If, however, there are any Whigs in Tazewell who would, as soon as I should represent them as any other person, I would be glad they would not cast me aside until they see and hear farther what turn things take. Do not suppose, Esquire, that in addressing this letter to you, I assume that you will be for or against all other Whigs. I only mean that I know you to be my personal friend, a good Whig, and an honorable man, to whom I may, without fear, communicate a fact which I wish my particular friend, if I have any, to know. There is nothing new here now worth telling. Your friend as ever, A. Lincoln. Sam Marshall wrote from Shawneetown complaining that Lincoln was careless about the Shawneetown bank cases and others. Lincoln explained that he had misplaced the letter about the bank cases and forgotten all about it. The truth is, when I received your letter, I glanced it over, stuck it away, postponed consideration of the cases mentioned, and forgot them altogether. In the case of Gatewood versus Wood and Wood, he wrote to Marshall, "We would have failed entirely to get into court but for an agreement with Mr. Eddy, which saved us. By the agreement we altered the record so as to make it appear that it had been sent to the circuit court, also agreeing that at the next term of court all the papers and orders are to be altered then accordingly nunc pro tunc." To beat the opposition in a case that honestly interested him, Lincoln would ambush the enemy with any trick or device within the law. In the Dorman Lane case, for instance, he believed certain rascals were trying to take a piece of land away from a hard-working couple of young people who were getting a start at farming. He wrote Sam Marshall, his partner in the case, in 1845, "I think we can plead limitations on them, so that it will stick for good and all. Don't speak of this, lest they hear it and take the alarm." When the first baby came to the clients in that case, it was a boy whom they named Samuel Marshall, and they promised that if the second baby was a boy, they would name it Abraham Lincoln. Chapter 61. Lincoln didn't forget the State Register warning about his assumed clownishness. Herndon cautioned him. He carried jokes too far in public. It came too easy for him to slip out of his usual dignity, do a swift monkey shine, and be back in his own face and character before men knew he was mimicking. On the stump and in courtrooms or hotel loafing rooms, he could be pointedly funny when feeling that way. He described weddings and funerals where the expected dignity of events was upset, incidents dealing with fiddlers, teamsters, mules, coons, skunks. One of his important proverbs was remembered from his father: "Every man must skin his own skunk." He used words natural to farmers shucking corn in a cold November wind, or carpenters putting the adze to oak rafters. He spoke of the parts and members of the body in words of common hard-handed men, and often seemed to have some definite philosophy of human meekness, the frailty of mortal clay, the pride that goeth before a fall, the dignity whose assumptions suffer and wither in the catching of a greased pig. When he had finished a story, he may have shocked or annoyed men who called themselves polite, and who desired to be known as men of good taste. But other thoughtful men said there was always a point or a lesson or some genius of whim or nonsense connecting with the final strands of the tale or anecdote. In the repertoire of characters he mimicked were circuit-riding preachers who snorted hellfire, Quakers, Irishmen, Germans, men of struts, and a stutterer who whistled between stutters. He could do a sketch of the drugstore man, Diller, irritated by little Judge Logan, sitting in the store and whittling the chairs. Diller ordered Judge Logan out of the store, and the leader of the Sangamon County Bar walked out in a huff, saying he would never come back. though later he did. He might compare the squabbling of politics and the howling of hostile factions to cats wailing with pain and spitting at each other at night outside the hotel rooms. In the morning, perhaps, the alley would be full of dead cats, so the sounds indicated. But in the morning, the cats were at peace with assured futures. One hot day in July, Lincoln drove his horse and one-seated gig from Bloomington to Tremont with Sweat, a 200-pound man on one side of him, and Judge Davis, a 300-pound man on the other side. At Tremont, he threw the livery stable man the reins, calling out, "Put up that horse and let me get out of here quick." And he added a remark often recalled in that livery stable and often told among cronies of Sweat. He mocked coarsely in a swift comic exclamation at his misery in a long drive on a hot day, sitting between two sweating, odorous, large men. One day in a courthouse on the Eighth Circuit, Lincoln rattled off a lingo changing the letters of words so that cotton patch became pot and catch, and jackass became jassack. A dozen other words were given tricky twists. Some were strictly barnyard and tavern words, to be found published perhaps only in unexpurgated prints of Shakespeare and Burns. The court clerk asked Lincoln to write out a copy of it, and for many years that court clerk took special care of the scrap of paper on which Lincoln had scribbled a piece of nonsense. Usher Linder said he noticed that Abe Lincoln and Abe's uncle Mordecai were a good deal alike as storytellers. No one took offense at Uncle Mord's stories. I heard him tell a bevy of fashionable girls that he knew a very large woman who had a husband so small that in the night she often mistook him for the baby, and that one night she picked him up and was singing to him a soothing lullaby when he awoke and told her that the baby was on the other side of the bed. Once when Linder was telling about Mordecai, Lincoln remarked, "Linder, I've often said that Uncle Mord ran off with all the talents of the family." It was a horsey country of horsey men. A 30 or 40-mile drive was counted an easy day. They spoke of one-horse towns, one-horse lawyers, and one-horse doctors, even of one-horse horse doctors. They tied their horses to hitching posts half chewed away by horse teeth. They brushed off horsehair from their clothes after a drive. They carried feed bags of oats. They spliced broken tugs with rope to last till they reached a harness shop. Chapter 62. There were in 1846 in Springfield old settlers who remembered the Van Noy hanging 20 years previous in a hollow just south of where the new State House was built. Van Noy stood in a wagon under the gallows while the noose was put around his neck. The wagon drove off from under him and left his feet walking on air. The old settlers could tell about Nathan Cromwell, who went with his good-looking wife to the home of a man who had said something to or about Mrs. Cromwell, and he pointed a pistol at the man's heart and made him get down on his knees and beg Mrs. Cromwell's pardon. And there was a man whose name had been forgotten, though what happened to him was remembered. He had been drinking all day, and on a cold winter night started to go home along the St. Louis road. A couple of rods south of the master's cornfield, later the intersection of Grand Avenue and 2nd Street, he fell or was thrown from his horse, and in the morning was frozen stiff. Dr. Merriman was called and pronounced the man dead. Only 20 years had passed since the first regular shoemaker, Jabez Capps, had located his shop and store on the north side of Jefferson Street between 1st and 2nd. The first harness maker, Thomas Strawbridge, had come 22 years before. On the south side of Jefferson Street, near 2nd, stood a building that the old settlers pointed out as the first two-story brick store in Springfield. P.C. Kennedy had opened his stock of books and drugs there 16 years before. What had become Northwest Jefferson and 2nd Streets, a busy central corner of Springfield, was 24 years previous a piece of John Kelly's cornfield. On that spot had stood a log cabin courthouse, the first county seat of Sangamon County. Away from it had swept the rolling prairie, a mile east and west. A half-mile north and south, bordered on the north by heavy timber and on the south by growths of pink oak, elm, cherry, and hackberry, with fringes of plum, crabapple, and haw trees, besides hazel brush and blackberry bushes, festoons of grapevines, and winding strawberry runners. In the heavy timber that had once stood between First and Third Streets, boys used to gather pawpaws and dig ginseng and turkey peas. One of those boys, Zimri Enos, could recollect how his father loved big oxen and drove them with only a hazel stick for a goad, and how, in the winter of the deep snow, 1831, his two big yoke of oxen plowed through snow that horses couldn't travel, and brought from the timbers loads of wood for people whose cabin fires had gone out. So early the town of Springfield was beginning, as a town, to have a memory. It was only 25 years since, in the log cabin courthouse then at Jefferson and Second Streets, John Kelly was allowed by the county commissioner the sum of $42.50 due him by contract for building the courthouse, and $5 for extras. At the same time, the county was divided into 4 districts, and overseers for the poor were appointed, 2 for each district, with 3 trustees appointed by the county court to supervise the overseers of the poor. Then Robert Hamilton was allowed $84.75 for building the county jail, which the sheriff, John Taylor, found to be a no-account jail, and so told the county commissioners. Since that time there had come a new courthouse, built of brick, in the middle of the public square, with a hip roof and cupola. It had cost $6,841, and was knocked down and carried off to make way for the new Capitol, costing $240,000, nearly twice as much as it was first estimated. And it was one of the settled memories of Springfield that the lawyer and politician, Lincoln, had log-rolled through the legislature the bill that located the Capitol in Springfield. Besides Hoffman's Row, where Lincoln's office with Herndon was located, there was Chicken Row, a string of one-story shops and stores on one side of the square. But Hoffman's Row and Chicken Row were new. They were not of Springfield's past, to which the memories of old settlers ran. They could recall how a nearby town named Sangamon, on a bluff of the river where Lincoln had built the Offutt flatboat, had nearly won a decision from the county commissioners for the location of the county seat. And the commissioners had also come near to selecting for the county seat a town laid out by William S. Hamilton, a young lawyer who was the son of the famous Alexander Hamilton, and who had vanished after his plans were rejected. It was then that Elisha and John Kelly from North Carolina had named the town Calhoun, after the South Carolina senator, and it was so called until named after Spring Creek. Along with some of the early settlers had come their slaves. The Kirkpatricks brought their colored boy Titus, Colonel Thomas Cox his 2 girls, Nance and Dice, Daniel Cartwright his boy Major, George Forquet his boy Smith, and Colonel Cox, who had come 23 years before as Register of the Land Office, appointed by President Monroe, had bought out the Kellys, put up a mill and distillery, and a hewn log house with a hall and a brick chimney. Then debt and drink broke him. The law turned him out of house and home, and he and his wife and 2 children took shelter in a deserted log cabin 1.5 miles from town. First they had sold Nance and Dice, and the circuit court clerk entered on the records that on July 12, 1827, John Taylor bought at public auction the person Nance for $151 and the person Dice for $150, and the court commission was $15.40. It was a later time that Erastus Wright came from Fort Clark to live in Springfield, where he traded 80 acres of land for a tame elk that he rode and drove to harness like a horse. There were remembered stanzas sung to an old Irish tune. She's bounded by the Wabash, the Ohio and the lakes. She's crawfish in the swampy lands, the milksick and the shakes. But these are slight diversions, and take not from the joy of living in this garden land, the state of Illinois.
Then move your family westward, bring all your girls and boys, and cross at Shawnee Ferry to the state of Illinois. End of section 30. Section 31 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 63. The 37-year-old son of Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks Lincoln had changed with a changing Western world. His feet had worn deerskin moccasins as a boy. They were put into rawhide boots when he was full grown. Now he had them in dressed calf leather. His head cover was a coonskin cap when he was a boy, and all men and boys wore the raccoon tail as a high headpiece. Floating down the Mississippi to New Orleans, he wore a black felt hat from an Eastern factory, and it held the post office mail of New Salem. Now he was a prominent politician and lawyer, wearing a tall, stiff silk hat known as a stovepipe, also called a plug hat. In this stovepipe, he carried letters, newspaper clippings, deeds, mortgages, checks, receipts. Once he apologized to a client for not replying to a letter. He had bought a new hat, and in cleaning out the old hat, he missed this particular letter. The silk stovepipe hat was nearly a foot high, with a brim only an inch or so in width. It was a high, lean, longish hat, and it made Lincoln look higher, leaner, more longish. As he had gone along farther in law practice and politics, he had taken more care of his looks. His first partner, John T. Stewart, was one of the handsomest figures and best-dressed men in Springfield, and Lincoln had to take Stewart's place once in a courthouse near Springfield, handling a case for a client, when Lincoln introduced himself as the man sent by Stewart to take Stewart's place. The client, an Englishman accustomed to wigs and gowns in a courtroom, refused to take Lincoln as his lawyer, snorted with disgust, and hired another lawyer. And though Lincoln had begun wearing broadcloth and white shirts with a white collar and black silk cravat, and a suggestion of sideburns coming down 3/4 the length of his ears, he was still known as one of the carelessly dressed men of Springfield, along with Stephen Logan, who wore unbleached cotton shirts and had sat 2 years as a circuit court judge wearing an unbleached cotton shirt with no cravat or stock. The loose bones of Lincoln were hard to fit with neat clothes, and once on, they were hard to keep neat. Trousers go baggy at the knees of a storyteller who has the habit, at the end of a story, where the main laugh comes in, of putting his arms around his knees, raising his knees to his chin, and rocking to and fro. Those who spoke of his looks often mentioned his trousers creeping to the ankles and higher, his rumpled hair, his wrinkled vest. When he wasn't away making speeches, electioneering, or practicing law on the circuit, he cut kindling wood, tended to the cordwood for the stoves in the house, milked the cow, gave her a few forks of hay, and changed her straw bedding every day. He analyzed the tariff, the national banks, the public lands, and the annexation of Texas, while paling a cow. One evening he went to where his cow was pastured with other cows, and as he told it, "I found the calves all together and away from the cows, and I didn't know my calf well enough to distinguish her from the others. Still, I picked out one that I thought was mine. Presently, that identical calf went and sucked my cow, and then I knew it was mine." He looked like a farmer, it was often said. He seemed to have come from prairies and barns rather than city streets and barber shops. And in his own way, he admitted and acknowledged it. He told voters from the stump that it was only a few years since he had worn buckskin breeches, and they shrank in the rain and crept to his knees, leaving the skin blue and bare. The very words that came off his lips in tangled, important discussions among lawyers had a wilderness air and a log cabin smack. The way he pronounced the word idea was more like ID. The word really more like the drawled Kentucky rally. As he strode or shambled into a gathering of men, he stood out as a special figure for men to look at. It was a little as though he had come farther on harder roads and therefore had longer legs for the traveling.
and a little as though he had been where life is stripped to its naked facts, and it would be useless for him to try to put on certain pretenses of civilization. He may have figured out for himself about how far he could go and find it easy and healthy and comfortable for him to be in speech and looks the Indiana cornhusker and the Mississippi River flatboatman. The manners of a gentleman and a scholar dropped off him sometimes like a cloak, and his speech was that of a farmer who works his own farm, or a lawyer who pails a cow morning and evening and might refer to it incidentally in polite company or in a public address. He was not embarrassed, and nobody else was embarrassed, when at the Bowling Green funeral he had stood up, instead of delivering a formal funeral address on the character of the deceased, had shaken with grief and put a handkerchief to his face and wept tears, and motioned to the body bearers to take his dead friend away. There was a natural grace to it. Funerals should be so conducted. A man who loves a dead man should stand up and try to speak and find himself overwhelmed with grief, so that instead of speaking, he smothers his face in a handkerchief and weeps. This was the eloquence of naked fact, beyond which there is no eloquence. At the death of a great friend, he could weep without shame, lone and inevitable. At a petty campaign lie alluding to his aristocratic relatives visiting him, he could laugh and say that only one had made a visit and he was arrested for stealing a Jew's harp. He could be immediately solemn, tenderly grave, quizzically humorous, and flatly comic. As he strode or shambled into a gathering of men, he stood out as a special figure to look at. Some of the range of his feeling, the gamut of the solemn and comic, was registered in the angles of his body, in the sweeping lengths of extra-long arms and legs, in the panther slouch of running and throwing muscles, in the wiry, raw-boned frame that seemed to have been at home once handling an axe in tall timber, with the silent silhouette of an eagle watching. Standing, Lincoln loomed tall with his 6 feet 4 inches of height. Sitting in a chair, he looked no taller than other men, except that his knees rose higher than the level of the seat of the chair. Seated on a low chair or bench, he seemed to be crouching. The shoulders were stooped and rounded, the head bent forward and turned downward. Shirt collars were a loose fit. An Adam's apple stood out on a scrawny neck. His voice was a tenor that carried song tunes poorly, but had clear and appealing modulations in his speeches. In rare moments of excitement, it rose to a startling and unforgettable falsetto tone that carried every syllable with unmistakable meaning. In the stoop of his shoulders and the forward bend of his head, there was a grace and familiarity so that it was easy for shorter people to look up into his face and talk with him. The mouth and eyes, and the facial muscles running back from the mouth and eyes, masked 1,000 shades of meaning. In hours of melancholy, when poisons of dejection dragged him, the underlip and its muscles drooped. His friends felt either that he then was a sick man with a disorder of bile and secretions, or else that his thoughts roamed in farther and darker caverns than ordinary men ventured into. Ordinarily, there was a fresh, gracious calm. It was a grave, sad calm, perhaps gloomy, but strong with foundations resting on substrata of granite, a mouth shaped with depths of hope that its fixed resolves would be kept and held. And between the solemn mouth of Lincoln and at the other end of the gamut, his comic mouth, there was the play of 1,000 shades of meaning. Besides being tragedian, he was comedian. Across the mask of his dark gravity could come a light gray of the quizzical, the puzzled. This could spread into the beginning of a smile, and then spread farther into wrinkles and wreaths of laughter that lit the whole face into a glow. And it was of a quality of his highest laughter that it traveled through his whole frame, currents of it vitalizing his toes. A fine chiseling of lines on the upper lip seemed to be some continuation of the bridge of the nose, forming a feature that ended in a dimple at the point of the chin. The nose was large. If it had been a trifle larger, he would have been called big-nosed. It was a nose for breathing deep, sustained breaths of air, a strong, shapely nose, granitic with resolve and patience. Two deepening wrinkles started from the sides of the right and left nostrils and ran down the outer rims of the upper lip. Farther out of the two cheeks were deepening wrinkles that had been long crude dimples when he was a boy. Hours of toil, pain, and laughter were deepening these wrinkles. From the sides of the nose, angular cheekbones branched right and left toward the large ears, forming a base for magnificently constructed eye sockets. Bushy black eyebrows shaded the sockets where the eyeballs rested with gray transformers of action, thought, laughter. Shaded into the gray of his eyes was a tinting of hazel. In his eyes, as nowhere else, was registered the shifting light of his moods. Their language ran from rapid twinkles of darting hazel that won the hearts of children on to a fixed baffling gray that the shrewdest lawyers and politicians could not read to find there an intention he wanted to hide. The thatch of coarse hair on the head was black when seen from a distance, but close up it had a brownish, rough, sandy tint. He had been known to comb it, parting it far on the right side and slicking it down so that it looked groomed by a somewhat particular man, but most of the time it was loose and rumpled. The comb might have parted it either on the far right or on the far left side. He wasn't particular. Throughout his life as a grown man, he was holding to the hacked-out slants of body that his father had in mind in the younger days when his frame stretched upward in a rapid, uneven growth, and his father said he looked like he needed a carpenter's plane put to him. In those days they had called him Longshanks. And as a grown man, his long shanks were a dominant feature of his physical presence. Yet it was true that men and women as varied as Stephen T. Logan and Hannah Armstrong felt about him something elusive, glancing, elfin, off and beyond all that was told by the gaunt, rambling lines of his physical structure. The eyes, the laughter, the play of words, the scrutinizing, drawling poise, curves that came and went with the tricks of sun showers and rainbows. He gave out echoes and values. A cherishing of true testimonies ran from his face and form. All he could do for Bowling Green was to weep. The words had not been made that could tell what he wanted to say in that hour. As the day came near for his marriage to the brilliant, fashionable daughter of a Kentucky bank president, he held odds even by writing an old friend, also of hacked-out and slanted structure, the plain, old, dependable, silent, truth-telling John Hanks, who could not write his own name. I hope you will come over. Be sure to be on deck by early candlelight. The lizard story might be a rehearsal of a comic pantomime, with two players having a line each to speak. And still further, it might be a pretentious allegory in democratic and religious behavior and words. When he had bought his house at 8th and Jackson Streets from Reverend Charles Dresser, there was a mortgage of $900 on it. And in the deed of title from Dresser to Lincoln, this $900 mortgage wasn't mentioned. He trusted Dresser, took a chance on losing $900, just the personal assurance of the preacher who had married him. And the money was later paid in full. It was natural that Abraham Lincoln was many things to many people. Some believed him a cunning, designing lawyer and politician who coldly figured all his moves in advance. Some believed him a sad, odd, awkward man trying to find a niche in life where his hacked-out frame could have peace and comfort. Some believed him a superb human struggler with solemn and comic echoes and values far off and beyond the leashes and bones that held him to earth and law and politics. In his own mind, he did not divide people into good people and bad people. As he walked from his own home close to the cornfields near the city limits of Springfield and met people on his way to the courthouse and the post office, and as he watched the two-legged figures on their many errands, or, forgetting their errands, moving around the public square, he saw good mixed in the bad, and bad mixed in the good. In his own mind, he made the note.
The true rule in determining to embrace or reject anything is not whether it have any evil in it, but whether it have more of evil than of good. There are few things wholly evil or wholly good. Almost everything is an inseparable compound of the two, so that our best judgment of the preponderance between them is continually demanded. Chapter 64. There are certain old poems, old stories, old books, clocks and jackknives, old rose and lavender keepsakes with musk and dusk in them, with a sunset smoke loitering in the faded shine of their walnut and mahogany stain and embellishment. And we learn them by heart. We memorize their lines and outlines and put them away in the chests and the attics of our memories, keeping them as keepsakes, taking them out and handling them, reciting their feel and rhythm, scanning their lines, and then putting them back till the next time they will be wanted, for they will always be wanted again. Abraham Lincoln had such an old keepsake, a rhymed poem with stanzas having for him the sweet pathos of a slow, quaint tune hummed by a young woman to the auburn western sky of a late winter twilight. It spun out and carried further the hymn line, "Vain man, thy fond pursuits forbear." It came from an old country across the sea, and was written like an air from an old-fashioned spinet with its rosewood touched with a yellow tarnish. It was put together like some old melodrama that measures out life so that we want to cry as we look at it. In the year he ran for Congress, Lincoln sent William Johnston a copy of the poem, and later wrote him, "You ask me who is the author of this piece I sent you, and you do so ask me to indicate a slight suspicion that I myself am the author. Beyond all question, I am not the author. I would give all I am worth and go in debt to be able to write so fine a piece as I think that is. Neither do I know who is the author." The poem read, "Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud, like a swift fleeting meteor, a fast flying cloud? A flash of the lightning, a break of the wave, he passes from life to his rest in the grave. The leaves of the oak and the willow shall fade, be scattered around and together be laid, and the young and the old, the low and the high, shall moulder to dust, and together shall lie. The infant a mother attended and loved, the mother that infant's affection who proved, the husband that mother and infant who blessed, each all are away to their dwelling of rest. The maid on whose cheek, on whose brow, in whose eye shone beauty and pleasure, her triumphs are by, and the memory of those who loved her and praised are alike from the minds of the living erased. The hand of the king that the scepter hath borne, the brow of the priest that the mitre hath worn, the eye of the sage and the heart of the brave are hidden and lost in the depths of the grave. The peasant whose lot was to sow and to reap, the herdsman who climbed with his goats up the steep, the beggar who wandered in search of his bread, have faded away like the grass that we tread. The saint who enjoyed the communion of heaven, the sinner who dared to remain unforgiven, the wise and the foolish, the guilty and just, have quietly mingled their bones in the dust. So the multitude goes, like the flower or the weed that withers away to let others succeed. So the multitude comes, even those we behold, to repeat every tale that has often been told. For we are the same that our fathers have been. We see the same sights that our fathers have seen. We drink the same stream, we feel the same sun, and run the same course that our fathers have run. The thoughts we are thinking our fathers would think. From the death we are shrinking our fathers would shrink. To the life we are clinging they also would cling. But it speeds from us all like a bird on the wing. They loved, but the story we cannot unfold. They scorned, but the heart of the haughty is cold. They grieved, but no wail from their slumber will come. They joyed, but the tongue of their gladness is dumb. They died, aye, they died. We things that are now, that walk on the turf that lies over their brow, and make in their dwellings a transient abode, meet the things that they met on their pilgrimage road. Yea, hope and despondency, pleasure and pain, are mingled together in sunshine and rain. And the smile and the tear, the song and the dirge, still follow each other, like surge upon surge. 'Tis the wink of an eye, 'tis the draught of a breath, from the blossom of health to the paleness of death. From the gilded saloon to the bier and the shroud, oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud? Such was one of the keepsakes of his heart. For him it spun out and carried further the hymn line, Vain man, thy fond pursuits forbear. It was written by a young Scotchman, William Knox, who died when he was 36 years old in Edinburgh in 1836, and a young Scotchman, Jason Duncan, had first shown it to Lincoln in New Salem days. In the letter to Johnston explaining that beyond all question he was not the author of the poem, he also wrote, In the fall of 1844, thinking I might aid some to carry the state of Indiana for Mr. Clay, I went into the neighborhood in that state in which I was raised, where my mother and only sister were buried, and from which I had been absent about 15 years. That part of the country is, within itself, as unpoetical as any spot on the earth. But still, seeing it and its objects and inhabitants aroused feelings in me which were certainly poetry. Though whether my expression of those feelings is poetry is quite another question. When I got to writing, the change of subject divided the thing into 4 little divisions or cantos, the first only of which I send you now, and may send the others hereafter. The enclosure read, My childhood's home I see again, and sadden with the view, and still, as memory crowds my brain, there's pleasure in it too. O memory, thou midway world twixt earth and paradise, where things decayed and loved ones lost in dreamy shadows rise, and freed from all that's earthly vile, seen hallowed, pure and bright, like scenes in some enchanted isle, all bathed in liquid light. As dusky mountains please the eye when twilight chases day, as bugle notes that passing by in distance die away, as leaving some grand waterfall, we lingering list its roar, so memory will hallow all we've known, but know no more. Near 20 years have passed away since here I bid farewell to woods and fields and scenes of play, and playmates loved so well, where many were, but few remain of old familiar things, but seeing them to mind again the lost and absent brings. The friends I left at parting day, how changed as time had sped, young childhood grown, strong manhood gray, and half of all are dead. I hear the loved survivors tell how naught from death could save, till every sound appears a knell, and every spot a grave. I range the fields with pensive tread, and pace the hollow rooms, and feel, companion of the dead, I'm living in the tombs. 5 months later he again wrote Johnston the letter reading, Friend Johnston, you remember when I wrote you from Tremont last spring, sending you a little canto of what I called poetry? I promised to bore you with another sometime. I now fulfill the promise. The subject of the present one is an insane man. His name is Matthew Gentry. He is 3 years older than I, and when we were boys we went to school together. He was rather a bright lad, and the son of the rich man of a very poor neighborhood. At the age of 19 he unaccountably became furiously mad, from which condition he gradually settled down into harmless insanity. When, as I told you in my other letter, I visited my old home in the fall of 1844, I found him still lingering in this wretched condition. In my poetizing mood, I could not forget the impression his case made upon me. Here is the result. But here's an object more of dread than aught the grave contains, a human form with reason fled, while wretched life remains. When terror spread and neighbors ran your dangerous strength to bind, and soon a howling crazy man your limbs were fast confined. How then you strove and shrieked aloud, your bones and sinews bared, and fiendish on the gazing crowd with burning eyeballs glared, and begging and swore and wept and prayed, with maniac laughter joined. How fearful were these signs displayed by pangs that killed the mind. And when at length the drear and long time soothed thy fiercer woes, how plaintively thy mournful song upon the still night rose. I've heard it oft as if I dreamed, far distant, sweet and lone, the funeral dirge it ever seemed of reason dead and gone. To drink its stains I've stole away, all stealthily and still, ere yet the rising god of day had streaked the eastern hill. Ere held her breath trees with the spell seemed sorrowing angels round, whose swelling tears in dewdrops fell upon the listening ground. But this is past, and naught remains that raise thee o'er the brute. Thy piercing shrieks and soothing strain are like forever mute. Now fare thee well, more thou the cause than subject now of woe. All mental pangs by time's kind laws hast lost the power to know. O death, thou awe-inspiring prince that keep'st the world in fear, why dost thou tear more blessed ones hence, and leave him lingering here? If I should ever send another, the subject will be a bear hunt. Yours as ever, A. Lincoln. Yet a short time later he did send Johnston 22 verses of a piece he called The Bear Hunt, mixing the backwoodsman's slang with picked pet words from stylish English poets. 3 verses get the bear running, 9 verses have the bear chased, 4 have him fighting and dying, then 6 verses draw a moral and lesson. The piece read, A wild bear chase didst never see? Then hast thou lived in vain? Thy richest bump of glorious glee lies desert in thy brain. When first my father settled here, 'twas then the frontier line. The panthers screamed, filled night with fear, and bears preyed on the swine. But woe for Bruin's short-lived fun, when rose the squealing cry. Now man and horse and dog and gun for vengeance at him fly. A sound of danger strikes his ear, he gives the breeze a snuff. Away he bounds with little fear, and seeks the tangled ruff. On press his foes and reach the ground, where's left his half-munched meal. The dogs in circles scent around, and find his fresh-made trail. With instant cry, away they dash, and men as fast pursue. O'er logs they leap, through water splash, and shout the brisk halloo. Now to elude the eager pack, bear shuns the open ground. Through matted vines he shapes his track, and runs it round and round. The tall, fleet cur with the deep-mouthed voice now speeds him as the wind, while half-grown pup and short-legged fice are yelping far behind. And fresh recruits are dropping in to join the merry corps. With yelp and yell and mingled din, the woods are in a roar. And round the chase now goes, the world's alive with fun. Nick Carter's horse his rider throws, and Mose Hills drops his gun. Now, sorely pressed, Bear glances back and lolls his tired tongue, when as to force him from his track, an ambush on him sprung. Across the glade he sweeps for flight, and fully is in view. The dogs, new fired by the sight, their cry and speed renew. The foremost ones now reach his rear, he turns, they dash away, and circling now the wrathful bear, they have him full at bay. At top of speed the horsemen come, all screaming in a row. Whoop! Take 'em, tiger! Seize 'em, drum! Bang! Bang! The rifles go. And furious now the dogs he tears and crushes in his ire. Wheels right and left and upward rears with eyes of burning fire. But leaden death is at his heart, vain all the strength he plies, and spouting blood from every part, he reels and sinks and dies. And now a dinsome clamor rose, but who should have his skin? Who first draws blood each hunter knows, this prize must always win. But who did this, and how to trace what's true from what's a lie? Like lawyers in a murder case, they stoutly argufy. Aforesaid face of blustering mood, behind and quite forgot, just now emerging from the wood, arrives upon the spot. With grinning teeth and upturned hair, brim full of spunk and wrath, he growls and seizes on dead bear, and shakes for life and death. And swells as if his skin would tear, and growls and shakes again, and swears as plain as dog can swear, that he has won the skin. Conceited whelp, we laugh at thee, nor mind that not a few of pompous two-legged dogs there be, conceited quite as you. And from then on there seemed to be no more exercises of this kind. Lincoln quit his doggerel habit, writing to Johnston, "I'm not at all displeased with your proposal to publish the poetry, or doggerel, or whatever else it may be called, which I sent you. I consent that it may be done. Whether the prefatory remarks in my letter shall be published with the verses, I leave entirely to your discretion. But let names be suppressed by all means. I have not sufficient hope of the verses attracting any favorable notice to tempt me to risk being ridiculed for having written them." The mood of melancholy running through his verses could drop off him like a cloak, while he lighted with a quizzical look on his face. When his children were born, he chuckled. Even before the first one was born, in the months when the stork was promising to come, he joked Speed about the glad event coming. Speed first heard of the coming event from Bill Butler, and so wrote Lincoln, who replied, "In relation to the coming events about which Butler wrote you, I had not heard one word before I got your letter. But I have so much confidence in the judgment of a Butler on such a subject that I incline to think there may be some reality in it. What day does Butler appoint?" And he countered, "By the way, how do events of the same sort come on in your family? Are you possessing houses and lands and oxen and asses and manservants and maidservants and begetting sons and daughters?" And he closed with, "Mary joins in sending love to your Fanny and you." When the second boy came, he sketched the two of them and the family life for Speed. "We have another boy. He is very much such a child as Bob was at his age, rather of a longer order. Bob is short and low, and I expect always will be. He talks very plainly, almost as plainly as anybody. He is quite smart enough. I sometimes fear that he is one of the little rare ripe sort that are smarter at about 5 years than ever after. He has a great deal of that sort of mischief that is the offspring of such animal spirits. Since I began this letter, A messenger came to tell me Bob was lost. But by the time I reached the house, his mother had found him and whipped him, and by now, very likely, he has run away again. Mary has read your letter and wishes to be remembered to Mrs. Speed and you, in which I most sincerely join her.
End of section 31. Section 32 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 65. Lincoln and his law partner, Stephen T. Logan, both had hopes of going to Congress. They didn't get along smoothly. Lincoln had left the partnership with regrets, for Logan was one of the foremost lawyers of the state and well started on a paying business. Logan had come to Illinois from Kentucky, a short sliver of a man with a wrinkled, pinched face and tight lips. His head carried a thicket of frowsy hair, his voice rasped, yet he commanded attention when he spoke. He had been a circuit judge 2 years. That he should have picked Lincoln for a junior partner testified that Lincoln had unusual ability or character of some sort. And that Lincoln should tell Usher F. Linder that he had an ambition to become as good a lawyer as Stephen T. Logan testified that Logan was far out of the ordinary as lawyers go. During the 2 years they met so often and worked together in the same law office on the same cases, Lincoln had chances to dig through and get at the magic or whatever it was that made some people believe Logan could take apart and put together again that colossal box of devices called government. Logan knew how to be a lawyer so that people had fear and respect for lawyers. Lincoln had his chance to watch Logan every day, close up, to see how Logan did it. He was sorry to break with Logan, but one day something happened between him and Logan, so that he went to young William H. Herndon, who had read the law books in the office of Logan and Lincoln on the invitation of Lincoln and had been admitted to the bar. He asked Herndon to be his partner. Herndon didn't believe his ears. He said, "Mr. Lincoln, don't laugh at me." "Billy, I can trust you if you can trust me." They shook hands, opened an office, and hung out the shingle, Lincoln and Herndon. Lincoln was 9 years the older. For 10 years he had been seeing Herndon off and on, watching the boy grow up to a young man. He knew that when a mob killed Lovejoy at Alton, the president of Illinois College at Jacksonville was with Lovejoy, and the college, faculty, and students were blazing with abolitionist ideas. Archer Herndon, the father of William, heard about it and said he wasn't going to have his boy grow up a damned abolitionist pup, and ordered him home to Springfield, where he had clerked in Josh Speed's store. He and Speed and Lincoln slept in the same big room over the store and some nights talked each other to sleep. Once Lincoln had asked Herndon as to slavery, "What tells you the thing must be rooted out?" The answer? "I feel it in my bones." And Lincoln sometimes mentioned issues, public questions, that had stood the test of Bill Herndon's bone philosophy. They had an upstairs backroom office. There came the abolitionist newspapers week by week stirring up Herndon with the news of what the American Anti-Slavery Society was doing, and the latest actions of the Liberty Party. Though slight as a political organization, it had savagely swept Henry Clay out of the political reckoning in 1844, when Polk defeated Clay with the narrow popular majority of 38,801, and the Liberty Party candidate got 62,270 votes, which could have made Clay president. For young Herndon, there was far passionate magic in words such as liberty, equality, brotherhood, justice, humanity. For him, there was reality, driving and terrific, back of the phrase, the cause of humanity. Sometimes the whole world of human struggle divided itself for him into two causes, the high and noble cause, and the low and degraded cause. Enthusiasms lighted torches in him and flung banners. A human cause must have bonfires of elation and faith. His father, Archer Herndon, was born in Virginia from Herndons who were in the Old Dominion as early as 1654. grew up in Kentucky, married and moved to Illinois, arriving in 1821 in Sangamon County driving a one-mule cart, with the mother holding the 2-year-old baby Billy. They stayed 4 years on a prairie farm 5 miles from Springfield and then moved to Springfield. Herndon pictured the moving. The whole way was clear bog. Father made a small board cart, into which he threw the chickens, the little pigs, and the young children. He and I and Mother walked beside the cart, which had 2 wheels. We skipped from hill to hill, and when the wheels of the cart stuck or floundered, we lifted them out of the mud and balanced them somehow on one of the hummocks. We reached Springfield at last. We had to build our log cabin on the edge of a ridge, while we labored to subdue the muck. The marks of bear's claws were deep in the trees right around us. 10 years later, I killed 100 snakes in 3/4 of a mile, so you may guess what it was then. There they all were, rattlesnakes, vipers, adders, and copperheads. And what sort of a snake is the copperhead, was asked. His answer was, a mean thing. A rattlesnake rattles, a viper hisses, an adder spits, a black snake whistles, a water snake blows, but a copperhead just sneaks. And he could go on with memories. At nightfall we laid green logs in parallel rows, set them on fire, and drove the cattle between them. Then whichever way the wind blew, we could keep off the gallinippers, mosquitoes with stings 3/4 of an inch long. The dumb beasts knew what it meant, and we never had to drive them again. They went in of themselves. Words cannot tell this life. The prairies of Illinois are watered with the tears and enriched by the graves of her women. The first generation lived on mush and pork. Fencing was too costly. No gardens could stand the herds of cattle, 1,000 strong, which might come swooping over any minute. Just as our corn was ripe, the bears would strip the ears. Just as the pumpkins grew golden, herds of deer would hollow out the gourds. As we got more land, there was no transportation to carry away the crops. A woman listening to Herndon remarked, "Standing in a log cabin in the edge of the prairie the other day and looking over the half-drained surface, I said, almost unconsciously, 'I am sure this land was settled before the Lord was willing.'" To understand the pioneers, said Herndon, you must know first how civilization had wronged them as poor whites. Next, how nature gradually restored what civilization took. To do the work an enormous vitality was required. Such a vitality could not exhaust itself on the soil. No social excitement, no lecture, theater, book, or friendly talk offered itself to the tired laborer when he came home at night. To drink, to indulge in his passions, was the only change life offered him. For the women, God forgive the men who brought them here. If they sought stimulants or anodynes, how could they be to blame? Wild, hardy, genial, these men were a mixture of the rowdy and the roisterer. It was impossible to outwit or outwhip them. Herndon was intense, sensitive, varied as his father and grandfather. His grandfather in Virginia had given slaves their freedom. His father in Illinois had stood fast with those who fought to make Illinois a slave state. A brother of his grandfather had married the youngest sister of Patrick Henry. His father had kept a store, had fought politically with those who tried to call a convention to change Illinois from a free to a slave state, and had put up the first regular tavern in Springfield. The son grew up in a tavern, had a tavern eye for judging people, and took pride in the way he could size up men by looking in their eyes. He was of medium height, rather raw-boned, with particularly high cheekbones, dark eyes set far back in the sockets, and the careless shock of hair on his head was a peculiar black, a sort of blue-black. He had picked up tavern learning, the names of drinks men called for, the talk of men who talked about cards, horse races, chicken fights, women. Yet he was full of torches, banners, bonfires, lighted for what he called the cause of freedom, justice, humanity. As he and his senior law partner looked from the office window to the state capitol with its massive, enigmatic walls, they had a good deal to talk about when there was time. And in their talk, One was always Mr. Lincoln, and the other plain Billy. Chapter 66. Once in late summer, after showers had soaked the earth and sent the corn higher, Lincoln passed a cornfield a block from his home, meeting young Alexander Black, who noticed Lincoln had his head bowed forward, his chin at his breast, wrapped in thought. "He will pass by me without speaking," said young Alexander to himself. But as they met, Lincoln's face lighted. He nodded his head, beckoned with his hand toward the field, and said, "This rain makes the corn laugh." Toward the courthouse and the public square, there were city lots where corn was growing. Off toward the country were the cornfields. The panorama of the ways of growing corn was before their eyes from the front yard and the backyard of the 8th Street home. Always, as the seasons passed from year to year, that panorama of corn was one of the immense facts. In the spring they saw the sweet black loam turned over and laid in furrows, with a shine and a gleam on the strips of stiff dirt curved with a steel plow curve, as they lay waiting for the seed kernels. And the teeth of the harrow tore the stiff dirt loose, and the frame of the harrow leveled it, and the yellow kernels of maize were dropped in and covered over. The regular, never-failing Illinois rain came. The black loam soaked in the rain. The kernels of corn sent out white strands of feelers, spreading webs of roots, taking their nourishment, their requisites from the loam. In June the young corn leaves came up to look at the sun and tell the sun, "Here we are." Then slow work of the sun, the air, and the loam lifted the leaves higher. The stalks thickened, and as the weeks passed, it came time for the little ears of corn to push out their cobs, with little soft white kernels in rows, all laid in close-wrapped husks, with silk threads running soft and green forming pads parallel to the rows of kernels on the cobs. As the weeks passed, the silk of this corn ran out of the opening where the ends of the husk wrappers met, and the sun tanned the corn silk with darkening copper and maroon. The weeks came when the green corn was full grown. The stand of the corn would hide a tall man if it was a good corn year. At the top of the stalks, highest of all, were tassels, plumes, announcements. Being full grown, the corn changed under the sunshine of early autumn. The green leaves, tassels, blades, husks, all turning to tan and brown and gray, while the full-grown kernels on the cobs stiffened and hardened, till each was rooted in its niche and corner. The ripened ears, the corn crop of the season, were ready for the shucking. Then men came and tore off the ears, stripped the husks, and threw the red, white, and gold ears into wagons. It was harvest time. The stalks were cut close to the roots, piled, tied, shaped into patient, mysterious dummies that waited by dawn and noon till they were hauled away. The stumps of the stalks stood bare, marking the rows where the corn crop had grown. The corn kernels had been shelled off cobs and saved as meal for men and fodder for cattle, hogs, horses, chickens. They were the year's guarantee against hunger. They stood off famine and gave man a permit to live another year. Harvest time had come and gone. Afterward came the months when snow blew across the fields and covered the stumps, and the fields were white and lonely. Chapter 67. Two farmers, Samuel Wyckoff and Dennis Forrest, came to see Lincoln one day. Each owned a quarter section of land in Township 14 north of Range 6 west in Sangamon County. They had a dispute concerning a small strip of land, each claiming it, and they agreed in writing to submit their dispute to the arbitrament of Abraham Lincoln, who was to hear the evidence and thereupon decide which is the owner of the disputed land and what line is hereafter to be the dividing line. Furthermore, we hereby mutually bind ourselves in the penal sum of $500 as liquidated damages, to abide by the decision he shall make, and each to give and allow the other peaceable possession and enjoyment of his own side of the line, so to be designated. 2 weeks later, Lincoln handed the two farmers, who had come to him instead of a court, his decision, reading,
In pursuance of agreement, having fully heard the evidence, I decide that the land in dispute between Wyckoff and Forrest belongs to said Wyckoff, and that the old United States Surveyor's line, beginning at the west end thereof, and running thence easterly as marked through the timber by said U.S. Surveyor, so far as the timber extends, and continuing the same course as so marked, the proper distance to reach the east side of the lands of said Wyckoff and Forrest above described shall hereafter be the dividing line between the said lands of the parties. Once a jury picked by the Maynard County Sheriff got filled up with men of whom Lincoln said, "I would like to throw the whole panel out, for I know every single one of them, but I can't object to a man among them." It was a murder case, with Lincoln called in as a prosecutor. Two brothers named Denton had got in a dispute with a brother-in-law named Brown. They fought with axes. Brown was killed. The Dentons were the only witnesses. During the trial, which lasted a week, Lincoln felt sure the jury wouldn't convict. He left the questioning of witnesses and the final plea to the jury with another prosecutor. And as it happened, the jury freed the Dentons. Lincoln had sensed from the first that it would be uphill work to convict with that particular jury, and Lincoln never made much of a record when called in as a prosecutor. Fine points in justice came before him. He pressed a claim of John Warner against John Calhoun, who had been his chief when he was a surveyor. He questioned Calhoun as to transfers and assignments of property. Then there was the case of Nancy Green, who had loaned $200 and got a note for it, but couldn't collect. She put it in Lincoln's hands. He had to collect it from Mentor Graham, the New Salem schoolmaster who had helped Lincoln learn the science of surveying and had loaned Lincoln books. Lincoln sued Graham, won the suit, but didn't force immediate payment. What he asked was that the schoolmaster should do his best to pay the woman. This was the second suit Lincoln won for Nancy Green, the first being a dissolution of her marriage bond with Aaron Green. He took a case to the Supreme Court and wrote Marshall, his Shawneetown friend, "At the request of Mr. Eddy, I got the judgment reversed. This was no business of yours, and I now only ask as a favor of you that if Mr. Eddy is well, you say to him, I would like to have the little fee in the case if convenient." In the divorce case of Samuel Rogers versus Polly Rogers, Lincoln represented the husband and advised that no charge of adultery be made. In the development of the case, he filed an affidavit. A. Lincoln, being first duly sworn, says that he was employed as counsel in the case of Samuel Rogers versus Polly Rogers for a divorce, that he, the affiant, drew up the complainant's bill, that said complainant at the time told his affiant that he could prove that he said defendant had been guilty of adultery with one William Short while she was living with said complainant, but that affiant advised said complainant not to make the charge in his bill, as there was other sufficient grounds upon which to obtain a divorce, to wit, absence of more than 2 years. In effect, Lincoln was ready to help his client get a divorce, but was not willing to make an unnecessary public record against the woman in the case. In the same year, Thomas McKibben came to Lincoln down in Coles County. Jonathan Hart had called McKibben a horse thief. Lincoln brought court action against Hart for slander, demanding $2,000 damages. The case was tried. McKibben was awarded $200. Lincoln was paid a fee of $35. And old Thomas Lincoln, the father of Abraham Lincoln, living in his log cabin out from Charleston, came into town and was handed the $35 as required by Abraham Lincoln, who had left instructions with the clerk of the court thus to deliver the money to his father and get a receipt. In Lincoln's Springfield office was an account book marked Daybook of Lincoln and Herndon in one place, and in another Lincoln and Herndon's Fee Book. The fees in 180 cases for the year 1846 were entered, mostly by Lincoln. One fee was $2.50, 2 were $3. In 64 cases, the charge was $5. In 5, $7. In 63, $10. In 5, $50. In 1, $100. And in the remainder,
from $15 to $25. One entry read, Scott versus Busher for defendant. To attending case in Maynard Circuit Court if it ends where it is, paid $20. Another case, tried before a justice of the peace, was recorded Negro versus Robert Smith for defendant. To attending case of Negro Bob J.P., $5. His reputation was spreading as a man and lawyer of whom people said, he'll be fair and square. He couldn't talk just to be talking. At a political meeting, where an orator was speechifying splendiferously with arms uplifted, and with a voice bawling and ranting neither fact nor argument, Lincoln turned to friends and said in an undertone, "Cut his galluses and let him go up." Lincoln couldn't talk against time if there was nothing to talk about. His quitting time for speaking came earlier than for other lawyers. With nothing to say, he was dumb. In a criminal case he tried with Usher F. Linder, the two of them agreed that in the strategy of the case each should make the longest speech possible and go on talking till he was used up. And as Linder told it afterward, Lincoln's performance ran out of wind at the end of an hour, while he, Linder, rambled on in a 3-hour speech to the jury. A doctor at Matamora, Robert C. Lamson, said that he had learned from Lincoln, who had stayed overnight at his house several times, that it was a healthy habit to tell other people all he positively knew about one thing or a few things, and to say nothing at all about things he wasn't sure of. Of a patient doomed to pass away, Lamson used to remark, "He's got the can't help it's," a phrase he said he had picked up from hearing Lincoln use it. Homely phrasings of Lincoln often lingered and were repeated. The lawyer Bagby at Pekin told Lincoln of a lawsuit with a highly educated minister as the important witness. And the minister had an extra fine sense of the distinctions and definitions of words. Bagby found the witness would not testify positively to things which Bagby knew that the witness knew. "I think so," and "I believe so" were the answers. Finally, Bagby asked, "What do you mean by the expression, 'I think'?" The witness answered at once, "That, sir, is the knowledge I have of my recollection of things of which I am not positively certain." He was then asked, "What do you mean by the expression, 'I believe'?" To which he just as smoothly answered, "That is the faith I have in the existence of objects of which I have distinct recollection," which made Lincoln chuckle. He came out of the same hole he went in at. End of section 32. Section 33 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 68. Passions, deaths, reputations, the incessant and shifting forces of life, the stuff of plays of Shakespeare and the books of Boccaccio and Rabelais, plain tales of life's surprises, put the stain of their designs on the parchments of Lincoln's law practice. Among his clients were descendants of Cain and Abel, of David and Bathsheba, of prodigal sons, of virgins who brought oil or came empty-handed. Lincoln petitioned the Supreme Court for a rehearing in the case of Peterson versus Edwards, which was a suit between two women, in which one charged the other was the mother of a Negro child. In a closely reasoned brief, the argument of Lincoln dwelt on allegations. "The words alleged are, Mrs. Edwards has raised a family of children by a Negro, and I can prove it. If we change the language from the second person past tense, as detailed by the witnesses, to the first person present tense, as spoken by Mrs. Patterson, the words proved by Mrs. Seymour to have been spoken by Mrs. Patterson are, I did tell Julius Scoville that Mrs. Edwards has had children by a Negro, and all her children are Negroes." He discussed whether in law it is sufficient to prove words equivalent to those identically charged. "While we understand words amounting to the identical charge alleged as being, in the sense of the law, not merely equivalent words,
but the words alleged, notwithstanding a slight literal or verbal variance, we insist that a variance to be material in the law must be a variance in sense. If we are right in this, we ask, is there any difference in sense between saying a woman has raised children by a Negro and saying she had children by a Negro?
In as simple a manner as though he were addressing a jury of farmers, he presented certain points to the Supreme Court.
On the question of arrest of judgment, this court declared that the words, Mrs. Edwards has raised a family of children by a Negro, do not, in their plain and popular sense, or in common acceptation, necessarily amount to the charge of adultery. Wherein these words vary from or fall short of such a charge, the opinion does not state. Whether the court believe that these words do not mean that Mrs. Edwards had raised a family of children, of whom she was the mother, and a Negro was the father, or whether, admitting this, the court believes she may have been the wife of the Negro, and therefore may have borne children by him without adultery, the opinion shows nothing from which we can judge. Until the decision of this court, we had never supposed that there could be a rational doubt that these words could be construed by all who might hear them as the Declaration construes them. We have thought, and still do think, that if 12 plain men should enter this room and each out of the hearing of the others should be told these words, not one of them would fail to attach to them the very meaning that the Declaration attaches to them. Then saying, but we may be mistaken, he branched out into old and new rules in courts, and a train of judicial decisions bearing on the construction of words of doubtful meaning. In the July term, A.D. 1845, in the Sangamon Circuit Court, Lincoln and Herndon represented Jonathan and Susan Miller, who were defendants against charges of slander brought by William and Martha Ann Beatty. In Lincoln's handwriting, the plea opened, and the said defendants come and defend the wrong and injury when, where, etc., and say the said Susan is not guilty in manner and form as the said plaintiffs, in their said declaration have alleged, and of this they, the said defendants, put themselves upon the county, etc., and for further plea in this behalf, the said defendants, now disclaiming all intention of affirming the truth of the supposed slanderous words in the said declaration mentioned, say plaintiffs actio non, because they say that at time of the supposed speaking of the supposed slanderous words in the said declaration mentioned by the said Susan, she, the said Susan, did speak the said words in the connection following and not otherwise, that is to say, I, the said Susan meaning, have understood that Mrs. Beatty, the said Martha Ann meaning, and Dr. Sullivan were seen together in Beatty's, the said Williams meaning, stable one morning very early in the very act. It certainly is a fact. Joe Shepherd can prove it by 2 respectable witnesses. Mrs. Beatty, the said Martha Ann meaning, and Dr. Sullivan were seen in the very act. They, the said Martha Ann and the said Dr. Sullivan meaning, were caught in the very act, old Mr. Vandergrift, one Thomas Vandergrift meaning, and the said Thomas, by the hearers and then there being understood to be meant, told Mr. Miller, the said Jonathan meaning, so at the Tanyard. And the said defendants aver that before the speaking of the words aforesaid, to wit, on the blank day of May, A.D. 1845, at the county aforesaid, the said Thomas Vandergrift did speak and tell said words as aforesaid to the said Jonathan. And so the said defendants say that she, the said Susan, did speak the said words in the said declaration mentioned, as lawfully she might, for the cause aforesaid. And the said defendants are ready to verify, wherefore they pray judgment, etc. In the document written by Lincoln and Herndon in the case, 2 replications follow, each of about the same length, one written by Herndon, the final one by Lincoln. Chapter 69.
In the year 1843, a man named Robert Matson came from his home in Bourbon County, Kentucky, and bought a large tract of land in Coles County, Illinois, not many miles from the cabin of Thomas Lincoln in that county. Matson started farming his land, naming it Black Grove Farm, bringing with him his slaves from Kentucky to plant and gather the crops. When the harvests were over, he took the Negroes back to Kentucky, working his Illinois land with a different gang of slaves each year. One free Negro, Anthony Bryant, stayed in Illinois from year to year, acting as foreman or overseer for Matson, studying the Bible at odd times, learning to spell his way slowly through some of the chapters. In the year 1847, Bryant's slave wife and 4 children were brought from Kentucky and put to work on the Matson farm. Matson's housekeeper, Mary Corbin, who was more than a housekeeper to him, one day exploded with anger and spoke terrible words to Jane Bryant, the wife of Anthony. "You're going back to Kentucky," shrieked Mary Corbin, "and you're going to be sold way down south in the cotton fields." Anthony Bryant heard what seemed to be a death sentence on his wife, and drove as fast as horseflesh could let him to the village of Oakland, 2 miles away. There he talked to Hiram Rutherford, a young doctor from Pennsylvania, and Gideon M. Ashmore from the Duck River country of Tennessee. And in the middle of that night, Anthony Bryant, his wife and 1 child on horseback, and 3 children on foot, arrived at the Ashmore home in Oakland. They stayed at the Ashmore home several days while Robert Matson and his friend Joseph Dean argued and threatened. Then Matson went before William Gilman, Justice of the Peace, swore that the Negro woman and her children were his property, and they were arrested and locked up in the county jail at Charleston. Squire Gilman heard the arguments of Orlando B. Ficklin for the Negroes and of Usher F. Linder for Matson. The squire decided he didn't have authority on the question of freedom or slavery for the Negroes, and turned the prisoners back into the hands of the sheriff. After the Bryant woman and her children had spent 48 days in jail, the sheriff, A.J. Mitchell, put into the hands of lawyers a bill to be collected from Matson. The main item read, "To keeping and dieting 5 Negroes 48 days at 37 cents each per day, $107.30. Next, Matson was arrested and convicted, the charge being that he had lived unlawfully with Mary Corbin, a woman not his wife. After that, Matson brought an action against Rutherford and Ashmore, claiming damages for the unlawful seizure and holding of his property, Negro slaves. The main action came when Matson went into circuit court, demanding the release of his property on grounds of habeas corpus and calling for $2,500 damages from Rutherford, valuing the slaves at $500 apiece. When the summons in the case was served on Rutherford, he rode to Charleston, found Abraham Lincoln sitting tilted in a chair on the tavern veranda, interrupted as Lincoln had finished telling one story and was going to start on another, and they went to one side for a talk. As Rutherford told his troubles, he noticed Lincoln growing sober, sad, looking far off, shaking his head in a sorry way. At length, and with apparent reluctance, Lincoln answered that he could not defend me, because he had already been counseled with in Matson's interest, said Rutherford later. This was a grievous disappointment and irritated me into expressions more or less bitter in tone. He seemed to feel this, and endeavored in his plausible way to reconcile me to the proposition that, as a lawyer, he must represent and be faithful to those who counsel with and employ him. I appeared not to be convinced, retorting that my money was as good as anyone's else. Although thoroughly in earnest, I presume I was a little hasty. A few hours later, Lincoln sent a message to Rutherford, and followed the first message quickly with a second. The interview and my quick temper, said Rutherford, made a deep impression on Mr. Lincoln, I am sure, because he dispatched a messenger to me with the information that he had sent for the man who had approached him in Matson's behalf, and if they came to no more decisive terms than at first, he would probably be able to represent me. In a very brief time this was followed by another message,
that he could now easily and consistently free himself from Matson and was, therefore, in a position, if I employed him, to conduct my defense. But it was too late. My pride was up, and I plainly indicated a disinclination to avail myself of his offer. Instead, I employed Charles H. Constable, a lawyer who had emigrated to Illinois from Maryland, a classical scholar, fluent and ready in debate, and of commanding physical presence. Ashmore made terms with Orlando B. Ficklin, a Kentuckian, who had won renown as a lawyer. The case came to trial before Judges Wilson and Treat of the Supreme Court of the state, with Lincoln and Usher F. Linder as counsel for Matson. Farmhands went on the witness stand for Matson, and swore he had told them at the time he brought the slaves to his Illinois land that he didn't intend to keep them there permanently. It seemed as though Matson's lawyers expected to win by showing that Matson had no plans for permanently locating slaves in Illinois. And yet, when Lincoln presented his statements for Matson, they sounded like a searching inquiry into the cold facts and the elemental justice of the case, rather than an argument for the plaintiff. A Coles County lawyer, D.F. McIntyre, got the impression that Lincoln was clumsy at handling the case in favor of his client. He made no attack on the defense, no attempt to batter down the points of the opposition, and practically gave his case away by the outright admission that if the Kentucky slave owner had brought his slaves to Illinois for the purpose of working them and using them as slaves on the Coles County farm, the Negroes were thereby entitled to freedom. McIntyre noted that Lincoln said the whole case turned on one point. Were these Negroes passing over and crossing the state, and thus, as the law contemplates, in transitu, or were they actually located by consent of their master? If only crossing the state, that act did not free them, but if located, even indefinitely, by the consent of their owner and master, their emancipation logically followed. It is therefore of the highest importance to ascertain the true purpose and intent of Matson in placing these Negroes on the Black Grove farm. McIntyre noted further, when Mr. Lincoln arose to make the closing argument, all eyes were fixed upon him. Every person in the courtroom was curious to hear what reasons he could or would assign in behalf of his slaveholder, to induce the court to send his mother and his 4 children back into lives of slavery. But strange to say, Lincoln did not once touch upon the question of the right of Matson to take the Negroes back to Kentucky. His main contention was that the question of the right of the Negroes to their freedom could only be determined by a regular habeas corpus proceeding. Judge Wilson leaned forward over the bar and asked, "Mr. Lincoln, your objection is simply to the form of the action by which, or in which this question should be tried, is it not?" "Yes, sir." Then came the high point of the day for Lincoln. Judge Wilson asked, "Now, if this case was being tried on issue joined in a habeas corpus, and it appeared there, as it does here, that this slave owner had brought this mother and her children voluntarily from the state of Kentucky and had settled them down on his farm in this state, do you think, as a matter of law, that they did not thereby become free?" And Lincoln answered, "No, sir, I am not prepared to deny that they did." Linder then argued for Matson that slaves were chattel property, the federal Constitution protected such property, and it could not lawfully be taken from him. But the court decree on October 17, 1847, declared Jane Bryant and her 4 children are discharged from the custody as well of the sheriff as of Robert Matson and all persons claiming them as slaves, and they shall be and remain free from all servitude whatever to any person or persons from henceforward and forever. And Matson quietly slipped away toward the Wabash River, quit the county, and without paying Lincoln his fee. Rutherford saw Lincoln leave Charleston for the next county on the circuit. As he threw across the animal's back his saddlebags, filled with soiled linen and crumpled court papers, and struck out across the prairie, he gave no sign of any regret because, as a lawyer,
He had upheld the cause of the strong against the weak. Thus spoke Rutherford, who had put up the barriers after Lincoln had gone the limit trying to break into the case on the side he preferred. As Lincoln straddled his gray mare and rode in the October prairie haze, he might have recalled the remark he once made to a lawyer who had asked him to go in on a case he didn't believe in, and he had said, "You'll have to get some other fellow to win this case for you. I couldn't do it. All the while I'd be talking to that jury, I'd be thinking, 'Lincoln, you're a liar.' And I believe I should forget myself and say it out loud." End of section 33. Section 34 of Abraham Lincoln the Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 70. 4 years after his marriage to Mary Todd, Lincoln was 37 years old and getting ready to leave Springfield to go to Washington, D.C., to sit, vote, and speak as the one and only Whig congressman elected from the state of Illinois. He had become what was called a public man. Mary Todd had borne him 2 children, the first in 1843, named Robert Todd, the second in 1846, named Edward Baker. She, the daughter of a Kentucky bank president, had married him with all his debts. They had started their married life as 2 boarders and roomers at $4 a week in the Globe Tavern. Though he was still not out of debt and still paying installments on the old debts from New Salem days when his grocery store winked out into bankruptcy, they had bought a house and a lot on 8th and Jackson Streets, a few blocks from the public square, with a 1.5-story frame house on it. From the front windows they could watch the corn grow on fields between their parlor and the public square. His run for congressman was against Peter Cartwright, an old-fashioned circuit rider, famous as an evangelist and exhorter and a Jackson Democrat. Years before, little Abe Lincoln had helped his father at chopping logs for their cabin near Little Pigeon Creek in Indiana. Cartwright had rode the Salt River circuit with Bible and rifle. If a sinner came in drunk and interrupted the sermon, Cartwright jumped from the pulpit and personally threw him out. A deacon spoke a cold, precise, correct prayer, and Cartwright had to say, "Brother, 3 prayers like that would freeze hell over." And he had a contempt for Yankees and snorted that they were imps who eat oysters. When a presiding elder at a church meeting in Tennessee whispered to Cartwright, pointing out a visitor, "That's Andrew Jackson," the reply was, "And who's Andrew Jackson? If he's a sinner, God'll damn him the same as he would a guinea nigger." Cartwright was 24 years older than Lincoln, and besides his own children and grandchildren, he could count on political support from a big personal acquaintance, including not only church members who believed in his religious faith, but also sinners who admired the swift, clean way he could throw disturbers out of church. The people farther east with their mansions, elegance, and fashions, New York with its dancers from Paris, roused sarcasm from him. He was proud of the human stuff of Kentucky and Illinois. The Democrats picked him as the one man who had the best chance of taking the Springfield district away from the Whigs. Cartwright's men spread reports during the campaign that Lincoln's wife was a high-toned Episcopalian, that Lincoln in a temperance speech in Springfield had said that drunkards are as good as Christians and church members, that Lincoln was a deist who believed in God but did not accept Christ and the doctrines of atonement and punishment, that Lincoln said Christ was a bastard. Lincoln made speeches and electioneered personally over the district, wrote many letters, and near the end of the campaign was sure he would win. Months earlier, a Democratic friend said he did not like to vote against his party, but he would vote for Lincoln if Lincoln told him the vote was needed. A few days before election, Lincoln told him, "I have got the preacher, and I don't want your vote." In spite of warnings, he went anyhow to a religious meeting where Cartwright was to preach. In due time, Cartwright said, "All who desire to lead a new life, to give their hearts to God, and go to heaven will stand." And a sprinkling of men, women, and children stood up. Then the preacher exhorted,
All who do not wish to go to hell will stand." All stood up, except Lincoln. Then Cartwright, in his gravest voice, "I observe that many responded to the first invitation to give their hearts to God and go to heaven, and I further observe that all of you, save one, indicated that you did not desire to go to hell. The sole exception is Mr. Lincoln, who did not respond to either invitation. May I inquire of you, Mr. Lincoln, where you are going?" And Lincoln slowly rose and slowly spoke. "I came here as a respectful listener. I did not know that I was to be singled out by Brother Cartwright. I believe in treating religious matters with due solemnity. I admit that the questions propounded by Brother Cartwright are of great importance. I did not feel called upon to answer as the rest did. Brother Cartwright asked me directly where I am going. I desire to reply with equal directness. I am going to Congress." The meeting broke up. 2 years before this campaign, Lincoln had met charges somewhat like those of Cartwright's supporters. At that time, he was seeking nomination for Congress, and the friends of Edward D. Baker brought several points against him. He wrote to a friend, "It would astonish, if not amuse, the older citizens to learn that I, a strange, friendless, uneducated, penniless boy working on a flatboat at $10 a month, have been put down here as the candidate of pride, wealth, and aristocratic family distinction. Yet so, chiefly it was. Baker is a Campbellite, and therefore, I suppose, got all that church. My wife has some relations in the Presbyterian churches and some with the Episcopalian churches, and therefore, wherever it would tell, I was set down as either one or the other, while it was everywhere contended that no Christian ought to go for me, because I belonged to no church, was suspected of being a deist, and had talked about fighting a duel." He and Baker were good personal friends, and he made it clear that Baker had nothing to do with the politics of personal misrepresentation. One day the campaign tale again was told to him in a store in Springfield that he belonged to a proud family and his aristocratic relatives came to visit him. And A.Y. Ellis said he heard Lincoln explain, "That sounds strange to me, because I do not remember but of one who ever came to see me, and while he was in town, he was accused of stealing a Jew's harp." He wrote letters. He sat at a desk, dipped a quill pen into an ink bottle, and wrote to editors, politicians, voters, precinct workers. And there was a deadly accuracy to his letters. He put things in an exact way so that what he meant could be clearly understood. If it was a promise, he made it as specific as possible, telling just what he could do and what he couldn't do in filling the promise. If it was a compliment, what there was to it was all there, entirely sincere, standing up under the test of repeated reading. As he would finish a sentence or a paragraph, he read it out loud, usually to see how it would sound. The sound of words helped him see more clearly just what he was saying. Often he wrote in a pinched, crabbed, labored style, bringing in details of fact and citing arrays of facts. But when the letter was finished, all the crabbed details massed together into a smooth, compact surface that made a truthful letter, a letter that he could stand by afterward. Ink bottles were emptied and filled again as he wrote piles of letters, with his eye on a seat in Congress. "I have written to 3 or 4 of the most active Whigs in each precinct of the county," he wrote a friend in Marshall County. The man he had had to beat for the nomination was Hardin, and he had only compliments for Hardin in a letter to B.F. James. "Hardin is a man of desperate energy and perseverance, and one that never backs out, and I fear to think otherwise is to be deceived in the character of our adversary." He reckoned the counties for and against his nomination. "I can possibly get Cass, but I do not think I will. Morgan and Scott are beyond my reach. Maynard is safe to me. Mason neck and neck. Logan is mine. I suppose Tazewell is safe. Keep your eyes continually on Woodford and Marshall. Let no opportunity of making a mark escape. When they shall be safe, all will be safe, I think. A newspaper said he could be nominated for governor. He let it be understood he wished to be mentioned for governor if the mention would help him go to Congress. The goal was Congress. A movement against Lincoln was on foot in a town. He wrote the editor of the paper there, "I want you to let nothing prevent you getting an article in your paper of this week." He could appeal frankly. "If your feelings toward me are the same as when I saw you, which I have no reason to doubt, I wish you would let nothing appear in your paper which may operate against me. You understand. Matters stand just as they did when I saw you." The blunt little sentence crept in often. You understand. Some letters ended, "Confidential, of course," or "Don't speak of this lest they hear of it," or "For your eyes only." There were times to travel in soft shoes. "It is my intention to take a quiet trip through the towns and neighborhoods of Logan County, Delavan, Tremont, and on to and through the upper counties. Don't speak of this, or let it relax any of your vigilance. When I shall reach Tremont, we will talk everything over at large." A direct personal appeal was phrased. "I now wish to say to you that if it be consistent with your feelings, you would set a few stakes for me." No personal feelings against Hardin must be permitted. "I do not certainly know, but I strongly suspect that General Hardin wishes to run again. I know of no argument to give me a preference over him, unless it be turnabout is fair play." And again to another, "It is my intention to give him, Hardin, the trial, unless clouds should rise which are not yet discernible. This determination you need not, however, as yet, announce in your paper, at least as not coming from me. In doing this, let nothing be said against Hardin. Nothing deserves to be said against him. Let the pith of the whole argument be, turnabout is fair play." Chatter came to his ears that his friend Edward D. Baker could go for the nomination. He wrote Henry Drummer, "Before Baker left, he said to me, in accordance with what had long been an understanding between him and me, that the track for the next congressional race was clear to me so far as he was concerned, and that he would say so publicly in any manner and at any time I might desire." At no time would he be shaken in his belief in Baker's friendship. To Martin Morris at Petersburg went the message, "I have heard it intimated that Baker had been attempting to get you or Miles or both of you to violate the instructions of the meeting that appointed you and go for him. I have insisted and still insist that this cannot be true. Surely Baker would not do the like, and if one should get the nomination by such extraordinary means, all harmony in the district would inevitably be lost. Honest Whigs, and very nearly all of them are honest, would not quietly abide such enormities. I repeat, such an attempt on Baker's part cannot be true. Write me at Springfield how the matter is. Don't show or speak of this letter." And later, when the second baby came to the Lincoln home, it was named Edward Baker. Friends of old days, long gone, arose as ghosts. There was James Short, the farmer who bought at auction Lincoln's horse and surveying instruments and gave them back to Lincoln after they were seized for debt in New Salem. At the end of the letter, Martin Morris at Petersburg was told, "You should be sure to have men appointed delegates that you know you can safely confide in. If yourself and James Short were appointed from your county, all would be safe. Whether Jim's woman affair a year ago might not be the way of his appointment is a question. I don't know whether you know it, but I know him to be as honorable a man as there is in the world. You have my permission and even request to show this letter to Short, but to no one else, unless it be a very particular friend who you know will not speak of it." It was Short who said that when Lincoln worked on his farm, "He husked 2 loads of corn to my 1. If a man had promised not to take sides in a fight, he wanted that man to stay put. "Now tell me, is Morris going it openly? You remember you wrote me that he would be neutral."
and in fixing up political fences, it would be worthwhile to know who was trying to tear the fences down.
Nathan said that some man, who he could not remember, had said lately that Maynard County was going to decide the contest, and that made the contest very doubtful. Do you know who that was? Don't fail to write me instantly on receiving, telling me all, particularly the names of those who were going strong against me.
There must be harmony, joint purpose. A regiment of political workers facing an enemy must not fight among themselves.
Previous to General Hardin's withdrawal, some of his friends and some of mine had become a little warm, and I felt and meant to say that for them now to meet face to face and converse together was the best way to efface any remnant of unpleasant feeling, if any such existed. I did not suppose that General Hardin's friends were in any greater need of having their feelings corrected than mine were. Since I saw you at Jacksonville, I have had no more suspicion of the Whigs of Morgan than of those of any other part of the district. I write this only to try to remove any impression that I distrust you and the other Whigs of your county.
In politics, there are insinuations published in newspapers not worth answering.
So far as this communication may relate to the convention, I prefer that your paper let it stink and die unnoticed.
He took on debaters as carelessly as in the Black Hawk War he took on wrestlers.
If alive and well, I am sure to be with you on the 22nd. I will meet the trio of mighty adversaries you mention in the best manner I can.
Out of the ink bottle on the law office desk in Springfield came not only schemes, plans, arrangements, compliments, inquiries. There were human issues asked about by people not so interested in votes, delegates, and party victories. 2 men at Hennepin wanted to know from Lincoln where he stood on Texas. In the year 1844, the big question was Texas. Should it be let into the Union of States along with its slaves or not? Henry Clay, the Whig candidate for president, had said 2 weeks before he was nominated that annexation of Texas would bring war with Mexico and was not called for, changing this later to saying that if Texas did come into the Union, it might not do much harm because the slaves were to die off and the slavery question too, only to say again before Election Day that he had no particular change to make from what he first said about annexation. Lincoln, however, took a stand from which he made no change. He wrote to the men at Hennepin,
I perhaps ought to say that individually I never was much interested in the Texas question. I never could see much good to come of annexation, inasmuch as they were already a free Republican people in our own model. On the other hand, I never could very clearly see how the annexation would augment the evil of slavery. It always seemed to me that slaves would be taken there in about equal numbers, with or without annexation. And if more slaves were taken because of annexation, still there would be just so many the fewer left where they were taken from. It is possibly true to some extent that with annexation some slaves may be sent to Texas and continued in slavery that otherwise might have been liberated. To whatever extent this may be true, I think annexation is an evil. I hold it to be the paramount duty of us in the free states, due to the union of the states, and perhaps to liberty itself, paradox though it may seem, to let the slavery of the other states alone, while on the other hand, I hold it to be equally clear that we should never knowingly lend ourselves, directly or indirectly, to prevent that slavery from dying a natural death, to find new places for it to live in when it can no longer exist in the old.
Besides keeping track of neighborhood politics, the hundreds of names of men for and against him, he was following national drifts with an eye for the big facts. In a Whig circular of which he was a chief writer, he discussed the tariff in national banking and public lands, and arguing against low prices for state and government lands, said, by the time one of the original new states, Ohio for example, becomes populous and gets weight in Congress,
The public lands in her limits are so nearly sold out that in every point material to this question she becomes an old state. She does not wish the price reduced because there is none left for her citizens to buy."
The circular argued for the Whigs to stand together.
"That union is strength is a truth that has been known, illustrated, and declared in various ways and forms in all ages of the world. That great fabulist and philosopher Aesop illustrated it by his fable of the bundle of sticks. And he whose wisdom surpasses that of all philosophers has declared that a house divided against itself cannot stand."
And there were moments when he was working so fast and toiling with so many details that he didn't have time or take time to use simple words and make his points clear to common people. He used long words such as independent and predestination that had kept him awake at night as a boy trying to figure out the meaning of the meaning. In the Whig circular it was written, "The resolution declares the expediency of Mr. Clay's land bill. Much incomprehensible jargon is often used against the constitutionality of this measure." Chairmen at political meetings introduced him as an Illinois man, known from Galena at the north to Cairo in the south, from the Mississippi River on the west to the Wabash on the east. He had campaigned in Indiana for Henry Clay for president, and when he made his speech in Gentryville, his old employer, Josiah Crawford, was in a front seat, proud of the boy that had husked corn in his fields. Crawford noticed Lincoln didn't use books nor read statistics in his speech. He wanted to know, "Where's your books, Abe?" And Abe laughed.
"It's my stuck-out lip."
They smiled, remembering the days and nights when the boy pushed out his underlip while tussling with a book to get at its meanings. He had gone to Kentucky and talked with Henry Clay and grasped Henry Clay's hand, and he had found Henry Clay a little different from what he had expected, colder, stiffer, more precise, farther from the people than he had imagined. He had seen the word roarback come into the American language. The Whigs used a story that James K. Polk, the Democratic nominee for president in 1844, had marched a gang of slaves south to be sold, each slave branded JKP, saying the story came from a travel book written by Byron von Rohrback. Lincoln was going to Washington to sit, to speak, and to vote under the big white dome, the only Whig congressman from a state in a rough triangle between Lake Michigan, the Mississippi River, and the Wabash. His letters, appeals, speeches, conversations, and explanations had gone to the eyes and ears of thousands of people. He had poured himself out tirelessly to be a congressman. He had written to Richard Thomas of the town of Virginia, "If you should hear anyone say that Lincoln don't want to go to Congress, I wish you, as a personal friend of mine, would tell them that you have reason to believe him mistaken. The truth is, I would like to go very much." He was now what was called a public man. He was trying to read the mind and the feelings of the public, to look under surface currents and find the deep important drifts, and to connect public opinion and feeling with politics. He was reading faces, voices, and whispers. He listened for insinuations, pretensions, truths, in the little changes to be seen and heard in the faces, voices, whispers he met. He was trying to learn how to tell what men want to live for and what they are willing to die for, by what was spoken in faces, voices, whispers. While his campaign for Congress was on, some Whig friends clubbed together and raised $200 and handed it to him for personal campaign expenses. After the election, he handed them back $199.25, saying he had spent only 75 cents in the campaign. "I did not need the money. I made the canvass on my own horse. My entertainment, being at the house of friends, cost me nothing. And my only outlay was 75 cents for a barrel of cider, which some farmhands insisted I should treat to." The count of ballots had given Lincoln 6,340 votes, Cartwright 4,829, and Walcott, abolitionist, 249. He had been elected to Congress and was going to the halls where Clay, Webster, Calhoun had spoken and reached the ears of the nation. After hundreds of speeches and letters, after thousands of handshakes, after scheming and waiting and struggling, he had become a congressman. And he wrote Josh Speed, "Being elected to Congress, though I am very grateful to our friends for having done it, has not pleased me as much as I expected." End of section 34. Section 35 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 71. Nearly a year had passed between the time of Lincoln's election to Congress and his going to Washington. He watched and waited. War began with Mexico. Rifle companies of young men who had drilled regularly and marched in processions on the 4th of July were offering themselves for service. Of 8,370 volunteers in Illinois, only 3,720 could be taken. They went down the Mississippi, across the Gulf to Texas, and on into Mexico. They were writing letters back home about occasional deer meat and wild grapes as a change from rations of pork and beans. They were writing about plantations, sugar cane, cypress trees, Spanish moss, prickly pear and cholla, tarantulas and Texans. Edward D. Baker had raised a regiment, received a commission as colonel, and gone to Mexico. John J. Hardin, whose seat in Congress Lincoln was to take, was killed while leading his regiment in a charge at the Battle of Buena Vista. The 3rd and 4th Regiments of Illinois Volunteers distinguished themselves in the campaign against the city of Mexico and in the Battle of Cerro Gordo. James Shields, challenger of Lincoln to a duel, received wounds at Cerro Gordo. 2 of the 3 Illinois colonels at Buena Vista were killed. In Washington, the young congressman, Stephen A. Douglas, spoke for aggressive war against Mexico. John Quincy Adams wrote of Douglas in his diary, "In the midst of his roaring to save himself from choking, he stripped off and cast away his cravat, unbuttoned his waistcoat, and had the air and aspect of a half-naked pugilist." Douglas quoted from General Andrew Jackson, "The wanton character of some of the outrages upon the persons and property of our citizens, upon the officers and flag of the United States, independent of recent insults to this government, would justify, in the eyes of nations, immediate war." For himself, Douglas said, "Aside from the insults to our flag, the indignity to the nation, and the injury to our commerce, it is estimated that not less than $10 millions are due our citizens for these and many other outrages which Mexico has committed within the last 15 years. When pressed by our government for adjustment and remuneration, she has resorted to all manner of expedients to procrastinate and delay. She has made treaties acknowledging the justice of our claims, and then refused to ratify them on the most frivolous pretexts. Gentlemen have the hardihood to tell us that the President has unwisely and unnecessarily precipitated the country into an unjust and unholy war. They express great sympathy for Mexico, profess to regard her as an injured and persecuted nation, the victim of American injustice and aggression. They have no sympathy for the widows and orphans whose husbands and fathers have been robbed and murdered by the Mexican authorities. No sympathy with our own countrymen who have dragged out miserable lives within the walls of her dungeons, without crime and without trial. No indignation at the outrages upon our commerce and shipping, and the insults to our national flag. No resentment at the violation of treaties and the invasion of our territory. I despair of ever seeing my country again in the right, if they are to be the oracles." Douglas quoted Frederick the Great, "Take possession first and negotiate afterward," and declared, "That is precisely what President Polk has done. He has taken possession and proposed to negotiate." And while the Whigs politically had stood against the declaration of war, calling it a fight for a land grab. They took the position that, the war having been started and the nation committed to it, the thing to do was to fight it through with no stint of sacrifice. This was the position of General Zachary Taylor, a Whig in politics, who commanded the American army in its expedition across the Rio Grande and into northern Mexico to the Battle of Buena Vista. It was also the position of such Whigs as Colonel Baker and Colonel Hardin, who was killed. Sons of the famous Whigs, Daniel Webster and Henry Clay, died in field service on Mexican soil. Lincoln watched events, collected facts and data, worked on the policies he could stand for in Congress. He noticed that dinners, barbecues, brass bands, fireworks, cannon salutes, speeches of welcome met the returning soldiers. 5,000 people gathered in Springfield for the home greeting. Returning officers received high appointments. In Maynard County, 5 returned volunteers were elected to the offices of Judge of Probate, Clerk of the County Commissioner's Court, Assessor, Treasurer, and Recorder. Lincoln wrote to O.H. Browning of Quincy about law and politics in which they were interested. "Don't fret yourself about trouble you give me. When I get tired, I'll tell you. I'm glad you sent this letter, because it reminds me to write the result of your 2 cases of Moore versus Brown and God knows who all." After reporting the news of lawsuits, he told Browning what he expected the then assembling Constitutional Convention might do. Indeed, I do not know what they are doing in the convention. Some things I have fears for. I am not easy about the courts. I am satisfied with them as they are, but shall not care much if the judges are made elective by the people, and their term of office limited. I fear, however, something more, and as I think, much worse than all this, to wit, a puppy court, that is, a judge in each county, with civil jurisdiction in all cases up to $1,000, and criminal in all cases not capital. A migratory Supreme Court, and salaries so low as to exclude all respectable talent. From these may God preserve us. As to what I and everybody else are doing, I'm preparing to go to the Chicago River and Harbor Convention, and everybody is doing pretty much what everybody is always doing. In Chicago, he stood on the shore of Lake Michigan and looked across its stretch of blue water rising to meet the sky. It was the largest mass of fresh water he had ever looked on. He had known large rivers. A vast inland freshwater sea was new to him. He learned that Chicago had installed a slaughterhouse where they killed 130 cattle a day and exported to the English market. A fast-settling North County was hauling its produce to Chicago. In one year, when other points were paying 40 and 50 cents a bushel for wheat, the Chicago market was paying 87 cents and $1 a bushel. Farmers and wheat buyers were hauling wheat to Chicago from as far as 250 miles away. Lines of 10 and 20 wagons headed for Chicago were common. One line of 80 wagons loaded with wheat had been counted. In Ottawa one year a firm advertised for 50 teams to haul wheat to Chicago. The city was attacking the problem of quicker movement of crops that farmers were holding for higher prices. Governor Ford of Illinois had remarked, "I have known whole stacks of wheat and whole fields of corn to rot, or to be dribbled out and wasted to no purpose, and whole droves of hogs to run wild in the woods so as never to be reclaimed, whilst the owner was saving them for a higher price." Delegates came to the River and Harbor Convention from all the northern states, 7 from Connecticut, 28 from Massachusetts, 27 from Pennsylvania. From Missouri came 45, from South Carolina, 1. Daniel Webster, Henry Clay, and other famous national leaders sent letters of hope that the convention would bring internal improvements. Here Lincoln met Horace Greeley, editor of the New York Tribune, and Thurlow Weed, boss of the Whig Party in New York. Greeley wrote for his paper, "In the afternoon, Honorable Abraham Lincoln, a tall specimen of an Illinoisan, just elected to Congress from the only Whig district in the state, was called out and spoke briefly and happily." The Chicago Journal told its readers, Abraham Lincoln, the only Whig representative to Congress from this state, we are happy to see in attendance upon the convention. This is his first visit to the commercial emporium of the state, and we have no doubt his first visit will impress him more deeply, if possible, and inspire a higher zeal for the great interest of river and harbor improvements. We expect much from him as a representative in Congress, and we have no doubt our expectations will be more than realized, for never was reliance placed on a nobler heart and a sounder judgment. We know the banner he bears will never be soiled. The convention, run by Whigs, went on record in favor of more river and harbor improvement, and against the Democratic President James K. Polk for his failure to help lake harbors with government money. The question of the tariff would be sure to come up in Congress, and Lincoln was putting down on paper his thoughts as they came to him about the protective tariff which the Whig party favored. Iron and everything made of iron can be produced in sufficient abundance and with as little labor in the United States as anywhere else in the world. Therefore, all labor done in bringing iron and its fabrics from a foreign country to the United States is useless labor. The same precisely may be said of cotton, wool, and other fabrics, as well as many other articles. He made note of certain naked first principles which were the starting points for a system of economics. If at any time all labor should cease, and all existing provisions be equally divided among the people, at the end of a single year there could scarcely be one human being left alive. All would have perished by want of subsistence. So again, if upon such division all that sort of labor which produces provisions should cease, and each individual should take up so much of his share as he could, and carry it continually around his habitation, although in this carrying the amount of labor going on might be as great as ever so long as it could last, at the end of the year the result will be precisely the same. That is, none would be left living. The first of these propositions shows that universal idleness would speedily result in universal ruin, and the second shows that useless labor is, in this respect, the same as idleness. I submit, then, whether it does not follow that partial idleness and partial useless labor would, in the proportion of their extent, in like manner result in partial ruin. Whether if all should subsist upon the labor that one half should perform, it would not result in very scanty allowance to the whole. In the early days of our race, the Almighty said to the first of our race, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread." And since then, if we expect the light and the air of heaven, no good thing has been or can be enjoyed by us without having first cost labor. And inasmuch as most good things are produced by labor, it follows that all such things of right belong to those whose labor has produced them. But it has so happened in all ages of the world that some have labored and others have without labor enjoyed a large proportion of the fruits. This is wrong and should not continue. To secure to each laborer the whole product of his labor, or as nearly as possible, is a worthy object of any good government. The habits of our whole species fall into three great classes: useful labor, useless labor, and idleness. Of these, the first only is meritorious, and to it all the products of labor rightfully belong. But the two latter, while they exist, are heavy pensioners upon the first, robbing it from a large portion of its just rights. The only remedy for this is to, so far as possible, drive useless labor and idleness out of existence. Chapter 72. By stage and by steamboat Lincoln traveled east, crossed the Allegheny Mountain range, rested his eyes on the Potomac River, on the slopes where George Washington had lived most of his years, and gazed up the broad pathway of Pennsylvania Avenue, connecting the White House where President James K. Polk lived, and the Capitol with its mystic white dome under which the Congress of the United States was to sit in deliberation on laws, measures, and events, and the name of Abraham Lincoln was to be called in the roll calls. Here he stood for the first time at the hub of the wheel of government, the central point from which the armies and navies of the United States, the post offices and postmasters, the public lands, the rivers and harbors, the seacoasts and the lighthouses, the customs officials, ambassadors, consuls, expeditions, and commanders were controlled, advised, dismissed, appointed, pensioned, paid in currency. Here came ambassadors from Europe, Asia, South America, Mexico, with their wives, servants, uniforms, appropriate apparel, trunks, portfolios, diplomatic missions, phrases, conventions, precedents. Republics, kings, queens, czars, emirs, pashas, and shahs had told these representatives what to look for and what to say in Washington. Before the time of the birth of Abraham Lincoln, there never was on any one spot of the earth such a collection of representatives from such far-flung areas of the earth's surface as the aggregation of ambassadors in Washington when he first came to that city. In no previous century was such an aggregation possible. The sailing vessels, steamships, and new spheres of contact and influence set up by the factory system and world trade had made it possible. It was a shrinking earth on which humanity was doing business. The curves of travel around it were growing smaller. Had not General Jackson said that Texas must be annexed, because if she were not annexed, she would form an alliance with Great Britain, and that alliance would make war for control of Western America? So this was Washington, where only a few years before General Harrison had keeled over and died under the tumult of the office hunters who came asking jobs, where John Tyler had kept a bowl of juleps in the summer and of eggnog in the winter for whosoever called at the White House, where John Howard Payne, the author of the song Home, Sweet Home, had come in his poverty and been appointed consul at Tunis to go and die in Africa far from his own sweet home, where Samuel F.B. Morse had set up his magnetic telegraph for congressmen to examine and criticize, where by the narrow vote of 89 to 83 they had handed him $25,000 to experiment with, though Representative Cave Johnson said half the money should be used for experiments in mesmerism, while Representative Houghton said half should go to the Millerites, who were announcing the end of the world to come shortly, as New York merchants put signs in their windows, "White muslin for ascension robes." This was Washington, where Senator William Allen of Ohio was saying of the boomers booming themselves for presidency, "Sir, they are going about the country like dry goods drummers, exhibiting samples of their wares," where Pennsylvania Avenue was a mud hole after a heavy rain, and on Polk's inauguration day parading soldiers slipped and sprawled in the mud, where there were 2 inauguration balls, one at $10 a ticket in Carusi's saloon, and one at $2 a ticket in the National Theater, where there was a scramble for supper victuals. The best hats, cloaks, and canes were stolen early in the evening, and Commodore Elliott had his pocket picked and lost not only his money, but a lock of hair from the head of General Jackson, and a lock of hair from the head of James Madison, where Mrs. Polk was told, "Madam, you have a very genteel assemblage tonight," and replied, "Sir, I have never seen it otherwise," where General Felix Grundy McConnell of Alabama had come to the Congressional Assembly wearing a blue swallow-tailed coat, light cashmere pantaloons, and a scarlet vest, accompanied by 2 sparkling French milliner girls dressed in Parisian dancing costumes, where the Secretary of State, William Learned Marcy, worked at home after breakfast on writing notes to foreign governments, seated in a loose dressing gown with an old red handkerchief on the table before him, and a snuff-box from which he had used so many pinches that his voice and breath had changed for the worse, where there were congressmen for and against the carrying of mails on the Sabbath, where congressmen sat, spoke, voted according to what they considered the logic, the common sense, or the justice of a passionate human cause as presented in a bill before the House, where congressmen sat, spoke, voted according to the tobacco, rice, cotton, or slave labor interest of their section and district, or according to the iron, steel, canal, railroad, milling, and manufacturing interest, or according to the corn, pork, river, and harbor, or internal improvement interest of their district and section. Where there were fixers always fixing human causes that would not stay fixed, that always broke out in a new place that needed fixing, so that the fixers would again go to work saying that this time they expected it would stay fixed. Here were the stage and footlights where Jackson, Clay, Calhoun, Webster, and John Quincy Adams had spoken their lines so many years. Jackson, the most passionate and forthright of all, Calhoun offering merciless logic, Webster polished oratorical periods, Clay many sentences varying the styles of all, and John Quincy Adams offering the queries of the perplexed, honest philosopher. Jackson had gone. The footlights were out for him. Soon another and another was to go. In a few years the stage would be dark for a little row of players who had put their impress on every large issue and event in the government for 30 years or more. After them were to come other players. They would have lines to speak on a fiercely lighted stage. On the halfway line between the states of the North and of the South, they had placed and laid out this city. It was built on something resembling an oath that the states North and South belonged together and should meet at a halfway point. And since the year it was platted into streets, the human streams had coursed over the crest of the Allegheny Mountains, beyond to the Mississippi River, out to the Rocky Mountains, and now were threshing out the news of the Mexican War, and of gold in California, and of the Fremont exploring expeditions, so that soon, it was seen, the little city with the big white dome on the Potomac River would be the gathering place of men from states at distances staggeringly beyond anything in the dreams and plans of those who placed and laid out the city. This was the one planned city in America, with its spaces and outlooks measured by design rather than accident, with an architecture and a layout of streets deliberate and free-handed. In the mystic float of the Capitol dome rested some mystery of the Republic, something that people 1,000 miles from the Potomac River believed in and were ready to die and make sacrifices for. Here were libraries, museums, documents, gardens. Here were dialects from Louisiana to Maine, from the Carolinas to Minnesota, the soft Southern drawl, the Yankee nasal twang, the slow Western slang. Here were more boarders and roomers, ready to pack and go on short notice, than any other city in the world. Here Abraham Lincoln and his family were to board and room for 2 years, beginning in December of 1847. End of section 35. Section 36 of Abraham Lincoln the Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 73. The Lincoln family with 2 boys, Bob and Ed, one 4 years old, the other 18 months old, rented lodgings on Capitol Hill, to live in a city 10 times the size of Springfield, Illinois. By the banks of the Potomac, and not the Sangamon, Abraham Lincoln was to spend his 39th birthday anniversary and round out his 40th year. He had become a legislative member of the Washington government, which spent $60 million a year. He and 200 other men were to decide on what the $60 million would be spent for. He was a lawmaker of the American Republic. Into his hands came a 509-page book, embroidered with gilt scrolls, gilt edges, and gilt title, The Constitution, on the back, and on the front cover in gilt letters, Honorable Abraham Lincoln, Representative, U.S., Illinois. The printer of the book, W. Hickey of Philadelphia, took the first 8 pages of the book and filled them with testimonials in ornamental scroll type, telling what an excellent book he had assembled and printed. The language throughout the book was splendiferous, and in the style 8th Circuit lawyers in Illinois called orgmatorial. Of the Constitution it declared, Esto perpetua, 3 exclamation points being necessary to carry the enthusiasm. As in Springfield, Illinois, so it was in the national capital. Nearly all the lawmakers were lawyers. Already acquainted with many through newspapers and published speeches, Lincoln studied them further as they sat at their desks or rambled through the lobbies, the House Post Office, the Capitol grounds. He found men such as Alexander Stephens of Georgia, Andrew Johnson of Tennessee, Joshua Giddings of Ohio, who like himself had come up from cabins of poverty. He took the measure of such aristocrats as Robert C. Winthrop of Boston, Speaker of the House. He searched the gentle, thoughtful face of Horace Mann, full of hope for a universal free school system. He joked the 6 Democrats from Illinois who were keeping their eyes on the record of the one Whig from their state. He sat at breakfasts in the home of Daniel Webster, where William, a Negro he had freed, and Daphne, a slave Negro woman not yet freed, were servants, though the fact of Daniel Webster of Massachusetts having neglected to free the Negro woman, Daphne, whom he owned, was a carefully kept secret. He scrutinized the cherubic, bland face of Horace Greeley, with pink skin fresh as that of a farmhand just come from milking, and a little round forehead contemplative of public abuses to be corrected by righteous citizens. Horace Greeley often would point to an abuse and announce, "We propose to attack this abuse." He spread on the front page of the New York Tribune one morning the mileage charges of congressmen, showing the amount of miles charged and mileage pocketed by each member at the last session. In the case of Abraham Lincoln, for instance, the official distance from Washington by the shortest mail route to Springfield was 780 miles, but Lincoln had charged the government for travel by a route of 1,626 miles and collected $1,300.80, which the Tribune figured was $676.80 in excess of mileage over what it would have been if the distance had been computed by the most direct mail route. The Lincoln mileage account, like that of nearly all members of Congress from the West, assumed that the way to travel from the West was to go to Chicago and take a steamboat and ride on the Great Lakes to Buffalo. The law provided payment for mileage by the usually traveled road, and the Tribune declared, "The usually traveled road for a great many members of the last Congress was an exceedingly crooked one, even for politicians. The wrong, as respects their cases, is not in them, but in the law." Greeley urged, "If the people will only give a little thought to this subject, they will do themselves a service, for I am confident the mileage abuse is the parent of many others. Let every man do a little, and soon the crooked shall be made straight." Lincoln had his money bothers. He accepted from Senator Stephen A. Douglas on December 21, 1847, a note to Messrs. Corcoran and Riggs, reading, "Pay to A. Lincoln or order $167 in charge, same to my account." At the mess table in Mrs. Spriggs' boarding house, where Lincoln took his meals, he ate with 4 Pennsylvania congressmen, Patrick Thompson of Mississippi, Elisha Embry of Indiana, Joshua Giddings, and others. As the Mississippi and Ohio members, between helpings of victuals, clashed over the slavery issue, Lincoln sometimes interrupted and steered the discussion into a good-natured channel. At Caspery's bowling alley, near Mrs. Spriggs' place, he tried for 10 strikes with his long right arm and told yarns between plays and games. Men dropped in just to hear him loosen up with his stories. One listener commented later, "He indulged with great freedom in the sport of narratives, some of which were very broad. His witticisms seemed for the most part to be impromptu, but he always told the anecdotes and jokes as if he wished to convey the impression that he had heard them from someone, but they appeared very many times as if they had been made for the occasion." In the House of Representatives post office, Lincoln was at home in a corner where storytellers met. After listening to others during the Christmas holidays, he had let go a few reminiscences of the Black Hawk War. "By New Year's Eve he was recognized as the champion storyteller of the Capitol," wrote a newspaper man. "His favorite seat was at the left of the open fireplace, tilted back in his chair, with his long legs reaching over to the chimney jamb. He never told a story twice, but appeared to have an endless repertoire always ready, like the successive charges of a magazine gun." He might have told stories like an old Illinois favorite of his, one that he told in the legislature when a good law was proposed and a member spoke against it. It was unconstitutional. The member had shaggy, overhanging eyebrows, wore spectacles, and wanted his fellow members to understand he had keen eyes for any points not constitutional. Lincoln said the debate reminded him of an old fellow on the Wabash River who had shaggy, overhanging eyebrows and wore spectacles. One morning this old fellow was looking up a tree near his cabin and thought he saw a squirrel sitting on a high branch. Getting his rifle, he fired one load, reloaded, fired again, but he couldn't hit the squirrel. He asked a boy, "Don't you see that squirrel humped up about halfway up the tree?" "No, I don't," said the boy, and looking keenly into his father's face, he broke out, "I see your squirrel. You've been shooting at a louse on your eyebrow." Lincoln had anecdotes such as one about John T. Stewart, the Whig, and Stephen A. Douglas, the Democrat, stumping Sangamon County and arriving late one night at a tavern. The landlord showed them 2 beds, each with a man sleeping in it. Douglas asked the landlord their politics. One was a Whig and the other a Democrat, the landlord told them. And Douglas said, "Stewart, you sleep with the Whig, and I'll sleep with the Democrat." Or he could tell of the Kentucky magistrate who was tired of hearing 2 lawyers wrangling after he had given his decision. He admonished them, "If the court is right, and she thinks she err, why then you err wrong, and she knows you is shut up." In the House Post Office, there were members who could tell such stories as the one of General Jackson going to Harvard to take a degree of Doctor of Laws so that he could, if he chose, write LL.D. after his name. The old general knew plenty of Smoky Mountain dialect and plenty of Choctaw and Cherokee and Creek Indian lingo, but no Latin, and he had got up from a sickbed to go to the exercises where the sheepskin degree was to be handed him. President Quincy of Harvard made the presentation speech in Latin, and as Jackson accepted, he made a little response in a voice so low and mumbling that few in the audience understood him. Some said that he spoke a few modest, simple words in English. Others said that he replied, "Caveat emptor, corpus delicti, ex post facto, e pluribus unum, ursa major, sic semper tyrannis, quid pro quo, requiescat in pace." There were anecdotes such as the one concerning Robert Owen, the Indiana congressman from the Ohio and Wabash River district. After a campaign debate with an opponent, Owen heard 2 farmers talking. "Did you hear Owen talk?" asked one. "Yes," said the other, "I heard him." "Now ain't he a hoss?" was next asked. And the answer was, "Well, yes, they're both blooded nags. They make a very pretty race." It was Owen who told a farmer in Posey County that he hesitated about running for the legislature because, having been born in England, he was an adopted American citizen, and his foreign birth would be brought up against him. The Posey County farmer replied, "Well, it oughtn't to. A man isn't a horse if he was born in a stable." It was a time when pigs roamed the streets of Washington sniffing for food. In saloons and taverns were lithographs showing President Tyler at a steamboat dock. His secretary was calling, "Captain, hold on there. Ex-President Tyler is coming. Hold on." And the captain, a Henry Clay Whig, pulled the engine bell, looked scornfully at the Tyler party, and yelled, "Ex-President Tyler be dashed. Let him stay." And there was the grog ration in the Navy to talk about. It was said 2 congressmen voted to cut down the ration and then said to each other, "Now we can go out and have a drink." Chapter 74. At the time Lincoln swore his oath and took his seat as congressman, the war with Mexico was nearly over. American armies in Mexico were clinching their hold on that country. The government in Washington spent $27 million and the lives of 27,000 soldiers. Mexico was beaten. The question of the day was, what next? What price shall we force from Mexico to pay us for what the war has cost us? One answer to this question came from a man who stood up on crutches in the Senate. He was 6 feet high, lean of build, with wide gray-blue eyes, a thin, shrewd nose, bushy eyebrows, proud, independent, positive. He had been shot in the foot at the Battle of Buena Vista and stayed in the saddle with his bleeding foot till the battle was won. His father and uncles had served in Revolutionary War armies from 1776 to Yorktown. 3 of his older brothers had fought in the War of 1812. 2 of them being officially commended for gallantry at the Battle of New Orleans. He himself had graduated from the West Point Military Academy and served 12 years in the regular Army of the United States. He had been in Illinois and Wisconsin through the Black Hawk War. His name was Jefferson Davis. He had been colonel of the Mississippi Rifles, a crack regiment of young aristocrats from Mississippi. He was a cotton planter with several thousand acres at Biloxi, Mississippi. The governor of Mississippi had appointed him United States Senator to fill a vacancy. Now he was asking Congress to vote money to send 10 regiments of soldiers to garrison the cities and provinces of Mexico, and to hold that territory till the Washington government decided what to do with it. In a speech on March 17, 1848, Senator Davis told the Senate, "I hold that in a just war we conquered the larger portion of Mexico, and that to it we have a title which has been regarded as valid ever since man existed in social condition, the title of conquest. It seemed to me that the question is now, how much shall we keep, how much shall we give up, and that Mexico cedes nothing." Yucatan should be annexed, or England would take it, Davis believed. Furthermore, if the American advance to the Isthmus was resisted by Britain, he would make war on Britain. Also, if Britain set foot in Cuba, America should interfere. He was a fighting man, sensitive, proud, independent, positive. The 10 regiments bill passed the Senate by a vote of 29 to 19. It went to the House. There it never came to a vote. It was pigeonholed by the Committee on Military Affairs. Whigs controlled the House. South and North the politicians hesitated, straddled. There was confusion. Congressman Lincoln stood up and pointed at James K. Polk, the head of the government, calling him a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. Only 5 Southern states had voted solidly for the regiment's bill. In the other Southern states there was opposition to the taking of all Mexico and the annexation of it to the United States. John C. Calhoun, the senator from South Carolina, along with senators from Tennessee and Georgia, voted against 10 regiments of regulars to garrison Mexico. They saw danger in the scheme. In the North, however, Senator Benton of Missouri was for it. So was Senator Lewis Cass of Michigan. In short, the South was not solid in favor of the dream of the fire eater for national expansion southward. Yet there were Northern politicians who spoke and voted the wish of the big cotton planters on every important bill. The Senate, controlled by the planters through the Democratic Party, voted for the 10 regiments. The House, controlled by the Whigs, less under the thumb of the planters, pigeonholed the 10 regiments. The 2 leading members of the House Committee on Military Affairs, which did the pigeonholing, were Robert Toombs and Howell Cobb of Georgia. Yet, though Coombs and Calhoun, both from cotton states, opposed the 10 regiments bill, they were bitter political enemies. When Calhoun had started a movement for the organization of a separate Southern party, with an eye toward secession from the Union, Toombs and other Whigs had got inside the movement and broken it up. On all bills and measures hitting at slavery, the South voted solid. On the matter of secession from the Union as an advantage to the South and the slavery institution, Southern congressmen were not solid. There were members such as Robert Toombs and Alexander Stephens of Georgia who believed that slavery would have a better chance with the Southern states in the Union than out. They called the extremists fire eaters and ultras. What seemed to be architectural statesmanship sometimes traced into spite work or the backwashes of cunning politics. Congressman Binkerhoff wanted offices for friends back home, and not getting what he wanted from President Polk, set out to knife the administration. He wrote a proviso to ride with the appropriations bill and took it to Judge David Wilmot, a quiet member from Pennsylvania. Wilmot looked it over, inquired about the meaning of it, and said he guessed he would introduce it, since he was asked. Thus came into Congress a little piece of writing that called up storms of debate. It provided that any new territory that came into the United States from the Mexican War Treaty should be free and not slave territory. Onto one bill after another it was put as an amendment. Voted down, it came back. Lincoln spoke aye for the Wilmot proviso so many times he couldn't exactly remember how many. He guessed it was about 40 times, at least. Tom Corwin of Ohio had killed himself politically when he broke out in the Senate one day with the declaration, "Were I a Mexican as I am an American, I would say to the invader, 'We will welcome you with bloody hands to hospitable graves.'" Stephen A. Douglas had held to his original stand that President Polk had properly done what Frederick the Great had done in Silesia by the rule, "Take possession first and negotiate afterward." There seemed to be in the air the beginnings of a realization of an ocean-bound republic, with the territory from the Atlantic to the Pacific coasts in the hands of the United States. It was a carrying further of the thought of General Jackson years before that Texas must be annexed. More and more Western territory must be taken into the Union, or there would be alliances formed that would make war for the control of Western America. In England, the United Service magazine had commented editorially, "It is rather extraordinary that although France and ourselves are always at the alert and alarm if any European power shows the slightest intention of making a grab at a few miles of territory to which it may have taken a fancy, yet the wholesale seizure by Brother Jonathan of vast territories, rich and fertile, and belonging to other and weaker powers, is regarded with the most perfect apathy, and is scarcely considered worth the attention of European governments. It is impossible but to admire the tremendous results of the cunning and diplomacy of this republic, which, creeping on insidiously and by degrees, and treating with perfect contempt what we in Europe may say or think of their doings, are slowly but surely adding to its already enormous extent of territory, swallowing in its capacious maw tracts of land large enough for empires. One good point about him is that he does not make the least pretense to abstemiousness, and openly avows that sooner or later all North America, and no little share between the tropics, with all the West Indian islands, must in the natural course of events fall into his ready jaws. For many of the free-riding and free-shooting men of the Southwest who lived in the saddle, the Mexican War was a grand adventure across a grand piece of country. They felt in their way something of the size of the adventure as told by a British officer writing in the Montreal Gazette. "From the 42nd degree of latitude and Santa Fe to Vera Cruz, a line, say, of 2,500 miles is now covered by American troops or ships of war, and though so immensely long, all perfectly safe in its rear and resting upon supplies. The American government has, in short time, established a grander base of operations in extent than has ever been seen in modern warfare." While the war was in its beginning, the Spectator in London has given this long-range picture. "The present petty warfare they are waging on the frontier is but an episode in the great plot. General Taylor's force is but the precursor of the real army of invasion, the squatter and the backwoodsman, men in whom it is a hereditary and invincible instinct always to depart from before the approach of civilization, to avoid every spot where law has been established, and never to feel themselves at home except on debatable ground. by men like these, coming by twos and threes, then by scores and hundreds, and finally in multitudes, like carrion birds to the quarry, the northern provinces of the Republic of Mexico will be overrun, and thence the process will be continued until the whole territory is filled and mastered by these unprincipled and desperately energetic immigrants. And the Spectator coupled with this picture another one. The fate of Mexico has an immediate practical importance for all classes of men in this country, being separately identified with that of a vast amount of British capital. Expunge Mexico from the list of nations, and with this same blow you put out the fires on thousands of English hearths. Already we have suffered enough by the waste and decay of the wealth we have invested in that country. The annihilation of what remains would scatter bankruptcy among our merchants, paralyze our industry, disorder all functions of our national life, and spread starvation among our working classes. And again the Spectator. The Isthmus of Tehuantepec, that majestic region, teeming with boundless wealth, washed by two oceans, traversed through half its breadth by a navigable river, which offers at its mouth the finest harbor in the Gulf of Mexico, may now be secured by Englishmen. Will they refuse to accept a region which was selected by the sagacious mind of the great conqueror Cortez to constitute his own private domain? If so, the French will be delighted to grasp the prize we disdain. The Morning Chronicle in London told its readers that an offer of England to step in as umpire between the United States and Mexico had met with a refusal at Washington, and commented, "We shall apply to the transatlantic statesmen the remarks of the Athenians to the Menians. We wonder at their simplicity more than we admire their magnanimity." The simplicity referred to found voice in a paper far out in Missouri in the St. Louis Union. The barbarism of the Mexican nation and the unsettled condition of its government have conspired to keep hidden one of the first agricultural and manufacturing nations on earth. The war will facilitate the march of improvement in many respects. The day is not very distant when a race of civilized men must people the shores of the Pacific lying in comparative neighborship with China. A trade so valuable as one which might readily be established between the Atlantic coast and China across this continent cannot for many years be neglected. To Lincoln his own way was clear. There were no zigzags in the course of his thinking about the war. His public speeches and his confidential letters to Herndon back home fitted together in all parts, pieces, corners, and dovetails. Behind the war he saw politics. He believed one motive back of the war was that Polk and the Democratic Party wanted to take away public attention from the backdown of the Democratic Party on the Oregon boundary. They had said they would take all land up to the 5440, or they would fight Great Britain. The slogan had been 5440 or fight. They had backed down, and in order to cover up, they started a war where they were sure they could win, and the winnings looked good. It was the big reason. Next to that was another reason. The Democrats knew that the war would win more territory into which the Southern planters could spread out with cotton, slave labor, and the politics of cotton and slavery. He saw at a desk in the Senate chamber the spare figure of John C. Calhoun, with a face carved by merciless events, a time-worn forehead with the relentless thoughts back of it. People do not understand liberty or majorities. The will of the majority is the will of a rabble. Progressive democracy is incompatible with liberty. Those who study after this fashion are yet in the Horn Book, the ABC of governments. Democracy is leveling. This is inconsistent with true liberty. Anarchy is more to be dreaded than despotic power. It is the worst tyranny. The best government is that which draws least from the people and is scarcely felt, except to execute justice and to protect the people from animal violation of law. With his power slipping from him, The eye of Calhoun was on Jefferson Davis as the one to follow in his own independent paths of Southern leadership. When President Polk had sent Colonel Davis a commission as Brigadier General of Volunteers, Davis had sent back the commission with a message to the President that states only had the power to grant such a commission. In the summer of 1848, Davis had told the Senate, "If folly and fanaticism and pride and hate and corruption of the day are to destroy the peace and prosperity of the Union, let the sections part like the patriarchs of old, and let peace and goodwill subsist among their descendants. Let no wounds be inflicted which time may not heal. Let the flag of our Union be folded up entire, the 13 stripes recording the original size of our family, untorn by the unholy struggle of civil war." Davis was offering the counsel to the people of Mississippi. The generation which avoids its responsibility sows the wind and leaves the whirlwind as the harvest to its children. Let us get together and build manufactories, enter upon industrial pursuits, and prepare for our own self-sustenance. Of slavery he told his people, "If slavery be a sin, it is not yours. It is the common law right and property in the service of man. Its origin was divine decree, the curse upon the graceless son of Noah." Yet Davis was not sure but that the states north might develop a cheaper labor that would push labor out of the states south. "Leave the country to the south and west open," he urged, "and speculation may see in the distant future slavery pressed by a cheaper labor to the tropical regions." Yet he also believed the development might take still another course. He noted that laws of the states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois forbade free Negroes from entering those states. The next development might be the extension of slavery into those states. End of section 36. Section 37 of Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 75. Lincoln sat as a member of the Congressional Committee on Post Offices, and in bringing in a report on post office matters, he started to tell the House that all the Whigs in committee voted for the report, and all the Democrats except one. He was interrupted. Didn't he know it was out of order to tell on the floor what happened in the committee room? He then observed, said the House minutes, that if he had been out of order in what he said, he took it all back as far as he could. He had no desire, he could assure gentlemen, ever to be out of order, though he never could keep long in order. Up over the Speaker's desk was a clock with a yellow face, telling time for the congressman. Over the clock stood a marble woman, busy writing in a book. She was supposed to be the figure of history, watching the congressman. A bill to raise the salary of a judge in Western Virginia from $1,800 to $2,500 a year came up. The House minutes recorded, "Mr. Lincoln said it came then to this, that the people in the Western District of Virginia had got 11 courts to be held among them in 1 year. For their own accommodation, and being thus better accommodated than their neighbors elsewhere, they wanted their judge to be a little better paid. In Illinois there had been, until the present season, but 1 district court held in the year. There were now to be 2. Could it be that the Western District of Virginia furnished more business for a judge than the whole state of Illinois?" As to making speeches on the floor of the House, Lincoln wrote back to Herndon at the Springfield Law Office, "By way of getting the hang of the House, I made a little speech 2 or 3 days ago on a post office question of no general interest. I find speaking here and elsewhere about the same thing. I was about as badly scared, and no worse, as I am when I speak in the court." This was a tryout. A more thorough effort was to come. "As you are all so anxious for me to distinguish myself, I have concluded to do so before long." Getting the floor of the House on January 12, 1848, he defended the vote of his party given a few days previous, declaring that the war with Mexico was unnecessarily and unconstitutionally commenced by the President. He spoke of his impression of how he and others believed they ought to behave while their country was engaged in a war they considered unjustly commenced.
When the war began, it was my opinion that all those who, because of knowing too little or because of knowing too much, could not conscientiously oppose the conduct of the President in the beginning of it should nevertheless, as good citizens and patriots, remain silent on that point, at least till the war should be ended.
Now he was forced to break silence. The President was telling the country continually that votes of the Whigs for supplies to the soldiers in the field were an endorsement of the President's conduct of the war. Then, too, the President was holding back documents and information to which the public was entitled. Lincoln had earlier introduced resolutions and demands that the President should locate the exact spot where the war began. He now accused the President of marching an American army out of proven American territory into land not established as American soil, and there shedding the first blood of the war. The President was attempting to prove by telling the truth what he could not prove by telling the whole truth. Back in Illinois were political enemies murmuring that Lincoln was revealed as a Benedict Arnold on his spot resolutions. He now wanted the folks back home to see him pressing the President for the documents of the war, all of them.
Let the President answer the interrogatories I proposed. Let him answer fully, fairly, and candidly. Let him answer with facts and not with arguments. Let him remember he sits where Washington sat, and so remembering, let him answer as Washington would answer. As a nation should not, and the Almighty will not, be evaded, so let him attempt no evasion, no equivocation. And if, so answering, he can show that the soil was ours where the first blood of the war was shed, then I am with him.
And if the President refused to answer or set up pretenses that there was nothing to answer,
then I shall be fully convinced of what I more than suspect already, that he is deeply conscious of being in the wrong, that he feels the blood of this war like the blood of Abel crying to heaven against him.
He dramatized James K. Polk.
Originally having some strong motive to involve the two countries in a war, and trusting to escape scrutiny by fixing the public gaze upon the exceeding brightness of military glory, that attractive rainbow that rises in showers of blood, that serpent's eye that charms to destroy, he plunged into it, and he has swept on till, disappointed in his calculations of the ease with which Mexico might be subdued, he now finds himself he knows not where. How like the half-insane mumbling of a fever dream is the whole war part of his late message. At one time telling us that Mexico has nothing whatever that we can get but territory, and another showing us how we can support the war by levying contributions on Mexico. The President is in no wise satisfied with his own positions. First he takes up one, and attempting to argue us into it, he argues himself out of it, then seizes another and goes through the same process, and then, confused at being able to think of nothing new, he snatches up the old one again. His mind, taxed beyond its power, is running hither and thither like some tortured creature on a burning surface, finding no position on which it can settle down and be at ease. He knows not where he is. He is a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. God grant he may be able to show there is not something about his conscience more painful than all his mental perplexity.
If Lincoln could have known what had happened in the White House, he would have known that behind its closed doors, two men saw President Polk every day and did their best to push him into taking all of Mexico. The two men were James Buchanan of Pennsylvania, Secretary of State, and Robert J. Walker of Mississippi, Secretary of the Treasury. For months the President hesitated. He was precisely what Lincoln had characterized him, a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. Of Walker the President noted in his diary, "He was for taking all of Mexico." Of Buchanan the notation was similar. Finally he wrote in his diary, after endless advice, to seize the whole territory of the Mexican nation, I replied that I was not prepared to go to that extent, and furthermore that I did not desire that anything I said should be so obscure as to give rise to doubt or discussion as to what my true meaning was, that I had in my last message declared that I did not contemplate the conquest of Mexico. In rehearsing the start of the Mexican War, Lincoln for the first time told in public his views about revolutions and the rights of peoples to revolutionize. His declarations had a breath of the smoky days of Washington, Jefferson, and the American Revolution. Any people anywhere being inclined and having the power have the right to rise up and shake off the existing government and form a new one that suits them better. This is a most valuable, a most sacred right, a right which we hope and believe is to liberate the world. Nor is the right confined to cases in which the whole people of an existing government may choose to exercise it. Any portion of such people that can may revolutionize and make their own of so much of the territory as they inhabit. More than this, a majority of any portion of such people may revolutionize, putting down a minority intermingled with or near about them who may oppose this movement. Such minority was precisely the case of the Tories of our own Revolution. It is a quality of revolutions not to go by old lines or old laws, but to break up both and make new ones. All of Mexico, including Texas, he pointed out, had revolutionized against Spain, after which Texas revolutionized against Mexico, raising the question of just how far the boundary line ran that was fixed by the Texas Revolution. So far as Lincoln could learn, the spot where the first blood of the war was shed was outside the Texas line and over in Mexican territory. The spot, was located between two rivers on a strip of land over which the United States government did, or did not, exercise jurisdiction. And Lincoln was trying to get President Polk to tell just how far the jurisdiction of the United States was exercised over that strip of land, if at all. He used his own house and lot in Springfield, his ownership of it, to illustrate his point. It is possible that jurisdiction may be exercised between two rivers without covering all the country between them. I know a man, not very unlike myself, who exercises jurisdiction over a piece of land between the Wabash and the Mississippi, and yet so far is this from being all there is between those two rivers that it is just 152 feet long by 50 feet wide, and no part of it much within 100 miles of either river. He has a neighbor between him and the Mississippi, that is, just across the street, in that direction, whom I am sure he could neither persuade nor force to give up his habitation, but which nevertheless he could certainly annex, if it were to be done by merely standing on his own side of the street and claiming it, or even sitting down and writing a deed for it. He voted for all supplies for soldiers, for every help to the fighting men in the field, yet also for every possible measure that would lay blame on President Polk and the administration. He hoped the folks back home would understand from his speeches how he looked at the war, but the folks back home refused to understand. Even Bill Herndon couldn't see it. He wrote Herndon, "You fear that you and I disagree about the war. I regret this, because if you misunderstand, I fear other good friends may also. I will stake my life that if you had been in my place, you would have voted just as I did. Would you have voted what you felt and knew to be a lie? I know you would not. Would you have gone out of the house, skulked the vote? I expect not. If you had skulked one vote, you would have to skulk many more before the end of the session. No man can be silent if he would. You are compelled to speak, and your only alternative is to tell the truth or a lie. I cannot doubt which you would do." He named Whig congressmen who had been officers through some of the fiercest fighting in Mexico. They were voting to condemn the war, the administration, and the conduct of the president. He closed the letter to Herndon. "I do not mean this letter for the public, but for you. Before it reaches you, you will have seen and read my pamphlet speech and perhaps been scared anew by it. After you get over your scare, read it over again, sentence by sentence, and tell me honestly what you think of it." What bothered Herndon and others back home was a resolution maneuvered through Congress by the Whigs voicing thanks to the officers of the Mexican War, with a stinger for the Polk administration. It added to the thanks the words, "In a war unnecessarily and unconstitutionally begun by the President of the United States." The vote was 82 to 81. In a second letter to Herndon, Lincoln explained that the President of the United States is the same as a king in power if he can do what President Polk had done in commencing the Mexican War. "Allow the President to invade a neighboring nation whenever he shall deem it necessary to repel an invasion, and you allow him to do so whenever he may choose to say he deems it necessary for such purpose, and you allow him to make war at pleasure. Study to see if you can fix any limit to his power in this respect. If today he should choose to say he thinks it necessary to invade Canada to prevent the British from invading us, how could you stop him? You may say to him, 'I see no probability of the British invading us,' but he will say to you, 'Be silent, I see it if you don't.'" The Constitution gave the war-making powers to Congress, as Lincoln understood it, by this reasoning. Kings had always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending generally, if not always, that the good of the people was the object. This our convention understood to be the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions, and they resolved to so frame the Constitution as no one man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. But your view destroys the whole matter, and places our president where kings have always stood. His guess was correct that if Herndon was misunderstanding, there would be others misunderstanding. The Belleville Advocate, for March 2, came along with a report of a meeting in Clark County of patriotic Whigs and Democrats who adopted this declaration: "Resolved, that Abe Lincoln, the author of the spotty resolutions in Congress against his own country, may they long be remembered by his constituents, but may they cease to remember him except to rebuke him. They have done much for him, but he has done nothing for them, save the part they have taken in their country's cause." The Illinois State Register was telling its readers of newspapers and public meetings that declared Lincoln to be a second Benedict Arnold. To Reverend J. M. Peck, Lincoln wrote a letter. The minister had spoken at a Belleville celebration of the Battle of Buena Vista, saying after an exhibit of facts, "In view of all the facts, the conviction to my mind is irresistible that the government of the United States committed no aggression on Mexico." To him, Lincoln wrote, "Not in view of all the facts. There are facts which you have kept out of view." And he went on, "It is a fact that the United States Army, in marching to the Rio Grande, marched into a peaceful Mexican settlement and frightened the inhabitants away from their homes and their growing crops. It is a fact that Fort Brown, opposite Matamoros, was built by that army within a Mexican cotton field, on which at the time the army reached it a young cotton crop was growing, and which crop was wholly destroyed and the field itself greatly and permanently injured by ditches, embankments, and the like. It is a fact that when the Mexicans captured Captain Thornton and his command, they found and captured them within another Mexican field. Now I wish to bring these facts to your notice, and to ascertain what is the result of your reflections on them. If you deny that they are facts, I think I can furnish proof which shall convince you that you are mistaken. If you admit that they are facts, then I shall be obliged for a reference to any law of language, law of states, law of nations, law of morals, law of religions, any law, human or divine, in which an authority can be found for saying those facts constitute no aggression. Possibly you consider those facts too small for notice. Would you venture to so consider them had they been committed by any nation on earth against the humblest of our people? I know you would not. Then I ask, is the precept, "Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them," obsolete, of no force, of no application? I shall be pleased if you can find leisure to write me. Lincoln went to the State Department sleuthing for facts, trying to satisfy himself that the treaty signed between Mexico and the Republic of Texas had been copied correctly from the original for its publication in the newspaper Niles Register. And what he learned at the State Department indicated that President Polk had never sent to that department for its official copy of the treaty, and that the president had based his statements about the document from reading the copy of it published in Niles Register. So Lincoln told Congress, with a shade of a quizzical tone, "If anyone should suppose that Niles Register is a curious repository of so mighty a document as a solemn treaty between nations, I can only say that I learned to a tolerable degree of certainty by inquiry at the State Department that the President himself never saw it anywhere else." One evening at the library of the Supreme Court, after digging in many books and documents, he drew out volumes to read in his room at Mrs. Sprigg's boarding house. The library was going to close for the night, and he took his books, piled them on a table, pulled a large bandana out of his hip pocket, tied it around the books, ran a stick through the knots, slung the stick over his shoulder, and walked out of the library of the Supreme Court in the way natural to him, in the way he carried his earthly belongings from his canoe on the Sangamon River up into the town of New Salem when he was going to clerk in Offutt's store. Over his shoulder was a short circular blue cloak he had bought since he came to Washington. Thus he walked to his Capitol Hill lodging, where he untied the knots of the handkerchief bundle, read his books, took a brass key from his vest pocket and wound his watch, read his books, put his boot heels into a boot jack and pulled off his boots, blew out the candlelights, and crept into a warm yellow flannel nightshirt that came down halfway between his knees and ankles. Then he slept the sleep of a man who had been searching Washington dissatisfied with mere claims, looking for the foundations of claims. He may have dreamed of old Tom Lincoln writing for money and pleading, "I haven't a thing I could sell." And there was a sweetness in Tom writing, "The old woman is well." Chapter 76. One morning in February of 1848, a man sat at his desk in the House of Representatives writing a piece of poetry. He was an old man. He had been born in 1767, or 7 years before the Revolutionary War commenced with the firing of shots at Lexington. And he was a very practical man, even though on this morning, as the House was called to order for business, he was writing a piece of poetry. A resolution was introduced expressing thanks to the generals of the Mexican War for their brave conduct and skilled strategy. The clerk had read, "Resolved by the House that," when there was a cry and a stir, and the members of the House looked toward the old man. He had stood up as if he might speak once more from the floor where he had spoken hundreds of times. He clutched his desk with groping, convulsive fingers. Then he sank back into his chair with a slump. A friend and 2 doctors carried him to a sofa, and he was taken first into the rotunda and then into the speaker's room. Mustard poultices were placed on his chest and back. He was rubbed and given a friction treatment. About an hour afterward he spoke a few words. "This is the last of earth, but I am content." His wife, relatives, and friends stood by his side. One was Henry Clay of Kentucky, who held the old man's hand and looked into the old man's face, while tears came into his eyes. At the funeral services in Washington, one representative from each state was in attendance. They escorted the body to Faneuil Hall in Boston. The body was laid in a grave in Quincy, Massachusetts. This was the end of John Quincy Adams, his life, career, and works. For 17 years he had been a member of Congress. During 8 of those years he had fought against the gag rule, by which Congress voted against any petitions relating to slavery being received. Each year the majority against him was less until the gag rule was beaten. He had been President of the United States from 1825 to 1829, and before that was Secretary of State under President Monroe, and had more of a hand in writing the Monroe Doctrine than did Monroe. Earlier yet he had been in London and Paris at work with Henry Clay and Albert Gallatin on the treaty that ended the War of 1812. This same John Quincy Adams saw Napoleon come back to Paris from Elba. He was in Russia representing President Madison at the time the armies of Napoleon were burned out of Moscow and sent reeling and harried back toward France. Before that, he had been a professor of rhetoric and oratory at Harvard University. He had come to Harvard after serving as United States Senator from Massachusetts and helping President Jefferson make the Louisiana Purchase. Washington had appointed him minister to Portugal, after which his father, President John Adams, sent him to Berlin. Before his graduation from Harvard, he had served as a secretary to the American commissioners who negotiated the treaty of peace that ended the Revolutionary War in 1782. The year before that, he was with the American envoy to Russia, following university studies at Paris and Leipzig. A sweet, lovable man who had led a clean life full of hard work, steady habits, many dangers, furious enemies, such was John Quincy Adams. Most of the days of his life he got out of bed and put on his clothes before 4:30 in the morning, and then read 1 or 2 chapters in the Bible. When in Washington, he took a swim every morning, summer and winter, in the Potomac River. He was a little undersized, wore delicate sideburns, had a mouth with a piece of God on it, and spoke often as though his body was a rented house, and John Quincy Adams would step out of the tenement and live on. His last words there in February of 1848 fitted him. "This is the last of earth, but I am content." One day, 4 years before he died, John Quincy Adams of Massachusetts wrote 4 little verses to another congressman, Alexander Stephens of Georgia, the wizened, wry, dry member, weighing less than 100 pounds, known to Jefferson Davis as the Little Pale Star from Georgia. The verses were titled, "To Alexander H. Stephens, Esquire of Georgia," and 2 of them read, "We met as strangers in this hall, but when our task of duty's done, we blend the common good of all, and melt the multitude in one. As strangers in this hall we met, but now with one united heart. What air of life awaits us yet? In cordial friendship let us part." He drew men to him, this Alexander Stephens. In his black eyes, set deep in a large-boned, homely head, there was a smolder by which men knew he would play politics only so far, after which a personal sincerity must be considered. He stood up one day to speak on the Mexican War and declared, "All wars, to be just, must have some distinct and legitimate objects to be accomplished. One of the strangest circumstances attending this war is, that though it has lasted upward of 8 months, at a cost of many millions of dollars, and the sacrifice of many valuable lives, both in battle and by the diseases of the camp, no man can tell for what object it is prosecuted, and it is to be doubted whether any man save the President and his cabinet knows the real and secret designs that provoked its existence. To suppress inquiry and silence all opposition to conduct so monstrous, an executive ukase has been sent forth, strongly intimating, if not clearly threatening, the charge of treason against all who may dare to call in question the wisdom or propriety of his measures. It is to be seen," said Stephens, "whether the free people of this country have so soon forgotten the principles of their ancestors as to be easily awed by the arrogance of power. For very little further interference with the freedom of discussion, Charles X of France lost his throne, and for very little greater stretch of royal prerogative, Charles I of England lost his head. There are some things more to be dreaded than the loss of a throne, or even the loss of a head, amongst which may be named the anathema of a nation's curse, and the infamy that usually follows it." And it happened that on February 2, 1848, while sitting at his desk in the House of Representatives, Abraham Lincoln wrote a note to his law partner Herndon, saying, "I just take up my pen to say that Mr. Stephens of Georgia, a little slim, pale-faced, consumptive man with a voice like Logan's, has just concluded the best speech of an hour's length I ever heard. My old withered dry eyes are full of tears yet. If he writes it out anything like he delivered it, our people shall see a good many copies of it." End of section 37.